Chapter 346. The Dragon God and the Singular Task. Perched upon the back of the sky feather dragon, Lin Bei gazed down at the mist-laden landscape below, feeling quite astonished by Lu Ying's sudden communication. What is the matter? Speak freely. Although he remained uncertain of Lu Ying's intentions, he was acutely aware that Lu Ying must have something of great significance to convey. Otherwise, there would be no need to contact him at this moment. He could have conveyed it earlier. In the next moment, Lu Ying's voice resonated. Mr. Lin, if conditions permit on your end, perhaps you could inquire about the old Dragon Man and matters pertaining to the Dragon God. I have heard those Dragon Men speak of the Dragon God. Moreover, judging by their initial demeanor, the existence of the Dragon God is undoubtedly of paramount importance. I can assure you. At this juncture, Lu Ying's voice came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's voice broke the silence. The Dragon God? I have never heard of such a being. Why inquire about this matter? Is there a specific reason? He understood that Lu Ying's insistence on this inquiry must be rooted in a significant rationale. A second later, Lu Ying's voice resumed. Because I have also heard Passia mention the Dragon God. According to Passia, the Dragon God possesses a lineage that is half divine and half draconic, with strength deemed invincible, having tamed the entire dragon clan shortly after its birth. Furthermore, as Passia stated, the Dragon God boasts numerous gifts, having subdued countless magical beasts, including entities of chaos. Thus, I believe the Dragon God has a certain connection to this city. Upon witnessing the Dragon Man firsthand and hearing the mention of the Dragon God from its lips, he had begun to harbor doubts. Subsequently, after encountering the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, and recalling the Kunpeng, Lu Ying's conviction intensified. It aligned. It was astonishingly aligned. However, due to certain circumstances, he could not seek the truth himself. Thus, he could only relay this matter to Lin Bei. After absorbing Lu Ying's revelations, Lin Bei furrowed his brow tightly. Despite the scant information he received regarding the Dragon God, consisting of merely a few brief statements, he had already formed a general understanding of this so-called Dragon God. Taking a deep breath, he responded resolutely, "Very well." Afterward, he refrained from uttering further words, and the connection with Lu Ying was severed. Immediately, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards the elderly Dragon Man, who was fidgeting anxiously, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. He harbored no doubts regarding Lu Ying's words. They were undoubtedly credible. The Dragon God, you say? It sounds incredibly powerful. Indeed. Yet, from Lu Ying's description, the might of the Dragon God surpassed all rational expectations. Taming all dragons upon birth was a feat that could only be described as preposterous. Moreover, possessing numerous other talents, including the ability to tame chaos, rendered it even more absurd. Even with a lineage of half-dragon and half-divine, such extraordinary prowess should not reach this level of incredibility. I must inquire. Now that I am aware of such matters, I shall find no peace unless I elucidate them. Just then, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a unique mission. Please investigate the Dragon God. As long as this task makes sufficient progress, a corresponding reward will be granted. Upon uncovering all matters concerning the Dragon God, you shall receive the ultimate reward for this mission. The ultimate reward is indeed the singular reward. It represents the finest recompense this system can bestow upon the host. Dear host, please persevere. In silent contemplation of this matter, Lin Bei found his already chaotic thoughts spiraling into further disarray upon receiving the task issued by the system. His brow furrowed deeply, and profound bewilderment clouded his eyes. His breath quickened involuntarily, as if in response to his rising anxiety. After a considerable period, Lin Bei finally moistened his parched lips, managing to regain a semblance of normalcy. To investigate the Dragon God. It is astonishingly a unique mission. Moreover, completing this task will yield a singular reward. This reward represents the utmost prize the system can offer. It seems the system holds the Dragon God in high regard. The lavish rewards alluded to in the system's unique mission unmistakably revealed this truth. Such a situation had never before occurred. After severing the connection with Lin Bei, Lu Ying turned his gaze towards the distant lakeshore, preparing to await developments there. He dared not face the Mermaid Empress directly, opting instead to turn his back to her. Yet, despite his posture, goosebumps prickled his skin, and his scalp tingled with unease. Previously, with Lin Bei present, Luing had managed to maintain some semblance of composure. However now, he found himself utterly alone, confronted solely by the Mermaid Empress. Luing yearned to distance himself. Yet, it was not as simple as merely wishing to escape. At that moment, the voice of the Mermaid Empress suddenly resonated. That human, you, seemed to harbor a great fear of me. With nothing else to occupy her time, she resolved to engage Luing in conversation. After all, waiting was the most tedious of endeavors. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ying's body stiffened abruptly, momentarily rendering him speechless. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Mermaid Empress would initiate conversation with him. After a brief silence, he nodded vigorously, responding truthfully, "Why, yes." He refrained from foolishly claiming that he was unafraid, for anyone with a modicum of sense could discern his trepidation. The next instant, the voice of the Mermaid Empress echoed once more. "In that case, I shall assist you in overcoming your fear. After all, I find myself with little to occupy my time." Her motivation for such assistance lay in the desire to find some diversion. Idly waiting was the most insipid activity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's lips twitched involuntarily, leaving him at a loss for words. Overcoming fear, with such a significant disparity in strength between them, it seemed utterly impossible to conquer fear. He instinctively recoiled from the task, yet dared not refuse outright. At that moment, the voice of the Mermaid Empress rang out once again. "Turn around and look at me. I possess myriad methods to help you conquer your fear. As a subordinate of such a being, your cowardice is most unbecoming." As she uttered these words, she gestured with her fingers, waving them toward the waters of the lake. In the next instant, a droplet of blue lake water surged forth, directly entering Lu Ying's being. Moreover, this lake water swiftly merged with him, effectively suppressing the fear that resided within his heart. Instantly, Lu Ying regained his composure. However, his calm was distinct from the absolute tranquility exhibited by the three dragons previously. The three dragons had embodied a serene stillness, whereas Lu Ying merely found himself devoid of fear. "What is happening? I am inexplicably unafraid." Beyond the absence of fear, astonishment welled up within him, indicating he was not entirely composed. Clearly, the 7 powers of the Mermaid Empress could be wielded at her discretion. Whoosh, whoosh, the sky feather dragon flapped its enormous wings, soaring above the city of mists, scattering the surrounding fog with each powerful stroke. The elderly dragon man trembled uncontrollably. Fear rendered him unable to stand upright. It was not a fear of heights, nor a fear of cold, but rather a belief that he was unworthy to ride upon the back of the sky feather dragon. Additionally, this aged dragon man muttered to himself from time to time. Previously, Lin Bei had paid no heed to his murmurs. But now, the situation was different. He found himself listening intently to the dragonman's ramblings. Before long, the dragonman's faint whispers once again echoed in the high altitude. "Great Dragon Lord, please do not blame me. I do not wish to engage in such matters. It is all done out of necessity. Please forgive me." Everything proceeded smoothly. Lin Bei absorbed the dragonman's mutterings, hearing them not just once, murmuring back and forth, all in a plea for the dragon god's forgiveness. "It seems I can indeed unearth information pertaining to the dragon god from him." Although he had confirmed this, he did not intend to act upon it just yet. 4. The sky feather dragon was still present in this vicinity. When Lin Bei thought of the sky feather dragon, he cast his gaze forward, locking onto the massive dragon's head. After observing for a considerable time, he finally shifted his focus away. The sky feather dragon should also possess knowledge regarding the dragon god. After questioning this dragon man, I must inquire with it as well. Indeed, Lin Bei resolved to methodically dismantle the situation, striving to collect as much information as possible. In the main city, the irascible rotund figure was presently occupied. He was diligently seeking out one misty figure after another, employing various methods to ensure their gathering at a designated location that very night. Under the duress of threats and inducements, the misty figures all acquiesced, assuring their commitment to attend. After a considerable flurry of activity, the irritable rotund man found a place to rest, feeling an unusual sense of disquiet. It feels as though something is amiss. The individuals I have encountered today are all rather unfamiliar. I have not crossed paths with the gluttonous old woman, the slothful weaponsmith, Or the avaricious old man? Not even once. There's definitely something wrong. As he articulated this thought, the irritable rotund man furrowed his brow, as if pondering some troubling matter. Approximately a minute later, he resumed his soliloquy. This is not right. It is truly very wrong. In the past, I would encounter them daily. Yet today, I have not seen them even once. There is no other choice. I must seek out that petty woman, although I am quite reluctant to meet her. With that, the irritable rotund man set his course towards the woman he despised. However, should he encounter the misty figures along the way, the irritable rotund man would still resort to threats and inducements, compelling them to gather at the designated location. He simply found it somewhat peculiar and did not dwell on it too much. After all, contemplating such matters would only serve to incite his ire. At long last, after a considerable journey, the Skywing Dragon, accompanied by Lin Bei and the elderly Dragon Man, arrived within the confines of the Eastern District. Thud! The moment it touched down upon the ground, the entire Eastern District trembled violently. The humans and dragon men who resided deep within the district all turned their gazes toward the source of this extraordinary commotion. Yet, the next instant, all the dragon men fell to their knees. Their bodies quivered uncontrollably, not daring to lift their heads. Their reaction mirrored that of when the dragon's roar had echoed moments before. In stark contrast to the elderly dragon man, the younger dragon men were rendered speechless, merely prostrating themselves in reverence. Witnessing this scene once more, the expressions of Si Lingxian and her companions grew grave, their eyes filled with vigilance. Someone promptly exclaimed, "Everyone, be cautious. The situation appears quite dire." The dragon men knelt earlier due to the dragon's roar, but now they are bowing in response to the recent disturbance. Moreover, that disturbance seems alarmingly close. Does this not imply that the dragon has entered the Eastern District? In that moment, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, given that the consequences of the previous dragon's roar and the current massive disturbance were akin, this interpretation was utterly plausible. It was likely that the dragon had indeed arrived within the Eastern District. Such an uproar could only herald ill tidings. The thought occurred to them whether they, alongside the dragon men, could contend with this uninvited dragon. Perhaps it would be best not to rely on these dragon men. They hardly seemed equipped for battle. They were all in a state of panic, including Si Lingxian and Ren Ting. The reactions of the dragon men had already indicated the formidable nature of the dragon. Soon, someone ventured a hypothesis. This dragon. It is quite possibly the one responsible for guarding the ceiling formation. Meanwhile, the elderly dragon man trembled as well. Affected by the earlier disturbance, Lin Bei observed the elderly dragon man, feeling somewhat speechless. After a resigned shake of his head, he turned to the Skywing Dragon beside him. Speaking in an unusual tone, "Can you ascend into the sky? With your presence, the dragon men in this region cannot function normally." The Skywing Dragon, acutely aware of the situation, replied, "It seems that is the only course of action. Do your utmost to absorb the mist. I truly wish to see those dragon men." As soon as it finished speaking, it vigorously flapped its wings and soared into the air. Lin Bei kept his gaze fixed on the Skywing Dragon. Once it reached a considerable height, and the void above was once more shrouded in mist, he slowly withdrew his gaze. Heaven has favored me. With the Skywing Dragon absent, I can now inquire about matters concerning the dragon god. The absence of the Skywing Dragon, paradoxically, made things considerably easier. The next moment, Lin Bei turned to the elderly dragon man, who was slowly rising to its feet. Chapter 347, Failures and Masterpieces. At this moment, the elderly dragon man was utterly unaware of what was about to transpire. It merely followed its instincts, struggling to rise from the ground. With the Skywing Dragon soaring to great heights, the elderly dragon man's state gradually returned to normal. Not only it, but the other dragon men who had remained in the depths of the Eastern District also regained their composure, slowly rising from the ground. They were equally taken aback by the recent events. Today is quite peculiar. This has happened twice already. The sensation just now felt somewhat different from the first time. Indeed, I sensed a distinction as well, though both were terrifying. If only Grandfather Dragon were here, he would surely know more than we do. Let us hope a third occurrence does not arise. Si Lingxian and the others deliberated among the dragon men, finally allowing themselves a sigh of relief, their mental state easing somewhat. Since the dragon men had returned to normal, it indicated that there was, for the time being, no imminent danger. Yet, they only slightly relaxed their vigilance. They remained prepared to confront any potential threats. Exercise utmost caution. During our time here, we have already encountered this phenomenon twice. Thus, it is highly likely that a third or even fourth occurrence may arise. As the elderly dragon man stood, it immediately turned its gaze toward Lin Bei. A look of deep apology gracing its half-dragon, half-human visage. I apologize. I must have embarrassed you. I simply could not control myself in the face of that dragon. Its tone was utterly sincere, devoid of any semblance of insincerity. Lin Bei regarded the elderly dragon man, refraining from immediately inquiring about the dragon god. Instead, he tentatively posed a question. What prompted such a strong reaction? You are all dragons, after all. Moreover, it merely descended to the ground without deliberately exerting its aura. He genuinely found this perplexing. Had the Skywing dragon intentionally unleashed its oppressive aura upon the dragon men, he might have understood. However, the Skywing dragon had merely performed a mundane action, simply landing on the ground. It was akin to a person taking a single step forward, causing those nearby to collapse in fear as though they were about to be slain. It was indeed somewhat absurd. Upon hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, the elderly dragon man did not ponder deeply, merely interpreting Lin Bei's curiosity and willingly provided an explanation. It is because our bloodline is not pure. We are neither holy dragons nor entirely humans. When faced with pure dragons or pure humans, we experience considerable suppression. This suppression stems from our bloodline. The tone of its speech was imbued with profound resignation, clearly reflecting its despair regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei began to contemplate, swiftly absorbing the information within the discourse. Seconds later, he spoke again. Does this include humans? For, whether in my presence or in that of Lu Ying, you exhibited no unusual behavior, appearing unperturbed by any suppression. The elderly dragon man, in that moment, appeared entirely normal, showing no signs of distress even when confronted by pure humans. As Lin Bei's words fell silent, the elderly dragon man interjected. That is because your power is not yet formidable enough. The foundation of bloodline suppression is power. Although our bloodline is impure, it is not so diluted as to that extent. If you were as strong as that dragon, merely standing here without uttering a word, I would feel compelled to flee in terror. In essence, its message was quite simple. Lin Bei and Lu Ying had yet to attain the strength capable of instilling fear in the dragon men. Upon hearing the words of the venerable dragon, Lin Bei's interest in these dragon folk intensified. Simultaneously, he became aware of a crucial realization. These dragon folk could not truly be considered genuine dragons. The so-called impure bloodline implied that there existed a third lineage within them. Did it not? Although Lin Bei had only encountered this solitary dragon folk thus far, he had already gleaned from other sources that all dragon folk shared this peculiar trait. Each dragon folk possessed the blood of humanity, the essence of dragons, and a third, enigmatic bloodline. At that moment, the ancient dragon's voice resonated once more. Indeed, it is precisely this additional bloodline that renders our lineage impure. Furthermore, we all bear a third bloodline. This third lineage is diverse, encompassing avian, serpentine, and even insectoid bloodlines. As the ancient dragon spoke, it abruptly paused, deep in thought for several seconds, before fixing an unwavering gaze upon Lin Bei and in a grave tone asked, Are you perhaps wondering why this phenomenon exists? Why do we possess a third bloodline? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated the ancient dragon's sudden turn of inquiry, which indeed aligned with the very question he wished to pose next. Quickly regaining his composure, he nodded in affirmation, refraining from denial. The ancient dragon then continued, As for the nature of this occurrence, I am not entirely certain. However, at the junction of the East District and the North District, there exists a conspicuous cave. According to our ancestors, that cave conceals secrets pertaining to our dragon folk. Initially, I had no intention of disclosing this matter, but considering your close relationship with that dragon, I ultimately resolved to share this with you. Upon finishing, it fell silent and turned its gaze towards the east. Meanwhile, Lin Bei directed his attention northward, a cave. I shall visit it shortly. His instincts urged him that venturing into that cave would unveil the secrets of these dragon folk. At this moment, the Skywing dragon soared high above, flapping its wings as it gazed down upon the layers of mist below. It hovered directly above the dragon folk. Beneath the mist lay the dragon folk, while above it soared the Skywing dragon. With each powerful flap of its wings, the Skywing dragon stared intently at the obscuring mists for a full half-minute before exclaiming, Below lies the realm where those failed specimens exist. I never imagined that after all these years, they would have managed to survive so well. I doubt even the master anticipated that the failed dragon folk left behind would endure. It referred to the dragon folk below as failures. As the Skywing dragon continued to muse aloud, it declared, Though they are failures, they are still the master's failures. Since they have successfully persevered, it is incumbent upon me to extend my assistance to them. In a sense, they are akin to us. What it now awaited was the opportunity to witness Lin Bei's synthesis abilities. Once it beheld this prowess, numerous decisions could be made. After retracting its gaze from the east, The ancient dragon turned to Lin Bei and inquired with a smile, "What are your intentions now? Do you wish to explore our clan together, or shall we proceed directly to the location I mentioned?" Despite having discussed weighty topics, this did not diminish its enthusiasm for Lin Bei. However, armed with this newfound knowledge, Lin Bei's desire to meet the dragon folk had evaporated. His singular focus now lay in unraveling the monumental secret that lay behind these dragon folk. "I shall venture to that place. If you wish to accompany me, you are welcome to do so. After all, you two are eager to uncover the truth, are you not?" Lin Bei was resolute. He was certain that the venerable dragon yearned to discover the secrets concealed within their existence. For any being harboring secrets would naturally desire to unveil the mysteries surrounding their own existence. Humans are thus, and so too are creatures. After speaking, Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon the ancient dragon, awaiting its response. His intention to bring the ancient dragon along was purposeful. Since he was heading to a cave that concealed the dragon folk's secrets, having a dragon accompany him was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. As anticipated, after feigning contemplation for several seconds, the ancient dragon nodded vigorously, its tone tinged with excitement as it proclaimed, "Very well. I shall accompany you." It was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Moments later, Lin Bei stepped forward toward the north, advancing with calm resolve. Just a few meters behind him, the ancient dragon followed closely. Together, they proceeded onward. During their journey, Lin Bei harnessed the power of the mist with all his might, fervently drawing it into his being. Upon learning of the Sea Queen's circumstances, he had developed the intention to absorb all the mist into himself. For within nearly all the mists resided the Sea Queen's mental essence, albeit in varying concentrations. The more he absorbed, the greater his mental prowess would become. The gray mists enveloping the entire East District diminished at an accelerated pace. However, the sheer volume of the mist was so vast that any noticeable change remained imperceptible. Moments later, Lin Bei halted his advance and summoned the Golden Mist Blade Dragon. With a resonating roar, the Golden Mist Blade Dragon soared around him. Yet, mere seconds into its flight, Lin Bei called out to halt it. "Goldie, venture deep into the East District, locate a group of dragon folk, and dispel the mist in that area." He recalled the promise he made to the Skywing Dragon, which prompted this action. After the Golden Mist Blade Dragon departed, the ancient dragon quickened its pace, soon reaching Lin Bei's side, and expressed its astonishment. "I did not expect your talent to be that of dragon affinity. Moreover, you have tamed a dragon." Upon hearing the ancient dragon's words, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that a seemingly casual act would yield such unexpected results. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Bei conceived the most fitting response. He turned to the ancient dragon and nonchalantly replied, "What of it? It is merely the taming of a dragon. You have remained on this island for so long, yet remain oblivious to many matters. In fact, in the outside world, there exists a legend concerning the dragon god." As Lin Bei uttered these words, he was simultaneously unleashing his mental power, meticulously observing the subtle changes in the aged dragon's demeanor. He noticed that upon mentioning the title dragon god, the elderly dragon's pupils dilated significantly, and a flicker of astonishment graced its draconic visage. This was precisely the reaction Lin Bei had hoped to elicit. He continued, "Legend has it that a being known as the dragon god, from the moment of its birth, tamed the entire dragon race, compelling them all to follow it willingly. Subsequently, the dragon god waged wars across the lands, subjugating one formidable entity after another, thereby enhancing its own power exponentially." With each word Lin Bei spoke, the excitement on the aged dragon's face grew, its astonishment deepening to the point where its body trembled with exhilaration. Ultimately, as Lin Bei concluded his statement, the elderly dragon inquired directly, "Is this dragon god you speak of possessed of a lineage that is half divine and half draconic?" After posing the question, the dragon gazed at Lin Bei with palpable anticipation, its face betraying an uncontainable thrill. Upon hearing the aged dragon's query, Lin Bei let out a quiet sigh of relief. In truth, his approach had been a gamble, a wager that the elderly dragon would react positively. He had hoped that the dragon would not discern the true intent behind his words. To his delight, he had won this gamble. Moreover, his intentional omission regarding the dragon god's mixed divine and draconic heritage was a strategic choice, designed to grant the elderly dragon an opportunity to inquire further. This method of coaxing information about the dragon god proved far more effective than a direct question would have been. After all, the aged dragon had never broached any topics concerning the dragon god in Lin Bei's presence. To ask outright would have been decidedly inappropriate. Feigning astonishment, Lin Bei adopted a tone of incredulity. "How do you know this? Is it possible that there are legends of the dragon god here as well?" In the next instant, the elderly dragon proudly declared, "Indeed, We are the very masterpieces of the Dragon God. Chapter 348. The Dragon God. All is a masterpiece of the Dragon God. The elderly dragon audaciously considered itself and its kin as divine creations. As it uttered these words, its aged draconic face radiated with pride. Clearly, the elderly dragon was not jesting. It genuinely believed that its kind were the Dragon God's masterpieces. Upon hearing the term masterpiece from the aged dragon's mouth, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of peculiar disbelief. He regarded the elderly dragon with a newfound skepticism. How could a being with an impure bloodline, possessing a third hybrid lineage, claim to be a masterpiece? Such a proclamation would surely invite dissent. Nevertheless, while Lin Bei did not share this sentiment, he chose to remain silent. Ultimately, whether the elderly dragon was a masterpiece or not bore little significance to him. His sole objective was to extract information related to the Dragon God from the aged dragon. Everything else was inconsequential. Moreover, from the dragon's proclamation, Lin Bei gleaned a crucial piece of information. These draconic beings were indeed created by the Dragon God. He distinctly recalled that the Sky Feather Dragon had mentioned that these dragon folk were fashioned by their master. By this reasoning, the master of the Sky Feather Dragon must be none other than the legendary Dragon God. This implied that Kunpeng was tamed by the Dragon God, and the Mermaid Empress was likewise subjugated by the Dragon God, with this very city existing due to the Dragon God's influence. Everything was intricately connected to the Dragon God. So it was the Dragon God, Lin Bei mused, as he realized he had uncovered a vital truth. The implications of this revelation left him astounded, for it surpassed all expectations. The origins of these matters were profoundly intertwined with the mythic existence of the Dragon God. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had synthesized with laying in advance, granting him the power to command these mists freely. Otherwise, obtaining such answers would have proven far more arduous. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's demeanor calmed considerably as he proceeded with his plan. What? You mean to say that you are a race created by the Dragon God? Has it grown so powerful as to be able to forge an entire race? He deliberately adopted a tone of astonishment, for only by doing so could he entice the aged dragon to divulge further details about the Dragon God. In the next moment, the elderly dragon spoke with a tone of great pride. Of course, you humans can hardly comprehend the depth of our understanding of the Dragon God. Though I have never laid eyes upon the Dragon God myself, I have heard countless tales from my elders. The might of the Dragon God far exceeds your imagination. The elderly dragon spoke fervently, recounting tales of the Dragon God's prowess, waxing poetic about its indomitable strength. Lin Bei remained silent, listening intently without interruption. It was only when the aged dragon had nearly exhausted its narrative that Lin Bei interjected once more. I am most curious. Why did the Dragon God choose to create you? The notion of the Dragon God creating dragonfolk sounded incredibly intriguing. This was indeed the crux of Lin Bei's inquiry, the essential knowledge required to complete his hidden mission. The elderly dragon, caught up in its own fervor, did not pause to ponder Lin Bei's intentions and promptly replied, "As for this, I am not entirely certain. However, when I was but a youngling, I once heard my grandfather mention that his mother's grandfather spoke of it. It seems the Dragon God created our dragonfolk race with the intention of utilizing our strength to reach a place that is exceedingly difficult to access, one even the Dragon God could not reach. As for the specifics of that place, my elders have never elaborated. Ultimately, whether the Dragon God succeeded in reaching that location remains a matter of speculation. All I know is that shortly after creating us, the Dragon God departed from here, leaving us to fend for ourselves." As the elderly dragon spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into its tone. Hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively furrowed his brow. If even a being of such unimaginable power as the Dragon God could not venture to that place, one could only surmise the peril it harbored. He found it perplexing how the creation of dragonfolk could possibly aid in reaching such a daunting location. While dragonfolk were indeed a rare species, their strength could hardly compare to the entirety of the dragon race tamed by the Dragon God, nor to other formidable beings. They could scarcely be deemed a viable fighting force. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Bei's mind, and he raised an eyebrow in realization. Could it be that it requires the successful fusion of two distinct bloodlines? The lineage of humans, the lineage of dragons, both are indispensable. Upon contemplating this notion, he was compelled to believe that it might indeed hold true. Apart from this, Lin Bei could fathom no other explanation. Yet, it was merely conjecture, devoid of certainty. Gently shaking his head to suppress the tumultuous thoughts, Lin Bei smiled and responded, "You must have endured considerable hardship over the years." He resolved to momentarily set aside thoughts regarding the Dragon God's motivations for creating the dragonfolk, choosing instead to focus on the tasks at hand. Simultaneously, he internally queried the system, Does my understanding of the dragon folk fall short of the criteria required to complete that hidden task? Almost instantaneously, the system's notification chimed in response. Although the host has indeed acquired a wealth of information pertaining to the dragon folk, it is still insufficient to meet the standards for completing this hidden task. You must seek out additional intelligence related to the dragon folk. Only by thoroughly investigating the secrets surrounding the emergence of the dragon folk can you accomplish this hidden task. Lin Bei was not taken aback. He was well aware that he had yet to fulfill the task. In the past, each time he completed a task, the system would automatically notify him. The reason he posed the question was to ascertain what level of understanding was necessary to achieve this task. After all, it involved the dragon god. The implications had already transformed into something far more significant. It appeared that the system was adamant about compelling him to uncover the entirety of the truth. That cavern must conceal the gravest of secrets. In truth, the information gleaned from the aged dragonfolk moments ago could be considered an unexpected boon. Lin Bei's original intent had solely been to acquire knowledge related to the dragon god. At that moment, the elderly dragonfolk chuckled and remarked, "There's no need to speak of hardship. Though our bloodline bears its flaws, we simultaneously possess the advantages of both humanity and dragonkind, complemented by a third type of lineage. Surviving in this city is relatively straightforward, as long as we remain within the confines of the Eastern District. However," he added, "our range of movement is confined to the diminutive Eastern District, as if the world itself were no larger than this." Though he spoke with a smile, a distinct bitterness permeated his tone. It was evident that the dragonfolk resented this existence, akin to being ensnared in a cage. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei recalled the merfolk of the Western District, the enigmatic denizens of the Central District, the Skywing Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping dwelling beneath the sea. They, too, were ensnared within the same confines. At that moment, he perceived the Misty City as a veritable city of tragedy. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei and the aged dragonfolk pressed onward, their destination being that cavern. There lay the secrets they yearned to uncover. The golden mistblade dragon swiftly ascended above the Eastern District, locating the group of dragonfolk Lin Bei had mentioned. However, it did not reveal itself to their sight. Instead, it plunged into the ethereal mist above, fervently harnessing its power to command the mist to expand northward. Whoosh, whoosh. A vast expanse of gray mist surged away at an astonishing pace. Yet, the sheer volume of the gray mist rendered it impossible for it to dissipate entirely in a short span of time. Achieving clarity in both sky and earth would require a significant duration. Higher up in this region, the Skywing Dragon continued to gaze downward. Naturally, it observed the tumultuous movement of the mist and instantly comprehended the situation. "Oh, is that little one? Why is it the one clearing this mist? Where's that dragonfolk?" At that moment, the Skywing Dragon felt a twinge of bewilderment, unable to grasp the current scenario. How could that person and dragon simply vanish? Nevertheless, it dismissed the thought, muttering, forget it, I can't be bothered with this. As long as I get to witness its synthesis power alongside Aki in the end, that's all that matters. I simply wish to see the failed dragonfolk created by the master." In the next moment, the Skywing Dragon began to flap its enormous wings with vigor, casting a powerful gust of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. With each powerful stroke, it easily stirred up a tempest, causing the mist it touched to surge with increased velocity. However, as the speed of the swirling mist accelerated, the gray mist also became more chaotic, flowing in myriad directions. Instantly, the golden mistblade dragon sensed the abnormal change in the gray mist and promptly lifted its gaze skyward. It was acutely aware of what lay above, and with a hint of displeasure, it vocalized a low growl. Buzz, buzz. Upon hearing the growl of the golden mistblade dragon, the Skywing Dragon abruptly halted, its wings ceasing their powerful flapping. After a moment's pause, it expressed its astonishment. "That little one dares to suggest I'm hindering its efforts, and even instructs me not to meddle." To the golden mistblade dragon, the Skywing Dragon was truly counterproductive. Its intention was to direct the gray mist toward the northern district, providing a continuous supply of mist absorption for its master, rather than merely dispersing the mist. The Skywing Dragon's actions, however, would cause the gray mist to surge in various directions, entirely contrary to the golden mistblade dragon's plans. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, en route to the northern district, could easily discern that the surrounding mist was thickening. He could absorb the gray mist into his being without restraint, untroubled by concerns of whether the gray mist could suffice. That fellow truly has my best interests at heart. Lin Bei continued to absorb copious amounts of gray mist into his body, his mental fortitude steadily strengthening. The effects were remarkably pronounced. After walking for several minutes, Lin Bei's mental acuity had significantly surpassed that of when he first arrived in the Eastern District. Even he could hardly conceive how formidable his mental prowess would become once he had absorbed all the gray mist. As time ticked by, the golden mist-blade dragon finally fulfilled its task, successfully dispersing all the mist hovering over the dragonfolk's dwelling. Buzz! Buzz! It then emitted an exhilarated cry. The resonant dragon call reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of the dragonfolk below within moments. All the dragonfolk raised their heads to gaze at the golden mist-blade dragon above. Simultaneously, as they beheld the golden mist-blade dragon, they naturally caught sight of the skywing dragon at an even greater height. In the next instant, all the dragonfolk knelt upon the ground, too fearful to gaze at the sky. Observing this unified act of reverence from the dragonfolk, the skywing dragon could only sigh in resignation, exclaiming, "Alas! Failed creations are indeed failures. They are even inferior to those mere humans." As it lamented this, it paused for a brief 2 seconds before expressing its thoughts once more. If they were true dragonfolk, why would they need to bow before us? It remained uncertain whether its master ultimately succeeded. The golden mist-blade dragon gazed down at the dragonfolk kneeling below, its large head filled with profound confusion. Buzz! Buzz! Although it could not comprehend the situation, it continued to chant, urging these dragonfolk to rise. Yet, its efforts proved futile. Meanwhile, Sir Lingxian and the others looked up to the sky, naturally spotting the golden mist-blade dragon and the skywing dragon. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the air. Everyone except Sir Lingxian and Rin Ting was terrified by the sight of the skywing dragon. Only Sir Lingxian and Rin Ting focused their attention on the golden mist-blade dragon, knowing it belonged to Lin Bei. At that moment, after a considerable journey, Lin Bei and the elderly dragonfolk successfully arrived at the junction of the East and North districts, easily locating the cave. However, the entrance was secured by an iron gate, intricately engraved with a formation. Clearly, to enter this cave, one must first dispel the formation. Chapter 349, Dispelling the Formation, an Egg. The elderly dragonfolk was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ah? How can there be a formation on the door? The elders never mentioned this. His voice was laden with disbelief, clearly unaware of this matter. This was his first visit to this place. Though he had always known secrets resided here, he had never ventured forth, as it was simply impossible to do so. To arrive here, one must first traverse through layers of mist, and secondly, confront the skywing dragon. After all, this is the boundary between the North and East districts, and half of it belongs to the skywing dragon. For the dragonfolk, such an endeavor was utterly unfeasible. However, Lin Bei felt no surprise. He had anticipated this possibility. It was entirely reasonable. If it is said that this cave conceals secrets about your dragonfolk, then constructing a formation to guard it is only natural. Otherwise, these secrets could be easily unearthed. A secret that is not carefully protected has no right to be called a secret. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the elderly dragonfolk nodded in agreement. You are right. How could secrets be casually uncovered? As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward to the iron gate, beginning to study the formation engraved upon it. The formation was intricate, filled with various complex characters and elaborate patterns. Merely observing it was enough to induce dizziness. After approximately 10 seconds, the elderly dragonfolk conceded defeat, rubbing his head as he returned to Lin Bei's side. This is impossible. This formation is far too complex. I have no idea how to unravel it. He had made an effort. Since the beginning, Lin Bei had been observing the intricate formation carved onto the iron gate. He had little knowledge of formations and did not understand what these symbols and characters represented. However, Lin Bei clearly remembered how effortlessly he had dispelled the formation guarding the skywing dragon. Even though that sealing formation appeared daunting, he merely needed to activate his dragon affinity talent. Without the dragon lineage talent, dispelling that formation would be significantly more challenging than the one before him. The difference in size between the two formations was indeed staggering. Since these formations were left by the dragon god, could the method to dispel them be similar? The likelihood of this was indeed substantial. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bei prepared to give it a try. After all, there was no harm in attempting. In the next moment, he stepped forward, quickly reaching the iron gate, extending a hand to press firmly against it. At that moment, the elderly dragonfolk looked at Lin Bei, his gaze filled with confusion. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to push open this door? An iron gate with a formation cannot be opened by sheer force. He thought this because Lin Bei's actions did not seem like those of someone attempting to dispel a formation. Dispelling a formation requires a series of complex operations. The elderly dragonfolk was somewhat knowledgeable about matters related to dispelling formations, as his elders had mentioned them before. Ignoring the elderly dragonfolk, Lin Bei focused entirely on activating his talent, channeling its power to his arm. This process took approximately 3 seconds. Just as he gathered the power of his talent into his palm, The formation inscribed on the iron gate suddenly illuminated with a faint glow. However, this light was weak, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Simultaneously, a powerful suction force erupted from the formation, fervently drawing in Lin Bei's talent. Seeing this, he continued to channel his talent, meticulously controlling it to flow into his arm. Every bit of talent that reached Lin Bei's arm was absorbed by the formation. As the amount of talent being absorbed increased, the emitted glow became ever more radiant. Furthermore, some of the simpler symbols and characters began to merge with the light. Phew! In that moment, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "It seems my deduction was correct. As long as the formation left by the dragon god on this island can be unraveled using dragon affinity talent." Upon confirming this, a wave of intense confusion surged within him, leading him to mutter again, "But why would the dragon god do this?" The formation guarding the Skywing dragon was one matter, as it was not particularly significant. However, this formation, which clearly harbored secrets, could also be dispelled in the same manner. Lin Bei was baffled. He truly could not comprehend. Yet, he was certain that the dragon god had a purpose in choosing this method. Meanwhile, the elderly dragon folk stood astonished, completely unprepared for such a revelation. He began to doubt his elders. Why did they deceive me? Dispelling the formation is clearly not as troublesome as they claimed. I was old enough then, and there was no need to frighten me. At the same time, in the East District, where the dragon folk resided, buzz, buzz, the golden mist-blade dragon continued to chant, urging the dragon folk below to rise. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, the dragon folk remained unresponsive, trembling as they knelt in submission. Not a single dragon folk dared to raise their gaze to the sky, not even a glance. Gazing at the dragon folk below, the golden mist-blade dragon was overwhelmed with agitation. Although it did not recognize these dragon folk, it could sense a kinship resonating within their very essence, akin to its own bloodline. Thus, the golden mist-blade dragon was reluctant to witness them in such a state. Buzz, buzz, the resonant dragon roars reverberated through the heavens. Listening to the incessant roars echoing in the air, the skyfeather dragon could no longer bear to watch. Hush, hush, little one, cease your calls. No matter how you summon them, they shall remain prostrate. Even if you were to cry your voice hoarse, it would yield no fruit. Only that ancient dragon folk, who has lived for eons, may manage to rise. Upon hearing these words, the golden mist-blade dragon fell silent, lifting its gaze towards the skyfeather dragon. Buzz, buzz. It emitted a soft hum, inquiring about the reason behind this predicament. The skyfeather dragon, shaking its head in resignation, glanced at the kneeling dragon folk below and spoke in a tone laden with complexity. This is their flaw. From the very day their lineage emerged, an irremediable defect has existed. As long as this flaw remains, they shall continue in this manner. Therefore, your efforts shall be in vain. After absorbing the skyfeather dragon's words, the golden mist-blade dragon lapsed into silence, its thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. After fixating on the dragon folk below for several moments, the skyfeather dragon gradually withdrew its gaze and addressed the golden mist-blade dragon. Let the mist surge forth. Only when they cannot perceive you and me, nor sense our essence, will they revert to their former selves. There exists no other recourse. 3 seconds later, the golden mist-blade dragon stirred, commanding the surrounding mist to swirl beneath itself and the skyfeather dragon. The two dragons were soon enveloped, severing their connection with the world below. Subsequently, the skyfeather dragon flapped its wings, ascending with the golden mist-blade dragon into the skies. It was not until 30 seconds had elapsed, after the two dragons had vanished, that the kneeling dragon folk finally resumed their normal state. One by one, they hastily rose from the ground, instinctively gazing up at the gray mist above. Could that truly be a dragon? It is far mightier than I had imagined. What an odd stroke of luck today. Not only have we encountered genuine humans, but also a true dragon. Alas, our bloodline is impure. The dragon folk's relaxation mirrored that of the onlookers, who, upon seeing the skyfeather dragon, began to pray fervently within, hoping that this dragon would not be a foe. From a mere glance, one could ascertain that the skyfeather dragon exuded an aura of formidable power. Is that grand dragon escorting the youngling? It seemed as if the elder dragon was imparting some knowledge to the little one. Among the gathered humans and dragon folk, only Silexian and Renting shared a moment of mutual confusion, their gazes locking. If I am not mistaken, that dragon belongs to Lin Bei, does it not? Indeed. It is brother Lin Bei's dragon. How curious that Lin Bei's dragon would be seen in the company of that one. I have no idea. But brother Lin Bei should know. Is he not also in the Eastern District? Silexian could not help but muse. Lin Bei always manages to engage in the most peculiar affairs. Time passed, and 10 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 10 minutes, Lin Bei had been diligently engaged in the same task, the inherent affinity of his draconic lineage having been significantly depleted. The prolonged strain of 10 minutes had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Meanwhile, the radiant light emanating from the magical array on the iron door had grown to such brilliance that it could easily blind any onlooker. The intricate symbols and inscriptions were now reduced to but a fraction of their former complexity. Lin Bei and the aged dragonfolk had long since closed their eyes. Even they could not withstand the intensity of the light. After an additional 5 minutes of high-intensity exertion, the dazzling brilliance began to wane. When the light dimmed to a manageable level, Lin Bei opened his eyes and beheld the iron door before him. At that moment, the door bore no trace of the magical array, having transformed into an ordinary iron door. Dissolving this array was no simple feat. It proved far more challenging than unraveling the seal of the Skyfeather Dragon. Though it had demanded considerable effort, Lin Bei harbored no discontent. He understood that the greater the difficulty in dismantling the array, the more profound the secrets hidden within this cavern would be. The investment was merely a precursor to reaping greater rewards. At this juncture, the aged dragonfolk also opened his eyes, gazing at the now unadorned iron door. An overwhelming surge of excitement flooded his being. Who? The breath of the dragonfolk grew heavy, their draconic eyes alight with anticipation. It has succeeded. Soon, I shall uncover the secret behind the creation of our dragonfolk. All that remained was to await the complete dissipation of the light. Lin Bei settled onto the ground. Eyes closed, recuperating. He was weary. Such intense exertion was inherently exhausting. Just then, the Skyfeather Dragon, stationed high in the air with the golden mist-blade dragon, suddenly turned its gaze towards the direction of the cavern, astonishment evident in its eyes. What is this? The magical array of the cavern has been undone? That is a place where even we have not ventured. It had never anticipated that the array at the juncture of the eastern and northern districts would be so unexpectedly dispelled. Moments later, the Skyfeather Dragon deduced the cause. It must be him. He is the only one I can think of. No, I must go and see. I yearn to uncover the secrets that my master has concealed within that cavern. In the next instant, it flapped its wings with renewed vigor, swiftly soaring towards the cavern's location. Before departing, the Skyfeather Dragon called out, "Little one, I am off to seek your master. If you wish to join, hasten to my back." As soon as the words left its lips, its speed intensified significantly. Upon hearing this, the golden mistblade dragon hurriedly complied, swiftly alighting upon the back of the Skyfeather Dragon. Just as Lin Bei was nearly restored to his former state, the light upon the iron door dissipated entirely, revealing its original form. The aged dragonfolk did not immediately push the door open. Despite his eagerness to enter, he resisted the impulse. This door should be pushed open by you. The array was dissolved by Lin Bei, and thus, the door should naturally be opened by him. In the next moment, Lin Bei rose to his feet and took several strides towards the iron gate, harboring a fervent hope that the secrets within would not disappoint him. As his words resonated in the air, he extended his hands and forcefully pushed against the door. Bang! The iron gate swung open with a resounding thud, revealing the mysteries that lay within. Almost instantaneously, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the interior of the cavern. The first sight to meet his eyes was a sizable collection of eggs, each standing at half his height, their colors a disarray. There were a total of 10 eggs, 9 of which bore cracks and holes, while only 1 remained intact. Chapter 350, Hatching Eggs? This was merely the initial discovery made by Lin Bei and the aged dragon man. Aside from the 9 damaged eggs and the 1 perfect specimen, there were other items scattered throughout the cave. After a few moments of scrutinizing the 10 eggs, Lin Bei reluctantly diverted his gaze, suppressing the impulse to reach out and touch the intact egg. Instead, he meticulously observed his surroundings. The walls of the cavern were adorned with 2 rows of glowing orbs, their light dim yet sufficient to illuminate the chamber's contents. In the next moment, Lin Bei's eyes were drawn to the sight of several decayed, withered corpses, their forms indistinguishable from a distance. Some lay sprawled on the ground, while others leaned against the walls. Corpses. What could possibly account for such remains in this cavern? He promptly unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the entire cave in its embrace. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at a startling revelation. There were precisely 9 corpses. As he uttered this thought, his gaze shifted back to the 9 damaged eggs, and he found himself murmuring softly, "The number of those damaged eggs also amounts to 9. Is this mere coincidence?" Upon contemplating this, Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence, his brows knitting together. After a few seconds, he vigorously shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. No, it cannot be a coincidence. These 9 corpses are undoubtedly linked to those eggs. They very well could have hatched from them. This was the only reasonable explanation that Lin Bei could conjure. Phew. Unbeknownst to him, his breathing had grown considerably labored. Although this was merely a conjecture, Lin Bei had come to confirm that a great secret resided within this cavern. This place was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the aged dragon man remained oblivious to the surrounding circumstances, his entire focus fixated upon the eggs. After a second, he approached one of the damaged eggs and began to examine it with great seriousness. He was not a stranger to such things. After all, dragon men are birthed from eggs. After scrutinizing the egg for several moments, the aged dragon man voiced his confusion based on the current state of this egg. It should have hatched many years ago. Moreover, I sense an aura emanating from this egg that resonates closely with my own. Could it be a dragon man's egg? At the utterance of the aged dragon man's words, Lin Bei's eyes widened in surprise. A thought struck him. If he was not mistaken, then the 9 corpses must all be dragon men. As soon as he had finished his thought, Lin Bei took a step forward, moving towards the nearest corpse. After traversing a few paces, he arrived beside the body. This corpse lay on the ground, its form riddled with decay, revealing deep white bones in several areas. From a distance, Lin Bei had been unable to discern the specific features of this corpse, as the meager light from the glowing orbs failed to illuminate the remains. However, upon drawing closer, he was able to clearly see the shape of the corpse. Its overall outline bore a resemblance to that of a human, yet its body was cloaked in a layer of hard scales, with claws extending from where hands should be, and similarly clawed feet. Additionally, atop the skull were 2 branched horns, and its mouth was lined with sharp teeth, accompanied by long, flowing whiskers. A tail, equally covered in scales, extended behind it. Despite the corpse's state of decay, these characteristics were unmistakable. A dragon man. It truly was a dragon man. Through these distinctive features, Lin Bei could make an accurate judgment. The first corpse was indeed that of a dragon man. Having confirmed the identity of the first corpse, Lin Bei did not halt his investigation. Instead, he continued to observe, seeking any further distinguishing traits. The dragon men dwelling in this cavern should differ from those in the Eastern District. They had hatched from those eggs. This was a crucial detail. If they were merely ordinary dragon men, it would be unlikely for them to reside in such a cavern. However, after dedicating a full 3 minutes to his examination, Lin Bei found not a single trait indicative of any other species on this dragon man's corpse. The only characteristics he could identify were those belonging to both human and dragon. Gulp. There was nothing amiss. He must be a true dragon man. Unavoidably, Lin Bei swallowed hard, filled with disbelief. In this long-sealed cavern, there existed a genuine dragon man. Furthermore, a dragon man who had perished many years ago. Next, Lin Bei moved to the side of another corpse, meticulously inspecting it. He could not ascertain whether the first dragon man was simply a coincidence. Soon, he completed his examination of the second corpse, confirming that it too was a true dragon man. Then came the third, followed by the fourth. Ultimately, Lin Bei examined all 9 corpses, arriving at his final conclusion. All 9 bodies present in this place were indeed true dragon men. Their bodies displayed only characteristics belonging to humans and dragons, entirely distinct from the dragon men of the Eastern District. The current situation had exceeded his expectations. Originally, Lin Bei had anticipated uncovering the secrets behind the creation of the dragon men by the dragon god within the cavern. However, he had never imagined that he would stumble upon 9 dragon man corpses, true dragon men, possessing pure bloodlines. After standing beside the 9th dragon man corpse for a considerable time, Lin Bei finally came to accept this astonishing reality. The next moment, he turned his gaze towards the aged dragon man, who was still engrossed in his study of the eggs, and called out in a tone laden with complexity. Now is not the time for you to be examining the eggs. You had better take a look at the 9 corpses surrounding us. It is precisely the form you have longed to achieve in your dreams. Upon hearing this, the aged dragon man was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly comprehend Lin Bei's words. In the next instant, he dashed towards the nearest corpse with fervor. While Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the only intact dragon man egg, within this egg lies the last remaining dragon man. Simultaneously, the sky feather dragon, carrying the golden mist blade dragon, soared through the skies with unparalleled swiftness. As it flew, it dispelled vast swathes of mist. Keeping a vigilant eye on the direction of the cave, it had only known that its master had constructed a cave there, inscribed with a magical array at the entrance, which the master frequented for months on end. After a particularly joyous emergence from the cave, the master never returned. Shortly thereafter, the Kuanpeng and the sea which had provoked the master, who imposed severe punishment upon them, leaving the weaker me and the frail Aki to guard this place. Not long after, the master departed, never to return. Yet, throughout that interminable period, the master never uttered a word regarding the cave. Undoubtedly, this cave holds immense significance. With this thought, the sky feather dragon abruptly halted and gazed intently towards the north for an extended duration. After a while, it resumed speaking. Before, when the door remained shut, I harbored no thoughts. But now that the magical array has been lifted, I must see what my master left behind. Surely, it contains something of great importance. With that declaration, the sky feather dragon flapped its wings with renewed vigor, accelerating to an astounding speed that surpassed its previous records. The velocity was terrifying. Even the golden mist blade dragon, perched on its back, struggled to endure such rapid movement. After 10 seconds of gazing at the sole remaining egg, Lin Bei could no longer restrain himself and gently reached out to touch the Dragon Man egg. Due to his affinity with the Dragon Clan, an unusual sensation surged within him upon contact with the egg. There existed a faint life force within the Dragon Man egg. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! As the host has made contact with the world's only Dragon Man egg, a hidden task has been successfully activated. The host must collaborate with their dragons to take turns incubating this Dragon Man egg. Upon successful hatching, the Dragon Man within the egg will automatically regard the host as its father, and the host will receive corresponding rewards. Friendly reminder to the host. Although the Dragon Man can eventually hatch without special incubation, those born under such circumstances will possess weak vitality and limited lifespan. The 9 dragon men who perished in this cave were born in such a manner, hence their demise within these walls. Upon receiving this hidden task from the system, Lin Bei stood in shock. What? What is this? Collaborate with those dragons to incubate the Dragon Man egg? And be regarded as a father by the Dragon Man within? What kind of absurd task is this? Having possessed the system for so long, this was the first time he encountered such a quest. Immediately, Lin Bei inquired of the system. System, are you certain the task is for me to incubate this egg? Am I required to sit on this egg like a hen? The image of a man brooding over an egg was almost too surreal to fathom. The host is overthinking. Incubation, as defined by this system, does not require you to perch upon the Dragon Man egg. You merely need to remain beside the egg and occasionally impart some innate power into it. As for your dragons, they are to lie directly upon the egg to facilitate its incubation. Upon hearing this clarification from the system, Lin Bei exhaled in relief. While the task of incubating the Dragon Man egg could not be evaded, at least he would not have to assume the position of a brooding hen. Very well. Let the incubation commence. As he uttered these words, he summoned the Holy White Dragon and adjusted its size to a suitable scale. Little White, go and incubate that egg. The newly summoned Holy White Dragon, which had yet to unleash a dragon's roar, froze momentarily. Instinctively, it turned to gaze at the sole intact egg. Buzz. As it scrutinized the pristine Dragon Man egg, the Holy White Dragon emitted a dragon's roar imbued with confusion. It hesitated to accept its master's command. Incubate an egg? Is that not the duty of a female dragon? At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. What are you dawdling for? Hurry. You are about to become a father, so why not accrue some experience beforehand? He had summoned the Holy White Dragon first for this very reason. The celestial dragon of the wind spirit had already fallen victim to the Holy White Dragon's mischief, and soon, a hatchling would emerge. Hearing his master's words, the Holy White Dragon, despite its reluctance, ultimately complied and settled atop the Dragon Man egg, reluctantly commencing the incubation process. Meanwhile, Lin Bei continued to explore the cave. The Dragon Man egg and the Dragon Man corpses were merely fragments of what lay within the cave. As for the aged Dragon Man, he remained transfixed before the Dragon Man corpse, staring blankly at the flawless figure, muttering softly, Dragon. Dragon Man. A flawless, perfect Dragon Man. Even with the appearance of the Holy White Dragon, he exhibited no reaction, as if he had lost all sense of perception. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at a stone table, upon which lay numerous dust-covered wooden planks crafted from a peculiar type of wood. Faint inscriptions were discernible upon the planks. With a gentle breath, he blew away the dust from one, revealing the text beneath. Lin Bei immediately focused on one of the planks, which read, 272nd attempt, failure. Next, he examined another, 465th attempt, failure. Upon the various wooden plaques, the inscriptions were largely uniform. The 447th attempt, failure. The 888th attempt, failure. The 1024th attempt, failure. Lin Bei incessantly flipped through one plaque after another, swiftly perusing the words inscribed upon them. He spent a full 5 minutes here, examining at least several hundred plaques. Yet, every single plaque he scrutinized concluded with the same 2 words, failure. Without exception. Finally, he halted, a frown creasing his brow as he surveyed these plaques. All failures. The Dragon God has undoubtedly faced over 1,000 failures. Lin Bei had already deduced the meaning of these failures in his heart. The moment he encountered the word failure on the first plaque, he grasped what these failures referred to. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei vigorously shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Clearly, to create a true Dragon Man, the Dragon God has expended tremendous effort. It was evident that since these plaques appeared within this cavern, The inscriptions of failure signified the unsuccessful attempts at creating a genuine Dragon Man. The tally represented the number of failures. After all, this cavern existed solely due to the Dragon Man. Standing solemnly before the table for several seconds, Lin Bei turned to gaze at the egg, which was currently undergoing the hatching process of the Holy White Dragon. No, something is amiss. If all attempts ended in failure, then what of these Dragon Men? The Dragon Men have indeed been created. He had witnessed them with his own eyes and would not question this fact. Something must have gone awry, even with all his might devoted to pondering. Lin Bei could only conceive of one possibility. Could it be a matter of timing? Just as the Dragon God was on the verge of successfully creating a Dragon Man, he departed due to some insurmountable circumstance, and upon leaving, he never returned. This would explain why the plaques were inscribed solely with failures. Moreover, due to the Dragon God's absence, coupled with the existence of the magical barrier at the iron door, the Dragon Men, upon breaking free from their shells, were unable to escape, ultimately perishing within this cavern. After contemplating this possibility, Lin Bei was largely convinced of its validity. He could think of no alternative. Otherwise, why would the Dragon God, who painstakingly endeavored to create the Dragon Men over 1,000 times, engage in actions contrary to his original intent? Moments later, he resumed his exploration of the cavern, seeking other new clues. Although he did uncover a few items, they were of little significance, merely various tools required during the process of creating Dragon Men. These items held little utility for Lin Bei, and he merely collected them without wasting time on their examination. It was only upon reaching the end of the cavern that Lin Bei made some truly novel discoveries. At the terminus stood a wall, marred by numerous scratches. It resembled the chaotic scrawls of someone venting their frustrations. Amidst the intertwining scratches, he could barely discern some words. Instinctively, he began to read aloud the words he could make out. Persevere. To reach the other side, one must persist. Only by creating a true Dragon Man can one reach that other side. No, do not give up. Must succeed. The only legible phrases Lin Bei could glean from the scarred wall were these few. Despite their brevity, the depth of information they contained was substantial. Gradually, he withdrew his gaze from the wall covered in scratches. Softly murmuring to himself, it can be inferred that the Dragon God's purpose in creating these Dragon Men is to reach a place known as the other side. The other side is crucial, so vital that the Dragon God continually compelled himself to persevere. Each time he contemplated giving up, he would use this notion to motivate himself. At this juncture, Lin Bei halted. Present in his mind was but a singular question. Where is this other side? Why must one create a true Dragon Man to reach this so-called other side? It eluded him. Lin Bei could not comprehend. He had never heard of any place referred to as the other side. Meanwhile, after flying at full speed for a considerable time, the Sky Feather Dragon, accompanied by the Golden Mist Blade Dragon, arrived at the junction of the East and North Districts. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, it descended to the ground. At that very moment, the elderly Dragon Man, who had been in a stupor before the remains of a true Dragon Man, instinctively knelt upon the earth. When a twinge of pain registered in his knee, he regained a modicum of reason. Dragon Men. These are the true Dragon Men. They are the masterpieces of the Dragon God. Compared to the genuine Dragon Men, we, the impure Dragon Men, resemble mere failures birthed before the masterpiece came to fruition. In that instant, the elderly Dragon Man abruptly recognized the reality. The Dragon Men residing in the East District were not masterpieces at all. The true masterpiece is a Dragon Man possessing two pure bloodlines, unmarred by any defect. Moments later, the Sky Feather Dragon turned its gaze toward the gaping iron door, its already large eyes widening further, fixating intently on the entrance. Indeed, this door has been opened. Moreover, the two of them have entered inside. Initially, upon realizing this, it contemplated entering the cavern as well. However, upon reaching the entrance, the Sky Feather Dragon suddenly realized that its massive form could not possibly fit inside. Sometimes, being too large is a disadvantage. One simply cannot enter. With a resigned sigh, it lowered its colossal head, pressing it closely to the ground, straining to peer into the cavern. Upon doing so, the Sky Feather Dragon beheld the Holy White Dragon, who was helplessly attempting to hatch atop the Dragon Man egg. Instantly, it was rendered speechless, even after enduring such a long existence. The Sky Feather Dragon had never witnessed such a jarring sight. A male dragon was hatching an egg? How disgraceful! If it were in my position, I would never engage in such an act. Coincidentally, the Golden Mist Blade Dragon, having dismounted from the Sky Feather Dragon, also caught sight of the Holy White Dragon incubating the egg. Buzz! Buzz! It immediately became exhilarated, flying over while emitting a cacophony of mocking roars. Clearly, the Golden Mist Blade Dragon shared similar sentiments with the Sky Feather Dragon. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, the Holy White Dragon turned toward the Golden Mist Blade Dragon. Unperturbed by its ridicule, and casually responded with a melodic hum. Buzz. The essence conveyed through the dragon's roar is quite straightforward. It implies that your turn will inevitably come. The golden mist blade dragon was suddenly taken aback, a foreboding feeling swelling within. At the same time, Lin Bei, who had been deep in thought, snapped back to attention upon hearing the dragon's call. Instinctively, he glanced toward the cave's entrance, where he beheld the golden mist blade dragon alongside the sky feather dragon. It is she. It appears that the only avenue for breakthrough lies with the remnants of the dragon god. In Lin Bei's perspective, since the sky feather dragon, along with the mermaid empress and the Kuanpung, had been tamed by the dragon god and had accompanied him to this island, it is highly likely that they are privy to everything. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped out from the depths of the cave, gradually approaching the sky feather dragon. He intended to extract the truth from her. Simultaneously, the sky feather dragon turned her gaze toward Lin Bei, locking eyes with him. In an instant, she deduced that he seemed to have a question for her. If all goes as anticipated, it pertains to the dragon people. Should I answer him? Upon realizing this, the sky feather dragon began to ponder her course of action. Ultimately, she resignedly shook her head and murmured to herself, though certain matters remain uncertain. Considering his ability to synthesize and summon the infernal fire dragon, I shall divulge everything he wishes to know, even though I already have an answer in my heart. It is prudent not to make any hasty conclusions until I have verified everything. Before long, Lin Bei emerged from the cave. The moment he did, he posed his question, what does your master refer to as the other side? Why is it that the presence of dragon people is essential to reach this place called the other side? Intentionally, Lin Bei refrained from mentioning the dragon god, feigning ignorance of his existence. He did not wish to expose his knowledge of the dragon god before the sky feather dragon, as it could jeopardize his future actions. The sky feather dragon was not surprised by Lin Bei's inquiry. She had already anticipated it. The most significant secret concerning the dragon people is indeed the other side. With a deep breath, she raised her head and replied to the question. As for where the other side is, I, too, am unaware. Not only do I not know, but even my master may not be certain, for we have never ventured to the other side. As she spoke these words, a look of disappointment washed over her countenance, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued. Nonetheless, I can tell you where this side is. At this, Lin Bei eagerly pressed. Where is it? Whether regarding this side or the other side, he was open to knowing either, for both ends were undoubtedly interconnected. To know the location of this side meant knowing the whereabouts of the other side. Although these two ends might be connected, they could be entirely different. Akin to a door, one side of the door could lead to paradise, while the other might plunge into the depths of hell. In this moment, the sky feather dragon's expression grew exceedingly solemn, her dragon eyes sharpening. This side lies at the deepest depths of the abyss of fallen gods. The gravity of her tone, as she uttered the name abyss of fallen gods, was laden with significance. Upon hearing those words, Lin Bei's pupils involuntarily contracted. The abyss of fallen gods. He had encountered this place once more. The realization struck him that this side resided at the very depths of the abyss of fallen gods. He could not help but recall Lu Ying, who, upon merely approaching the fringes of the abyss of fallen gods, had faced such horrific consequences. To maintain his sanity and ensure he posed no threat to others, he had no choice but to confine himself within the heavenly mountain prison. And that was merely at the edge. If one were to delve deeper into the abyss of fallen gods, the repercussions would undoubtedly be far graver. The deeper one goes, the more terrifying it becomes, not to mention the very depths of the abyss of fallen gods. It is worth noting that even the formidable Lu Ying could only linger at the periphery for a brief moment. Had he ventured even an inch further, he might not have survived to this day. Swallowing hard, Lin Bei turned to the sky feather dragon and asked, "Is that place truly accessible?" At the very least, he lacked the confidence to reach such a destination. The sky feather dragon nodded emphatically, responding with certainty, "Indeed, but the difficulty is immense. Even our master would require a significant cost to reach the deepest part of the abyss of fallen gods. It is the most perilous place in this world." Just the thought of the depths of the abyss of fallen gods sent shivers through her. It is not a realm where life can endure. Following this, Lin Bei fell into silence. He dared not imagine what the other side, connected to the abyss of fallen gods, might entail. Even the dragon god, who sought to venture into the deepest part of the abyss of fallen gods, must expend tremendous resources. Others, be they human or beast, would likely find it utterly impossible to reach that place. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Bei resumed speaking. Then why is the presence of the dragon people necessary? Even with the knowledge of where the other side lies, I still struggle to comprehend this connection. How could the journey from this side of the abyss of fallen gods to the other side hinge upon the dragon people? Are they truly so extraordinary? In the next instant, The sky feather dragon's gaze fell upon the egg within the cave. The moment she first laid eyes on it, she recognized its significance. At the depths of the abyss of fallen gods lies a black vortex. To activate this vortex, one must employ both dragon's blood and human blood, blood that must be perfectly compatible at 100%. Upon hearing the sky feather dragon's words, Lin Bei found himself once again enveloped in silence. Though he had gleaned only a fragment of understanding regarding the abyss of fallen gods from her words, he could sense the gravity and complexity of the situation. The connection between this side and the other side is a black vortex. To open this vortex, one must utilize dragon's blood and human blood with perfect compatibility. No wonder the dragon god endeavored so fiercely to create the dragon people. The ultimate goal was merely to access the other side. Only those who possess both the bloodline of dragons and humans, the dragon men, can achieve a perfect compatibility between these two bloodlines. Now, Lin Bei has uncovered the truths he sought. Furthermore, he has gained a wealth of additional knowledge, much of which he would not encounter in the immediate future. Yet, this newfound understanding has also birthed a plethora of inquiries, some of which remain tantalizingly out of reach. The seeds of curiosity have been sown deep within his heart. With a deep, steadying breath, Lin Bei sought to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Although the information he possessed was still limited, he was certain of one thing. The other side held immense significance for the dragon god, an importance beyond imagination. His curiosity regarding that other realm intensified. What mysteries lay within? What kind of world could prompt the enigmatic and formidable dragon god to act in such an obsessive manner? As Lin Bei pondered the nature of this other side, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has thoroughly investigated all matters pertaining to the dragon men and successfully completed the hidden task. Corresponding rewards have been distributed. The host may access them at any time. The sudden notification jolted Lin Bei back to reality. He set aside thoughts of the other side and the abyss of fallen gods, eager to discover the rewards bestowed by this hidden task. Yet, before he could delve into them, the system chimed once more. Ding! The host has gained a certain understanding of the dragon god, successfully advancing the unique task to a significant degree, thus meeting the criteria for receiving partial rewards. Corresponding rewards have been distributed. The host may access them at any time. This second notification brought Lin Bei delightful surprise, far exceeding his expectations. Oh, progress on the unique task as well. What a fortuitous turn of events. He prepared to ascertain the nature of his rewards, 2 in total, one for the hidden task and the other for the unique task. Surely, they would be nothing short of exceptional. However, before he could take a look, the system's notification resounded for a third time. Ding! The host now possesses knowledge regarding the abyss of fallen gods, along with insights about both this side and the other side, and feels an unprecedented curiosity about them. So what are you waiting for? Please explore the abyss of fallen gods as extensively as your capabilities allow, until you reach its deepest depths. Completing this task will yield extraordinarily generous rewards. Among them, information about the other side. As the final notification faded, Lin Bei promptly addressed the system. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If so, please do so all at once. His enthusiasm had been interrupted twice, and he felt quite vexed. Quickly, the system responded for the 4th time. Nothing more. The host may proceed as desired. At this moment, Lin Bei accessed the system space, examining the items stored within. There was an abundance, a dragon egg, various synthesis materials, some weapons, and the 2 rewards just acquired. Both rewards appeared promising. The first was a gift package obtained from the hidden task, while the second was a sphere of floating golden light, a reward for progressing in the unique task. What could this golden light be? A reward related to the dragon god. Yet it manifested as mere light? He was perplexed. This reward was undoubtedly peculiar. He had never encountered anything like it before. System, could you provide an explanation? What is this task reward? In the next moment, the system's voice chimed again. An exceptional item, a particularly valuable entity. The host should simply merge this sphere of light with themselves. This explanation left Lin Bei even more bewildered. A valuable item? Meanwhile, the Voidwing Dragon, having answered all questions, focused entirely on Lin Bei. It noticed that he wore a strange expression, as if astonished by something. Was it really that shocking? He had merely heard some tales of the abyss of fallen gods. Why such an exaggerated reaction, when their master had personally guided them to the deepest part of the abyss? He had not displayed such a response. Youth, after all, often carries a certain naivete, due to the sheer coincidence. The Voidwing Dragon instinctively assumed Lin Bei was overwhelmed by its words. It could understand this reaction, given the connection to the abyss of fallen gods. Subsequently, it ignored Lin Bei, directing its gaze towards the egg being incubated by the holy white dragon. Surely, the master, who had emerged with a beaming smile, was connected to these eggs. If all went well, this could very well be a genuine Dragon Man egg. The Void-Winged Dragon, knowing its master well, could surmise this connection. Beyond that, it could not fathom any other reason that would elicit such unrestrained joy from the Dragon God, who had dedicated himself to studying Dragon Men. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained oblivious to the Void-Winged Dragon's thoughts. At this moment, all his focus was on the sphere of golden light. After overcoming his initial shock, Lin Bei found himself deeply intrigued by this golden glow. What made it so exceptional? Though the system could be somewhat unreliable at times, it would not jest about such matters. He had never truly been led astray by it. If the system deemed it a good item, it was bound to be worthwhile. After all, this golden sphere was obtained from the unique task, which was intrinsically linked to the Dragon God. Enough pondering, action was required. He resolved to utilize it immediately. The instant he made this decision, Lin Bei entered into a void, simultaneously drawing forth the golden light. He did not wish for the Void-Winged Dragon to witness this significant event, as it was not truly his dragon. In the next moment, the newly extracted golden sphere rapidly transformed into hundreds of golden streams, surging violently into Lin Bei's body. He could distinctly feel a formidable power emerging within him as these golden streams flowed in. It was immensely potent. From this power, Lin Bei sensed two terrifying auras. One was unmistakably that of a dragon, while the other remained elusive, but he recognized it as overwhelmingly strong. Moreover, the influx of golden radiance into Lin Bei's body intensified, causing the power residing within him to grow ever more formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a duration of 10 seconds, all the golden light had fully entered Lin Bei's being. Every part of his body was saturated with that potent energy. This sensation was truly extraordinary. I seemed to be undergoing some transformation, becoming stronger. Simultaneously, the Light Heaven Saint White Dragon and the Golden Mist Blade Dragon, who remained within the cave, also experienced the emergence of the identical force within them. It was not just these two. The Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Six-Winged Wind Thunder Dragon, the Sky-Swallowing Demon-Slaying Dragon, the Hybrid Dragon, the Nine-Headed Dragon, and others also exhibited this same powerful energy. Even the Palm Dragon was not exempt. This formidable power appeared to emanate from Lin Bei as the epicenter, radiating to every dragon under his command. In an instant, Lin Bei became acutely aware of this, and he hastily exclaimed, "What is happening? This power has even influenced the others?" At this realization, Lin Bei felt a twinge of panic. However, upon sensing the feedback from his beloved dragons, he quickly set his mind at ease. Each dragon communicated that this sensation was rather pleasant. Indeed, as the system had suggested, this golden orb was a remarkable boon. Although he remained uncertain of the specific benefits it might confer, the reality could not be altered. At the very least, it brought comfort to his dragons. Meanwhile, in the main city, a resounding thud echoed. Thud. The irritable rotund figure approached a building and pounded vehemently on the door, the sound of his knocking resonating loudly. "Open the door. Hurry up. I have matters to discuss with you." His tone was brusque, perfectly mirroring his appearance. After approximately 3 seconds, a voice responded, "Why are you banging so hard? Are you trying to show off your strength? How infuriating. How dare your strength surpass mine? What gives you the right to possess such power?" As the words fell, the firmly shut door swung open, revealing a woman with triangular eyes and a face dotted with blemishes. She regarded the irate, rotund figure with a gaze brimming with jealousy, her countenance reflecting great discontent. "What do you want? Why have you come to find me? Is it to flaunt your strength?" Upon hearing the triangular-eyed woman's words, veins bulged on the forehead of the irate figure, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes, clearly indicating his escalating fury. Thud. He forcefully struck the adjacent wall, causing several cracks to appear along with a 10-centimeter deep dent. "Shut up. Be quiet and listen to me." Yet, the triangular-eyed woman showed no signs of quieting down. Instead, she fixated on the arm he used to strike the wall. At that moment, her jealousy intensified, and she chirped once more. "Indeed. You have come to flaunt your strength. You scoundrel, you absolute scoundrel. What is so impressive about being strong? One day, I will surpass you. You infuriate me, coming here to show off." The incessant chattering from the triangular-eyed woman only fueled the rotund figure's anger further. Thud, thud. He continued to pummel the wall, each blow accompanied by furious roars. "Ah, shut up. You need to be quiet. Can't you hear me?" However, the more he struck and yelled, the more jealousy bubbled within the triangular-eyed woman, and her incessant prattling only grew louder. The two of them were utterly incapable of coexisting peacefully. No, it was not merely that they could not coexist. Rather, no mist people could coexist harmoniously with the triangular-eyed woman. Any display of superiority would incite her frenzied jealousy, whether it be gluttony or greed. It would inevitably attract her envy. After being stirred by the triangular-eyed woman, The irate figure lost sight of his original purpose for coming, consumed entirely by his rage. A full 10 minutes passed before the formidable power within Lin Bei dissipated. Simultaneously, the fierce energies within his beloved dragons also vanished. Everything returned to its normal state. Lin Bei did not immediately depart from the void. Instead, he began to examine the changes within his body. However, after thorough inspection, he found no discernible alterations. Both his physical prowess and mental acuity remained as they had been. At that moment, Lin Bei was perplexed. The sensation he had experienced earlier was undeniably real. Yet why was there no tangible change? Ultimately, he could only reach out to the system once more. System, I require an explanation. What benefits arise from absorbing that golden orb? Just as Lin Bei's words fell, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Host. You need only to quietly utter the words Dragon God power to wield the strength you have just acquired. Upon integrating the golden orb, you have obtained a fragment of the Dragon God's power. This power is an enhancement to your defenses. Upon activation, it will significantly bolster your dragon's defensive capabilities. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Lin Bei stood frozen in place. What? I have actually acquired the power of the Dragon God. He could hardly fathom that the force which had manifested within him was indeed a portion of the Dragon God's essence. After remaining in stunned silence for a considerable time, Lin Bei finally accepted this reality. He then took a deep breath and inwardly inquired of the system. System, how is it that I have been granted the power of the Dragon God? This point eludes my understanding. Chapter 353, Calamity, Cloud Dragon, Oasis Dragon. Though he had never laid eyes on the Dragon God, through conversations with others, dragonfolk, and dragons alike, Lin Bei had gleaned the immense strength of the Dragon God. Hence, he found it difficult to accept this situation. The system could actually bestow upon him a fragment of the Dragon God's power? It seemed utterly ludicrous. After all, it was the Dragon God, an entity of unparalleled strength and unfathomable mystery. He merely engaged in a conversation and gleaned some vital information, only to be rewarded with a portion of the Dragon God's power. This was more alarming than receiving something for nothing. Yet the system remained unresponsive, as if it had not heard Lin Bei's inquiries. Silence. It maintained its silence. After waiting for a full minute without receiving any response, Lin Bei spoke once more. System, there is no need to feign silence. This matter is of utmost importance, and I genuinely wish to know. If it were any other reward, he would not be this insistent. However, this time the reward was inexplicably linked to the Dragon God, emanating an aura of mystery both inside and out. It was truly imperative to uncover the truth behind it. Moreover, Lin Bei was acutely aware that his system was not a mere cold entity operating strictly according to predefined protocols, but rather a being endowed with its own thoughts and emotions. This was abundantly clear from his previous experiences. Yet, he had not given it much contemplation until today, when he learned of the existence of the Dragon God and subsequently acquired powers belonging to the Dragon God. It was then that Lin Bei began to ponder this matter earnestly. He felt an intense urgency to comprehend the situation, perhaps noticing Lin Bei's fervent curiosity. The system finally broke its silence. Since the host wishes to know about this matter, this system shall divulge some information accordingly. Firstly, the reason why the power of the Dragon God can be awarded to the host is that this system possesses comprehensive knowledge about the Dragon God and has coexisted with it for many years. After the Dragon God's demise, this system extracted a portion of its power, including the defensive enhancement recently granted to the host. Secondly, as the host acquires more information related to the Dragon God, this system will bestow upon the host additional powers belonging to the Dragon God. With the host's increasing knowledge, the host will be able to obtain ever more of the Dragon God's strength. Lastly, the host's successful integration of the Dragon God's power is due to your inherently unique nature. Were it another individual, they would be incapable of such a feat. Host, do you have any further questions? The system articulated these revelations in a tone that was remarkably indifferent, akin to reciting a passage from a text. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei fell into deep contemplation. His mind raced, analyzing the information he had received. The first and second points articulated by the system were easily comprehensible to Lin Bei. However, the third point eluded his understanding. Was his ability to merge with the Dragon God's power because he was a unique being? If it were someone else, they would not be able to achieve this. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalled numerous prior occurrences. The Azure Dragon beneath Nanshan City, the Sky Feather Dragon, and the Mermaid Empress here. The Starflame Dragon he had summoned before, all exhibited certain abnormalities. When piecing these observations together, the truth seemed to surface. In the next moment, Lin Bei's eyes widened slightly, and his expression turned considerably more serious as he inwardly questioned the system. System, could it be that I am the Dragon God? This was the only possibility that he could conceive. Otherwise, many events remained inexplicable. This time, the system did not remain silent, but responded swiftly. Host. The dragon god possesses the bloodlines of both divinity and draconic heritage, whereas the host only possesses human blood. These are three fundamentally distinct bloodlines. The essence of the dragon god is that of dragon and deity, whereas the essence of the host is that of humanity. There exists a profound difference between the two. This system trusts that the host can comprehend this distinction. As for whether the host is the dragon god, I believe you already have an inkling. The system's response shattered Lin Bei's speculation. Although it did not provide a definitive answer, all responses indicated this truth. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet his mind was now inundated with further questions. If he was not the dragon god, how could these occurrences be explained? It was utterly confounding. Approximately a minute passed before the system's slightly weary prompt echoed. Ding. If the host has no further matters, this system shall take its leave to rest. After granting the host the power of the dragon god, this system is quite fatigued. Farewell. Lin Bei's contemplation was abruptly interrupted. Subsequently, he refrained from pursuing further thoughts, choosing instead to harbor these uncertainties within. For he understood all too well that even if he racked his brain, he would struggle to derive a reasonable explanation. A minute later, Lin Bei adjusted his state to normal and proceeded to activate the rewards obtained through the hidden quest. Ding! Hidden quest reward package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for receiving the hidden reward, a random dragon species extraction opportunity. Guaranteed rare dragon species. Congratulations, host, for receiving the hidden reward, a random dragon species extraction opportunity. Guaranteed rare dragon species. Congratulations, host, for receiving the hidden reward, a double enhancement opportunity for mental power. The rewards contained within the package were precisely 3 in number, neither more nor less, yet all were exceptional. 2 chances to extract young dragons. And the dragons drawn would undoubtedly be rare species. Rare dragons are significantly stronger than ordinary ones. Furthermore, there was an opportunity for a double enhancement of mental power. In a certain sense, this double enhancement of mental power was an even more valuable reward than 2 chances to extract rare dragons. Lin Bei was thoroughly pleased with the 3 rewards and could not help but exclaim with a smile. 2 chances for rare dragon extraction? Quite splendid. But what truly excites me is the double enhancement of mental power. He couldn't help but envision how powerful his mental faculties would become once he amassed other unique forms of mental power, and subsequently absorbed all the mental power belonging to the sea which immerse into himself. Just the thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. However, that was a matter for another time. Lin Bei quickly reined in his thoughts and commanded, System, initiate a double draw. In the next instant, the system's slightly fatigued prompt resonated. Ding. Random dragon species extraction in progress. Random dragon species extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Through these 2 extraction opportunities, you have received the following rewards. Oasis Dragon Youngling. Calamity Cloud Dragon Youngling. The 2 young dragons have been automatically placed into the system space. Despite the system's fatigue, it was still capable of conducting the dragon extraction. Upon hearing this plethora of system notifications, Lin Bei did not immediately focus on what dragons he had drawn, but rather found the system's tone surprisingly unexpected. He could easily discern that the system genuinely felt fatigued. The system was truly exhausted? This had never occurred before. Was it due to granting me the power of the dragon god? Lin Bei had initially assumed that the system was merely avoiding him. Yet, he had not anticipated that the reality was indeed so. The system was genuinely weary. As the 2 young dragons nestled in the system space slumbered, Lin Bei chose not to disturb them. He did not have the luxury of time for such distractions. In the next moment, Lin Bei departed from the void and reappeared in the real world. The moment he appeared, the sky feather dragon sensed something amiss and instinctively turned to gaze at Lin Bei. However, when it beheld him again, the entire dragon stood frozen in place, as if struck dumb by shock. Its enormous eyes were filled with sheer bewilderment. What on earth was happening? It had only been a few minutes since their last encounter, yet now it felt an unmistakable surge of power emanating from him. A power that unmistakably belonged to its master. Had it truly lost its mind in longing for its master? Initially, the sky feather dragon instinctively dismissed this as an illusion, attributing it to its excitement upon seeing the dragonborn egg, leading to a misinterpretation of feelings. Yet, as it regained its composure, that sensation persisted, growing increasingly potent. As if the dragon god had been resurrected, the sky feather dragon was utterly confounded. It could not fathom the reason behind this occurrence. Why had such a phenomenon transpired? The human before it had merely vanished for a few minutes. How could he have gained such power in that brief interval? Surely, this was absurd. Lin Bei, noticing the sky feather dragon's expression of disbelief, felt no inclination to offer explanations. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the dragonborn egg lying beneath the holy white dragon. Hatching this egg would require time, and he was loath to squander it here. Hence, he decided to take the dragonborn egg with him. Given the story shared between the system and the dragon god, along with the mission assigned, this course of action was entirely feasible. Soon, darkness would envelop the sky, and he still had several other forms of spiritual energy to absorb. Lin Bei had much to accomplish. For now, he had merely addressed the matter of the dragonborn. Gradually withdrawing his gaze, Lin Bei turned to the sky feather dragon and calmly stated, "I shall take that egg. I will be responsible for hatching it." He felt it prudent to inform the sky feather dragon of this decision, for it was a former subordinate of the dragon god. Still reeling from the shock, the sky feather dragon instinctively nodded, responding, "All right." It harbored no objections. As long as the dragonborn was ultimately hatched, it mattered little to it. Had another been intent on taking the dragonborn egg, the sky feather dragon would have vehemently opposed it. Yet, facing Lin Bei, it found no desire to contest his decision. In the next moment, Lin Bei approached the dragonborn egg, commencing the infusion of power into it. Only through the combined efforts of the dragon and Lin Bei could this dragonborn egg ultimately be hatched. Time passed, and it was not until dusk approached that he ceased his efforts. Rising slowly, Lin Bei returned the holy white dragon to its designated space. As for the dragonborn egg, he randomly placed it within a dragon's exclusive domain. That unreliable fellow, Ao Ding, unexpectedly managed to accomplish something useful. Not long ago, Lin Bei had received communication from Wen Shui, informing him of Ao Ding's directive to the irritable fat man. Now, he was preparing to head there. A multitude of mist beings would converge, presenting a rare opportunity. Once there, he could significantly enhance his spiritual energy. It was time to set forth. As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Bei sprang into action, accompanied by the sky feather dragon and the golden mist blade dragon, the aged dragonborn. It had long since departed, leaving with a face full of dejection, as though the very foundation of its worldview had been shattered. Meanwhile, within the exclusive space of the sky-eating demon dragon, it gazed in bewilderment at the dragonborn egg before it. Lowering its head, it surveyed its skeletal form scattered with bones. Sinking into profound confusion. How was it to hatch this egg? Buzz, buzz. The sky-eating demon dragon couldn't help but lament. Was it truly a wise choice to be tasked with hatching the dragonborn egg? Yet, its complaints bore no fruit. Ultimately, it lay obediently atop the dragonborn egg, using its hardened bones to warm it. During this time, after thoroughly reprimanding the triangular-eyed woman, the irritable fat man finally managed to sway, no, convince the triangular-eyed mist being. Together with the triangular-eyed woman, whose mouth had been sealed, they set off towards the rendezvous arranged with Ao Ding, eager to witness what would unfold next. On their journey, the irritable fat man and the sealed triangular-eyed woman encountered a haughty young boy, whose demeanor and attitude exuded arrogance. Following yet another amiable exchange, they embarked on their mission together. The irritable fat man swaggered ahead, dragging along the defiant young boy and the triangular-eyed woman, both of whom were now in a rather pitiful state due to their noncompliance. As they walked, he chattered away, "Don't blame me. I usually have a splendid temperament. It's all your fault for not cooperating, prompting me to resort to these little outbursts to bring you along." He felt an unsettling disquiet. Not only had he encountered several outsiders today, but some familiar faces had also vanished. The gluttonous old woman who traded food for umbrellas, the weapon shop owner who barely left her door, the elderly man who schemed to gain from others, and those middle-aged individuals who salivated at the sight of him, all had mysteriously disappeared. Did none of you find this strange? Yet, the irritable fat man received no useful responses. The sealed triangular-eyed woman merely emitted muffled sounds, unable to articulate anything of substance, while the haughty young boy dismissed him with disdain. Chapter 354, Special Spiritual Energy, complete. Despite the lack of effective responses, the irritable fat man continued his soliloquy, clearly indifferent to whether the other mist beings reacted. The reason for bringing along the haughty young boy and the triangular-eyed woman was simply to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Listen well, you two. Unexpected events may arise, and we must support one another. Furthermore, when it comes to food, let us divide it evenly. Don't be greedy, and do not bully others. After some time, the irritable fat man dragged the triangular-eyed woman and the haughty young boy to the location agreed upon with Ao Ding. Upon their arrival, they found many other mist beings already gathered, engaged in casual conversations, and the atmosphere appeared quite normal. Upon reaching their destination, the irritable fat man released the triangular-eyed woman and the haughty young boy. Although they were somewhat disheveled, the haughty young boy stood there proudly, showing no inclination to speak, his expression seemingly declaring himself as the greatest in the world. The triangular-eyed woman, on the other hand, tore off the gag from her mouth and immediately began to chatter at the irritable fat man. What is the big idea? You forcibly dragged us here just to flaunt your strength. What is there to boast about? It's just a bit of muscle. It is profoundly unjust. How is it that you, a mere creature, possess such immense strength, while my own power barely amounts to a fraction of yours? She was not only verbally assailing the irascible rotund figure, but also spared no disdain for the haughty young boy nearby. What is there to be so proud of? Is possessing something remarkable truly commendable? What gives you, a mere child, the audacity to adopt such an arrogant demeanor? Why is it that you all seem superior to me? It is utterly unfair, so very unfair. Even in the face of her tirade, the arrogant boy maintained his haughty demeanor, too disdainful to respond. The irritable rotund man, preoccupied, turned his attention to the dissipating mist ahead. As the fog began to thin, the enticing aroma of various delectable foods wafted forth from within. Gulp. At the moment he caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance, the irascible man instinctively swallowed. In the next instant, he turned to the triangular-eyed woman and exclaimed, "Quiet. There is the scent of delicious food." Yet, the triangular-eyed woman retorted immediately, "What do you mean, quiet? Is having a keen sense of smell something to boast about?" But scarcely had she uttered her protest when she too caught the tantalizing aroma and instinctively fell silent. Indeed, the scent of exquisite cuisine was undeniable. A keen sense of smell was truly remarkable. As the delightful fragrance continued to envelop them, even the expression of the arrogant boy shifted, a rare flicker of curiosity gracing his countenance. All three of them were captivated, let alone the others present. Approximately a minute later, the gray mist in the area completely dissipated, and a voice rang out, "At last, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you all for quite some time. I even closed my establishment to seek you out." The voice unmistakably belonged to Aoding. The irascible man immediately focused on the source of the voice. And soon two figures emerged into view, Aoding and Wenshui. "You truly are a man of your word. Not only have you arrived punctually, but you have also prepared a bountiful feast. It seems you genuinely wish to make our acquaintance." As an outsider, he was surprisingly knowledgeable. While speaking, the irritable man strode toward Aoding, his gaze fixated on the lavish spread of food. The triangular-eyed woman and the arrogant boy, this time without needing a prompt from the irascible man, began to move forward of their own accord, their attention fully absorbed by the unfamiliar delicacies. At that moment, Aoding lowered his voice and inquired of Wenshui, "Are you certain we can survive in this situation? The mist will soon turn black, and there are numerous mist dwellers lurking about. One misstep, and we could meet our demise here." Upon returning to the Misty Inn, he had contemplated many matters and ultimately resolved to shoulder his responsibilities. Hence, when the original plan could not be executed, he chose to accompany Wenshui to this location. Initially, Aoding had intended for Lin Bei to deal with the mist dwellers. However, Lin Bei had been forcefully detained by the merfolk, leaving his fate uncertain. Thus, he had to delegate the task to Wenshui. When Aoding posed his question, Wenshui merely nodded with a calm demeanor, replying, "Rest assured, not only will we survive, but we will also resolve everything." Having said this, he fell silent. After conveying Aoding's plan to Lin Bei, Wenshui, following Lin Bei's instructions, intentionally revealed his ability to control the mist, seeking a justification to leave the Misty Inn. He understood that Lin Bei wished to teleport directly to his side upon reaching their destination. Aoding's arrival was merely incidental, yet inconsequential. Lin Bei had shown no concern regarding it. To him, Aoding's presence was irrelevant. Wenshui observed the irritable man and the other peculiar mist dwellers, excitement shimmering in his eyes. There is no mistake. They are all unique. His enthusiasm surged as he realized the targets had appeared simultaneously. Immediately, Wenshui mentally contacted Lin Bei, "I have arrived. And the targets are in place. 3 unique mist dwellers and many ordinary ones." In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice echoed in his mind, "Prepare yourselves. I will teleport over. Remember, do not disclose this matter." Just as the communication was severed, Wenshui relinquished his control over the mist, allowing it to surge forth unchecked. Soon, Aoding, Wenshui, and the feast were engulfed by the mist. At that moment, Lin Bei turned to the nearby Kong Yulong and decisively stated, "I shall take my leave first. Await me in the main city." Without waiting for Kong Yulong to respond, he withdrew the golden mist blade dragon and activated the teleportation function, abruptly vanishing before Kong Yulong's eyes. Kong Yulong gazed at the now absent Lin Bei, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What an impatient fellow. It seems he has a method to reach his destination swiftly. I cannot afford to waste any more time. I must hasten to catch up. He could surmise that Lin Bei's urgency was related to the sea witch's psychic influence. With a swift flap of his wings, Kong Yulong propelled himself toward the main city. Meanwhile, the trio of unique mist dwellers, led by the irascible man, continued their rapid advance. the gap between them and their destination narrowing to mere meters. Just a few steps further, and they would breach the mist threshold. However, at that moment, the skies darkened entirely. The surrounding gray mist transformed into an ominous black, and the mist dwellers around them underwent a dramatic change. Indeed, the irascible, fierce rotund man, the jealousy-ridden triangular-eyed woman, and the arrogant boy, who dismissed everything around him, all experienced a profound metamorphosis. Bam! Bam! The irascible man charged into the surrounding mist with frenzied abandon, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the mist dwellers. Each swing of his massive fists felled several of them. Die! All of you die! I will eradicate every last one of you. The triangular-eyed woman similarly glared at the mist dwellers with venomous resentment, her tone laced with irritation as she proclaimed, "Why do you all possess your own unique traits? I refuse to accept this. I must seize your attributes. They belong to me alone." The arrogant boy, meanwhile, gazed upwards, entirely dismissive of his surroundings, yet he continuously waved his arms, dispersing the encroaching black mist. Just a mere cloud of black mist? What right do you have to linger beside me? Begone. At this moment, the deficiencies of these three mist dwellers manifested in full force. The other figures, similarly transformed into dark mist beings, had become the prey of these three mist entities. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was teleported beside Wen Shu, enveloped within the black fog of the main urban area. Night had fallen. Perfect. After uttering this, he cast his gaze towards Wen Shu, and at that very moment, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted, effortlessly locating Ao Ding's presence. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei waved his arm, commanding the surrounding gray fog to encircle Ao Ding, plunging him into a realm of darkness. However, Ao Ding was merely shrouded in the black mist. All the mist creatures within it were absorbed into Lin Bei's body, augmenting his own mental strength. This was done because Lin Bei wished to conceal his forthcoming actions from Ao Ding. That was a secret. Outsiders were unworthy of witnessing it. After signaling Wen Shu to remain in place for his safety, Lin Bei stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh. As he advanced, a torrent of black mist swirled around him, flooding into his being. His already formidable mental strength was rapidly intensifying. Buzz. Moreover, Lin Bei summoned the golden mist blade dragon, instructing it to confront those mist beings. In mere seconds, he traversed the dense black fog and arrived beside the arrogant young boy, fixing his indifferent gaze upon him. Almost instantaneously, the haughty boy noticed Lin Bei's arrival. Though he looked up, being merely a child of around 1 meter tall, upon seeing Lin Bei, he maintained his defiant posture and reprimanded with an air of superiority. "Foreigner, leave this city. You do not belong here. You outsiders are nothing but disgusting flies." Faced with this arrogant boy, Lin Bei instinctively felt a surge of annoyance. Arrogance. Allowing the enemy to become conceited, dismissing others? Perhaps it had its merits. Whoosh. He directly harnessed his mist power, absorbing the haughty boy into his own being. The boy transformed into vast clouds of black mist, surging into Lin Bei's body. Once again, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of his mental strength soaring. While absorbing the arrogant boy, Lin Bei did not remain idle. He had already locked onto his next target, the triangular-eyed woman. After taking several steps, he approached her. The triangular-eyed woman also turned to face Lin Bei, her jealousy intensifying and her expression twisting into one of venomous rage. "Why? Why do you outsiders possess so many superior qualities compared to me? No, I will not allow this. These things should all belong to me." As her words fell, the intensely jealous triangular-eyed woman charged at Lin Bei with a furious yell. Lin Bei, his brows tightly knitted, did not hesitate to unleash a powerful slap while once again activating his mist power. Crack! The triangular-eyed woman was sent crashing to the ground, transforming into billowing clouds of mist that flooded into Lin Bei. Such overwhelming jealousy. Merely gazing at me incited such a level of envy, provoking the enemy to lose their rationality through jealousy? Quite effective. With those thoughts, he prepared to seek the final special mist being. Buzz. Suddenly, the jubilant roar of the golden mist blade dragon echoed, signaling its defeat of a special mist entity. Lin Bei immediately hurried to the location of the golden mist blade dragon. Soon, he arrived beside the dragon, which had captured the irritable fat man. The fat man shouted in rage, attempting to escape, but found himself utterly powerless against the dragon's ability to control mist, lacking any means of resistance. "Damn it. Let me go. Otherwise, I'll smash your dragon head." Moments later, the irritable fat man was firmly squeezed by the golden mist blade dragon, subsequently transforming into vast clouds of black mist, absorbed into Lin Bei's being. Lin Bei stood still, eyes closed, absorbing the black mist. Given the sheer volume he was absorbing at once, the speed of absorption was somewhat affected. However, this did not dampen Lin Bei's spirits. After several minutes, he finally opened his eyes. As his eyes fluttered open, the surrounding black mist entered his body. In that moment, Lin Bei smiled. At last, the 7 types of special mental powers were complete. Chapter 355, The Synthesis of the Palm Dragon. The powers of gluttony, sloth, lust, greed, pride, envy, and wrath. These were the 7 special mental powers Lin Bei now possessed. Each of these unique powers held immense potential, applicable against both foes and allies. With the acquisition of these 7 special mental powers, Lin Bei's strength would see a significant enhancement. What excited him the most was not merely the amplification of his mental power, but the prospect of synthesizing these 7 special mental powers with the already extraordinary Palm Dragon. The thought alone was exhilarating. The Palm Dragon, infused with 7 special mental powers, would possess an astonishing level of might beyond comprehension. Moreover, Lin Bei intended to combine it with another synthesis material akin to these 7 special mental powers. This endeavor had proven worthwhile. No, it was not just worthwhile. It was a tremendous gain. Indeed, for him, this venture into the Mist City was a resounding success. Not only had he acquired these 7 special mental powers, but he had also exponentially strengthened his mental prowess. Along with gaining insights into matters related to the Dragon God and obtaining a fragment of the Dragon God's power, among other rewards. To call it a profitable venture was an understatement. It is essential to note that the adventure in the Mist City was not yet over. With further rewards waiting for Lin Bei, he was well aware of what he would obtain. Whoosh! After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Bei adjusted his state to normal. It is time to synthesize with the Palm Dragon. He eagerly anticipated the synthesis of the Palm Dragon. A strong intuition told Lin Bei that the synthesized Palm Dragon might become the most formidable dragon to date. The strength he referred to was in terms of capability. Just then, soaring through the skies, Kong and the dragon arrived above the main urban area. Observing the small patch of black mist below, it called out loudly, "Hey, what is the situation?" Upon hearing the voice of the Sky Feather Dragon, Lin Bei lifted his gaze towards the heavens, locking eyes with the majestic creature. Though Lin Bei remained silent, the Sky Feather Dragon comprehended the unspoken words immediately. It was evident that he had amassed all of the Sea Witch Queen's unique psychic energies. This realization ignited a surge of exhilaration within the dragon. The success of this endeavor implied that the process of synthesis could commence at any moment. With each passing second, the dragon's breaths grew heavier, its enormous eyes brimming with anticipation. Witnessing Lin Bei's synthesis prowess would confirm a significant truth. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei raised a hand, gesturing toward the direction of the southern district, indicating his intention to proceed there. Observing this, the Sky Feather Dragon nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the next instant, Lin Bei activated the teleportation ability shared with his subordinate, establishing a connection with Lu Ying. Then, he vanished from sight. A mere second later, Lin Bei materialized in the southern district. At the moment of his arrival, the previously frightened Lu Ying, alongside the composed Mermaid Empress, turned their gazes simultaneously towards him. The Mermaid Empress spoke forth immediately, her tone laced with tension and anticipation. "Has that fellow gathered all the psychic energies?" Lin Bei nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed." As he spoke, he unleashed the 7 distinct psychic energies, skillfully guiding them toward the Mermaid Empress. In an instant, the 7 energies enveloped her completely. The Mermaid Empress made no attempt to resist, surrendering herself to the embrace of the familiar psychic forces. As she savored the sensation of these well-known energies, she remarked, "The powers of gluttony, sloth, lust, greed, pride, envy, and wrath. These are the 7 unique psychic energies possessed by that individual. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would witness these 7 powers manifesting within a single entity. You have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune." Her tone was complex, imbued with both nostalgia and surprise. At this juncture, Lin Bei interjected with a smile. "The only thing lacking now are your specific powers." His implication was clear. He sought the waters of the 7-colored lake. These waters were the second essential material for the synthesis of the Heart Dragon, an incredibly vital component. Meanwhile, witnessing the familiar scenario unfold once more, the Sky Feather Dragon remained unperturbed. It flapped its grand wings and hastily sped toward the southern district, not daring to squander even a second. It feared that the Mermaid Empress might compel Lin Bei to utilize his synthesis abilities, thereby causing it to miss a critical opportunity. Understanding the Mermaid Empress well, the Sky Feather Dragon recognized the possibility of such an occurrence. Left behind were only Wen Shui and Ao Ding. At that moment, Ao Ding remained ensnared within the black mist. Wen Shui found himself at a loss for what to do. Was this truly the end? What should we do now? Just then, Lin Bei's voice echoed in his mind. Disperse the mist surrounding Ao Ding and return to the Misty Inn together. Tomorrow, we shall depart. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei's voice faded away, leaving Wen Shuai with newfound clarity regarding his course of action. In the next moment, he turned to Ao Ding, who was still enveloped in the black mist, and summoned all his strength to wield his power over the fog. 3 seconds later, Ao Ding returned to normal. The black mist dissipated around him. Instantly, he scanned his surroundings, concern etched across his face as he summoned every ounce of his strength. However, Ao Ding was startled to discover that all the black mist had vanished, along with the misty beings. The reality was utterly contrary to his expectations. Everything had returned to normal. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Ao Ding turned to Wen Shuai, his voice filled with disbelief. So, you are truly this strong? I am quite taken aback. To think you could eliminate so many mist creatures in such a short span of time. This seems to surpass even Lin Bei's prowess. Having been encircled by the dense black mist moments prior, he had no knowledge of what had transpired and could only speculate based on his subjective perception. Though he found this revelation astonishing, Ao Ding had no choice but to accept this reality, as he was aware that Wen Shuai was the sole other individual present. There could be no other explanation. Upon hearing Ao Ding's words, Wen Shuai couldn't help but feel a slight twitch, his mind swirling with a complex mix of emotions. Ao Ding was oblivious to the truth of the situation, yet Wen Shuai was acutely aware. He had witnessed everything unfold with his own eyes. However, he would not foolishly divulge the details. Instead, he swiftly made a prudent decision. Indeed, I am truly formidable. Since Ao Ding had already formed a misconception, Wen Shuai decided to let it persist. After all, it would not cause any detrimental effects. Meanwhile, in the southern district, the mermaid empress gracefully waved her delicate arms, commanding the vibrant waters of the seven-colored lake that flanked her. The waters surged violently, as if poised to unleash a tempest. 3 seconds later, 7 distinct pools of colored water erupted from various regions, swiftly converging before Lin Bei. The 7 pools arrived almost simultaneously, merging seamlessly into a singular, radiant mass of multicolored water. At that moment, the mermaid empress's voice rang out once more. The energies contained within these 7 pools are far more potent than those found in other similarly colored waters, and they are exponentially more concentrated. Since you intend to utilize my powers as synthesis materials, then make use of the strongest essence. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, fixing her gaze upon Lin Bei and inquiring, are you prepared to synthesize now? If so, I shall save my explanations for later. If not, I can introduce you to my powers. In response, Lin Bei shook his head, not yet. We shall wait for the sky feather dragon to arrive. He could not disregard its presence. With both essential materials for synthesis already secured, the sky feather dragon would arrive shortly, and he was in no rush to synthesize prematurely. The mermaid empress was not taken aback by his response. She merely nodded in agreement and remarked, very well. Allow me to introduce you to my powers. In truth, my abilities stand in stark contrast to that individual's. Each power is fundamentally incompatible with hers. She possesses the power of gluttony, while I wield the power of temperance. She embodies the force of lethargy, whereas I embody the vigor of diligence. She is endowed with the power of lust, while I possess the strength of serenity. She holds the power of greed, and I embrace the virtue of contentment. She exudes the force of arrogance, while I am graced with the quality of humility. She is fueled by jealousy, and I am enriched by the gift of appreciation. She channels the energy of wrath, whereas I maintain the power of tranquility. In a certain sense, we are indeed each other's nemesis. She is a siren, and I am a mermaid. Her powers lean towards the sinister and the negative, while mine gravitate towards the benevolent and the positive. Gluttony, lethargy, lust, greed, arrogance, jealousy, and wrath. These are her 7 powers. Temperance, diligence, serenity, contentment, humility, appreciation, and tranquility. These are my 7 powers. A total of 14 distinct abilities. 7 of these capabilities can lead one to righteousness, diligence, contentment, humility, and tranquility. Conversely, 7 can lead one astray, gluttony, lethargy, greed, and wrath. It can be said that these abilities are all extreme in nature. When employed wisely, they can achieve remarkable feats. They could even dictate the fate of an individual or an entire city. If one wishes to uplift, then uplift one shall. If one desires to diminish, then diminish one shall. If one wishes for an entire city to succumb to fury, then that city shall indeed fall into anger. Conversely, if one desires the inhabitants of a city to toil diligently, then they shall indeed strive with fervor. This can only be described as formidable. In fact, it is astonishingly powerful. Lin Bei's breath quickened uncontrollably, and an overwhelming excitement surged within him. Upon learning the specific abilities of the mermaid empress, his anticipation for the amalgamated heart dragon intensified. The heart dragon inherently possesses the ability to govern the emotions of humans and other beings. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all lie within its dominion. It can compel one to weep, and one must weep. It can incite laughter, and one must laugh. It can provoke anger, and one must seethe. It can evoke joy, and one must rejoice. With such an ability, and further augmented by the 14 powers of the Mermaid Empress and the Siren Queen, he could truly master the hearts, spirits, thoughts, and ideas of others. The heart dragon is a perfect match for these 14 powers. At last, moments later, the aerokinetic dragon arrived at the scene with all its might. Thud! The instant it touched the ground, it hastily turned to Lin Bei, sensing that the synthesis had yet to commence. The aerokinetic dragon released a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Quickly, let us begin." I can hardly contain my eagerness. It cared little for what kind of dragon Lin Bei would ultimately create. It simply yearned to witness the synthesis of Lin Bei's powers. As the aerokinetic dragon spoke, the Mermaid Empress chimed in, "Indeed, this foolish dragon has arrived. We can commence." Lang stood by, too intimidated to interject. Observing the urgency of the Mermaid Empress and the aerokinetic dragon, Lin Bei could only smile wryly. Then, he glanced at Lang, contemplating for 2 seconds before speaking again. All right. For Lin Bei, Lang had become a truly trustworthy individual, hence he had no intention of dismissing him. If he was one of their own, knowing was of little consequence, as the possibility of betrayal was non-existent. The next moment, Lin Bei extended a hand forward, and the palm-sized heart dragon materialized within his grasp. Simultaneously, Lin Bei unleashed a torrent of mental energy, enveloping the heart dragon. Among this mental energy were the 7 special types. He manipulated a cluster of mental energy to imprint his soul's mark upon the waters of the 7-colored lake. System. Activate the synthesis function. The synthesis materials are as follows. Heart dragon. My 7 special mental energies. The 7-colored lake water bearing my soul's mark. Synthesize using these 3 materials. Whoosh. The instant his words fell, a cascade of golden light enveloped the 3 synthesis materials. Soon, the wrapping was complete. The heart dragon glimmered in golden radiance. The 7-colored lake water shimmered in gold, and even the vast expanse of surrounding mental energy was similarly cloaked in golden light. Chapter 356. He is the Master. Moments later, the 3 clusters of golden light fused into one, forming a larger orb of golden brilliance. The central region of the 7-colored lake was completely illuminated in gold. Lin Bei and the aerokinetic dragon, who remained in this area, were also rendered more sacred by the golden glow. At this moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. The synthesis has officially commenced. All that remained was to wait. Await the completion of the synthesis. Lin Bei gazed at the grand mass of golden light ahead, his excitement and anticipation swelling ever stronger. He understood that it would not be long before the synthesized heart dragon would reveal itself. I hope it does not disappoint me. At the very least, it must be worthy of the effort I have invested during this time. Moments later, Lin Bei sat upon the ground, intently watching the golden orb as he awaited the synthesis's conclusion. Behind him stood Lang. This was Lang's first encounter with a dragon synthesis, and he was utterly astounded, gazing in awe at the magnificent light. Although he himself had undergone a synthesis once, he was still overwhelmed by the grandeur of this dragon's synthesis. Compared to the synthesis Mr. Lin performed on the dragon, my own experience was utterly trivial. This dragon is synthesizing with that wondrous lake and Mr. Lin's mental energy? Were I in its place, I would not endure even for a few seconds. Instinctively, Lang felt that if he were to replace the heart dragon, he would perish within moments. The other materials might be manageable, but those related to mental energy posed a considerable challenge. Simultaneously, Lin Bei sensed Lang's thoughts and, without turning around, spoke. What? Do you also desire these 14 powers? At the instant his words fell, Lang first nodded, then shook his head. I want them, but I dare not covet them. Even without your prompting, Mr. Lin, I am aware that I am not yet worthy. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts, for there was no need to. Lin Bei nodded gently, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Do not rush. When your circumstances align, I shall naturally bestow this power upon you. In his view, Lang was worthy of cultivation, and thus granting him such power was a worthy endeavor. However, when it came time for Lang to undergo synthesis, it would not be possible for him to amalgamate all 14 powers at once. Upon hearing this, Lang's excitement ignited. He yearned to enhance his spiritual power at this very moment, striving to reach the standards required for synthesis at the earliest opportunity. Simultaneously, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress were intently observing the radiant golden orb. Their demeanor was peculiarly tranquil, markedly more subdued than before the synthesis commenced. The two pairs of enormous eyes remained fixated on the golden light, unblinking for a prolonged duration, filled with an inscrutable significance. Unconsciously, the breaths of both the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress grew heavier and more rapid, akin to the exhilaration of winning a grand prize. After a full minute of staring at the magnificent golden glow, the Mermaid Empress reluctantly withdrew her gaze. In the next instant, she waved her pristine arm, commanding the surrounding lake waters to surge forth. The seven-colored waters swiftly filled the space between them, effectively isolating Lin Bei and Lu Ying on the other side. This barrier not only obstructed their line of sight, but also muffled the sounds, creating the illusion of existing in two disparate realms. Consequently, the Sky Feather Dragon, no longer able to see the golden radiance, began to regain a semblance of normalcy. It quickly turned to the Mermaid Empress, bewildered, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I was just getting into the moment." In response, the Mermaid Empress shot the Sky Feather Dragon a fierce glare, then deliberately lowered her voice. Adopting a serious tone as she stated, "What is your opinion regarding his synthesis ability?" Upon uttering these words, she fixed her solemn gaze upon the Sky Feather Dragon, clearly indicating the gravity of the question. In an instant, the Sky Feather Dragon became serious, refraining from any trivial inquiries. Drawing a deep breath, it opened its jaws wide and, in a grave tone, replied, "It is identical. It mirrors the master's synthesis ability perfectly. In the past, when our master performed synthesis, he would first select the materials and channel his synthesis power towards them. Subsequently, the chosen materials would be enveloped by a grayish light. After a few moments, the two gray orbs would merge into one. All that remained was to wait a day for the synthesis to conclude. Whether it resulted in success or failure depended on the materials used. Although the current manifestation is a golden orb, the aura emanating from it is indistinguishable from that of the master during his synthesis. If I were to close my eyes, I would likely believe it was the master conducting synthesis." The Sky Feather Dragon held a vivid recollection of its master's synthesis abilities, a matter of utmost importance it would never forget, even unto death. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei's synthesis power, the Sky Feather Dragon was unable to contain its astonishment. Upon hearing the Sky Feather Dragon's words, the Mermaid Empress nodded vigorously, eagerly taking over the conversation. "I share your thoughts entirely. His synthesis power, aside from being stronger than the master's and differing in color, is fundamentally identical. The process and outcome should also be the same. We cannot discern any differences." At this point, she abruptly halted, furrowing her brow in contemplation for several seconds before continuing. "Do you think he could be the master? The reincarnation of our master?" At this moment, the notion took a strong hold in the Mermaid Empress's mind. No matter how she attempted to dismiss it, she could not rid herself of the thought. The Sky Feather Dragon fell silent for nearly a minute before responding. "Actually, I had already entertained that hypothesis. He resembles the master far too closely. The synthesis power he exhibits now, coupled with the Inferno Dragon he summoned before, seems to affirm this fact. Even the Inferno Dragon calls him master. You and I both know the nature of the Inferno Dragon. It would never casually acknowledge another master. The mere fact that it recognizes him as master warrants serious consideration." Although the Sky Feather Dragon had previously harbored suspicions, it had been unable to confirm the truth, which is why it had remained unspoken. It had intended to verify its hypothesis through Lin Bei's demonstration of his synthesis capability. Now, with the Mermaid Empress prompting the inquiry, the Sky Feather Dragon felt compelled to share its thoughts. Upon hearing the Sky Feather Dragon's assertion, the Mermaid Empress began to form a tentative conclusion in her mind. Yet she dared not be too certain. Despite all signs pointing to this conclusion, just then, the Sky Feather Dragon's voice rang out once more. "By the way, during the brief time I spent with him earlier, something particularly astonishing occurred. Even now, I find it hard to accept." At this juncture, the Sky Feather Dragon had intended to tease the Mermaid Empress, waiting for her to inquire further, but upon seeing her eyes filled with menace, it abandoned that notion and continued, "I sense the master's power within him. If I recall correctly, that power pertains to the master's defensive augmentation ability." In the next moment, the Mermaid Empress was left utterly astounded, even her speech faltering as she stammered, "The master's defensive augmentation ability? Are you certain you aren't mistaken? This is no trivial matter." Her reaction stemmed from the understanding of the significance of such a revelation. If this power had manifested in Lin Bei, it would fundamentally indicate one critical truth. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that this power had not existed within Lin Bei previously. How could one so suddenly possess such a crucial and familiar strength? The Sky Feather Dragon regarded the Mermaid Empress with utmost seriousness, reflecting on the events that had transpired, and earnestly declared, "You must know that I would not jest about such matters. It is indeed strange. He previously lacked this power. Yet after spending a brief moment in the void, he reappeared possessing it. During that interval, I noticed nothing amiss. It was as if he had inexplicably awakened a new power. Following this revelation, both the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon fell into silence, each harboring a burgeoning answer within their minds. Meanwhile, in the central city, Ao Ding and Wen Shuai returned to the Misty Lodge, while Si Lingxian and the others also returned in the afternoon, along with the members of the Ugly Alliance. Upon returning to the Misty Inn, they all felt considerably more relaxed. Presently, the only living souls outside the Misty Inn were Lin Bei and Lu Ying. Observing the crowd gathered in the hall, Ao Ding fell silent for a moment before solemnly addressing everyone. There is no need for concern. Just now, Wen Shuai eliminated the majority of the Mist people, and tomorrow the Mists will become significantly safer. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we shall replicate today's actions and thoroughly investigate both the southern and northern districts. We cannot afford to squander any more time. We must act collectively. As long as Wen Shuai is with us, we will not be hindered by the Mists. He had already concluded that the recent events were orchestrated by Wen Shuai himself. Standing calmly beside Ao Ding, Wen Shuai exhibited no signs of distress. At that moment, someone spoke up. Lord Ao Ding, what of the others? Surely there are still several missing. Many had noticed the peculiar circumstances. Compared to yesterday, numerous individuals were absent today, including 2 who possessed the ability to control the mists. In their stead were those unqualified to reside in the inn. Upon hearing this, Ao Ding's expression stiffened, and he spoke with a wry smile. It is likely that they have perished in the Western District. Those from the Yu family were all slaughtered by the merfolk. Lin Bei was forcibly detained by a group of merfolk, and Lu Ying rushed in to save him. It has been quite some time now, and the outcome does not bode well. Everyone, remember, absolutely do not venture into the Western District, for that group of merfolk is perilous. A gasp escaped the lips of most, as fear of the Western District took root within them. However, Si Lingxian and Ren Ting exchanged strange glances, their expressions filled with skepticism as they looked at the Sea Sovereign Ao Ding. They could not believe that Lin Bei was dead. Moreover, the 2 were well aware that Yu Xingyao and his companions had perished at Lin Bei's hands. Ren Ting glanced at Si Lingxian and quietly asked, "What are Brother Lin Bei and Brother Lu Ying doing? Do they not intend to return today?" Si Lingxian shook her head, choosing not to answer, for she too was uncertain about Lin Bei's whereabouts. Nevertheless, Si Lingxian was convinced that Lin Bei was engaged in something of great significance. After a prolonged silence, the Merfolk Empress's expression grew resolute. "Accept the reality. He is the reincarnation of our master. Otherwise, how could there be so many suspicious occurrences? He possesses the power of synthesis, summoned the Inferno Dragon, and wields a fragment of our master's strength." She had already embraced this truth. The Sky Feather Dragon nodded its massive head vigorously. "Indeed, this is the only plausible explanation. He is the rebirth of our master." However, even he remains oblivious to this fact. Clearly, it too had accepted this revelation. In the next moment, the Merfolk Empress continued, "Regardless of whether the master is aware of this, we must fulfill our responsibilities. What if he remembers everything and holds us accountable? Who will bear the burden? You or I?" The Sky Feather Dragon found this reasoning compelling. "You speak wisely. I concur." A minute later, the waters of the Rainbow Lake surged, and the Sky Feather Dragon and the Merfolk Empress once again beheld Lin Bei. In that instant, their gazes towards him transformed, imbued with respect, excitement, and fervor. Yet Lin Bei remained oblivious to it all, fixated solely on the golden orb before him. Crack! At that moment, a fissure appeared upon the golden orb. Chapter 357, Heart Dragon, Synthesis Successful. The instant the fissure manifested, exhilaration surged within Lin Bei's eyes. His breath quickened, revealing the excitement bubbling within him. At last, not only Lin Bei, but even Lu Ying, who stood beside him, was profoundly affected, eagerly gazing at the golden orb. Is it nearing completion? He could hardly wait to witness the heart dragon synthesized from those 14 powers. Crack, crack. As seconds ticked by, more and more fissures emerged, accompanied by the sounds of objects cracking. Soon, the golden orb was riddled with cracks, too numerous to count. The Sky Feather Dragon and the Merfolk Empress turned their attention to the fissured golden orb. The final step has arrived. Once the orb dissipates, the dragon shall emerge. It would not be long before the ultimate result was revealed. Crack, crack. As time passed, an increasing number of cracks surfaced. Eventually, the golden orb could no longer sustain the multitude of fissures and began to fragment, scattering piece by piece into the surrounding space. Initially, only a small portion of the orb disintegrated. After a few seconds, all fragments began to scatter, resembling a golden snowstorm. Upon touching the ground, the shards of the golden orb transformed into countless sparkling particles of light. It appeared beautiful and resplendent. Amidst the cascading golden fragments, a small silhouette could be faintly discerned. Clearly, that was the synthesized heart dragon. Just then, a system prompt echoed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful synthesis. As the notification chimed, the expansive area once occupied by the golden orb completely vanished, restoring the surroundings to their original state, as if the golden orb had never existed. The synthesized heart dragon materialized in the space ahead. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bei, Ying, the sky feather dragon, and the merfolk empress all gazed upon the heart dragon. The synthesized heart dragon remained quite small, only the size of a palm, resembling a miniature dragon, its entire body of vivid crimson hue, akin to blood. From a distance, the heart dragon appeared to be a beating heart. Its eyes were peculiar. One eye was black, filled with the 7 powers of the sea witch, embodying negative energy. The other eye was white, suffused with the 7 powers of the merfolk empress, radiating positive energy. The dragon's horns mirrored this duality, one black and one white. Although the synthesized heart dragon was not visually striking, the power emanating from it was extraordinary. Having absorbed 14 unique powers from the merfolk empress and the sea witch, combined with its inherent ability to manipulate emotions, it now formed a perfect amalgamation. Should an individual fall victim to this power, they would instantly descend into madness. It was an indescribable sensation. When one should laugh while crying, express anger while laughing, maintain composure in moments of rage, and succumb to lethargy during calmness. A cycle of contradictions unfolds. The sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress gazed intently at the synthesized heart palm dragon, their large eyes remaining unblinking for an extended period. They had unequivocally confirmed their innermost thoughts. Chapter 358, The Dispelled Array. The Kunping regains freedom. In the next moment, the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress exchanged glances, each perceiving the same understanding reflected in the other's eyes. Clearly, they had reached a profound consensus at that moment. With a deep breath, the sky feather dragon spoke, its voice imbued with palpable excitement. We succeeded. We utilized 2 distinct synthesis materials simultaneously, both remarkably unique, and yet, the synthesis was a resounding success. The entire process was devoid of peril. I merely sat there with ease. This synthesis ability is astonishingly formidable. It merely commented on the synthesis of the heart palm dragon without mentioning its confirmation of that matter with the mermaid empress. The mermaid empress wholeheartedly concurred, nodding vigorously and expressing her own exhilaration. The materials for the synthesis comprise my 7 abilities, and that being 7 abilities. No one understands their potency better than I do. Yet, the success was achieved with such ease. His synthesis ability far surpasses any we are acquainted with. She too refrained from mentioning that matter, instead substituting familiar terminology for the notion of the master's synthesis ability. Moments later, the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress concluded their silent exchange and turned their attention back to Lin Bei's silhouette. The dragon and the mermaid remained quiet, observing without any intention of speaking, as if fearful of interrupting Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei was entranced by the synthesized heart palm dragon, small and seemingly bewildered. He raised a hand and gently beckoned to the newly formed heart palm dragon, his face aglow with a smile. Come. Upon hearing this, the synthesized heart palm dragon eagerly soared towards its master. Buzz, buzz. It soon arrived before Lin Bei, gently nudging him with its diminutive head. Upon establishing contact with the synthesized heart palm dragon, a flood of information regarding the dragon surged into Lin Bei's mind. Name, unnamed. Species, dragon, heart palm dragon. Status, early juvenile stage, weakest phase. Loyalty, unwavering. Even if influenced by other beings, it shall never betray. Abilities, possesses the innate ability to manipulate the emotions of humans or other creatures, effortlessly controlling feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Furthermore, it has acquired the powers of gluttony, lethargy, lust, greed, pride, jealousy, wrath, temperance, diligence, tranquility, contentment, humility, appreciation, and calmness. 14 unique abilities in total. It inherently possesses a unique capacity to achieve extraordinary levels. Introduction: a dragon that absorbed countless emotions before birth, inherently unique, now fused with those 14 powers, rendering it even more exceptional and unparalleled. In no time, Lin Bei had absorbed all the information regarding the heart palm dragon, gaining an intricate understanding of its nature. It had absorbed numerous emotions even before its birth. No wonder it possesses such extraordinary abilities. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding the synthesized heart palm dragon. After all, even the information indicated that its abilities had reached an extraordinary level. At that juncture, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. The heart palm dragon has been successfully synthesized. Please, host, combine its abilities and characteristics to designate a new species. Upon successful designation of the new species, Corresponding rewards will be granted. Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully, then cradled the heart palm dragon in his palm and scrutinized it intently. His mind began to whirl, contemplating what name would befit the heart palm dragon. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a full minute elapsed before he finally settled upon a fitting name. With a smile, he proclaimed, "From now on, your species shall be the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon." In the next moment, the system's notification resonated once more. Ding! New species designation successful. The true name gift pack for the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon has been dispatched to the system space. Available for the host to open at any time. Roar! Roar! The newly designated 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon reveled in jubilant cries. Its dragon song infused with overwhelming joy. Lin Bei merely smiled as he affectionately stroked the little dragon's head and then communicated with the system internally. System, open the true name gift pack for the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system's notification echoed. Ding! The true name gift pack for the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. On receiving special rewards, 1 random ability extraction opportunity for the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon. Congratulations, host. On receiving a special reward, 1 random ability upgrade opportunity for the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon. Congratulations, host. On receiving a special reward, exclusive space for the 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon. To utilize the ability extraction and upgrade, simply issue a command to this system. To return it to the exclusive space, simply envision it within your mind. The rewards were akin to the previous true name gift pack, those familiar 3. Yet each one a treasure. Without wasting a single second, Lin Bei immediately opted to use the random ability extraction opportunity, brimming with anticipation for what abilities he might acquire. First, he could rule out the 7 abilities of the Mermaid Empress, as those were inherently his own and could not be drawn. This meant that the abilities he could potentially extract were either from the Mermaid Empress or the Heart Palm Dragon's innate power of emotional control. The odds were evenly split. Regardless of which ability he obtained, it would be extraordinarily powerful. That is why Lin Bei was so eager. Ding! Extraction target. 10,000 thoughts controlling dragon. Random ability extraction in progress. Progress 10. Progress 50. Progress 80. Progress 100. Extraction successful. Ding! The abilities extracted from the heart control dragon by the host are the power of restraint, the power of diligence, the power of emptiness, the power of contentment, the power of humility, the power of appreciation, and the power of calmness. What these abilities entail requires no further explanation from this system. The host is fully aware. The abilities you have acquired will strengthen in tandem with the dragon powers from which they were drawn. With a deep breath, Lin Bei instinctively inhaled, his heart brimming with joy. Excellent. This is precisely what I desired. Now, his unique capabilities were no longer confined to the 7 powers of the Sea Demon Queen, but rather encompassed the abilities of both the Sea Demon Queen and the Mermaid Empress. In a fleeting moment, a warm current surged within Lin Bei, swiftly coursing through every corner of his body, merging with him entirely. Thus, he truly possessed the 7 abilities belonging to the Mermaid Empress. Arriving in this city had indeed proven to be immensely rewarding. Subsequently, Lin Bei utilized the ability to upgrade at random. The randomly upgraded abilities were precisely those of the Mermaid Empress. Naturally, the 7 abilities he possessed also advanced in tandem. Having completed all this, Lin Bei returned the heart control dragon to its designated space and promptly declared, "System, cultivate with all your might." In the next instant, the system's notification chimed. Understood. Please rest assured, host. Your current points are sufficient. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Lin Bei turned to face the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon behind him. Yet, upon looking, he was taken aback. With his heightened mental acuity, Lin Bei could keenly perceive the profound change in the gazes of the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon towards him. It was as if he were gazed upon by an entirely different mermaid and dragon. Although somewhat baffled, Lin Bei maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "You both witnessed my synthesis ability just now. I have fulfilled my promise to you. I wonder, have you gained anything from it?" However, as he finished speaking, the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon simultaneously addressed him with reverence. "Master, we have long awaited your return. Welcome back." In an instant, Lin Bei was utterly bewildered. He could hardly comprehend how it was that this dragon and this mermaid were calling him master. What on earth was happening? Regaining his composure with remarkable swiftness, Lin Bei furrowed his brow and explained, "You are mistaken. I am not your master." He was well aware that the true master of the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon was the legendary Dragon God. Just moments before, upon acquiring the power of the Dragon God, Lin Bei had also pondered if he might be the dragon god himself. Yet the system informed him that the dragon god possessed both dragon and divine bloodlines, whereas he only bore human blood. They were entirely different. Thus, Lin Bei could ascertain that he was not the dragon god. And the reason he was able to harness the dragon god's power was solely due to the existence of the system. Not being the dragon god meant he could not be the master of the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. Yet, in the next moment, the Sky Feather Dragon spoke earnestly. It seems you are yet unaware of your true identity. However, that is of little significance. We are aware of your identity. Through various clues, she and I have unanimously concluded that you are our master. There is no need to hastily deny it. Denial will prove futile. You will inevitably come to know your true identity. What it said nearly convinced Lin Bei himself. He wished to articulate a counterargument, but before he could utter a word, the voice of the Mermaid Empress resonated first. Trust our judgment. Both of us can confirm that you are the reincarnation of our master. Your synthesis ability, the summoning of the Hellfire Dragon, and that defensive amplification power. It is all verifiable. Only you remain oblivious to this fact. As she spoke, she gazed at Lin Bei with an encouraging expression, seemingly hoping he would bravely accept this reality. This left Lin Bei at a loss for words. He had no idea how to respond. Was it truly the case that he alone was unaware? Had he misunderstood something? Lin Bei sought to clarify the situation, yet he found it impossible to explain everything. Surely he could not divulge the existence of the system, could he? But without mentioning the system, he could not clarify the synthesis power, the emergence of the Hellfire Dragon, nor the defensive amplification power belonging to the dragon god. It seemed he had indeed been unwittingly thrust into the role of the dragon god's reincarnation. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Host. Since the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress are so insistent, you might as well reluctantly assume the role of their proxy master. After all, you stand to gain nothing from it. This system notification left Lin Bei even more astonished. Did the system also revel in such commotion? Noticing Lin Bei's prolonged silence, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress exchanged triumphant glances. To them, it appeared that Lin Bei had accepted this reality. Soon after, the Mermaid Empress cheerfully inquired, Master, what shall you do next? Upon saying this, she eagerly looked towards Lin Bei. The Sky Feather Dragon mirrored her anticipation, awaiting Lin Bei's next command. Its demeanor filled with respect. Beside them, Luing stood in a daze. He felt his mind was struggling to grasp the situation. What on earth had transpired? This was absurd. At that moment, even if Lin Bei was reluctant, he found no way to clarify everything. He could only express in a strange tone, I will make a brief visit to the West District and return to find you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall dissolve this sealing array. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Bei departed with utmost haste, not lingering for even a second. His destination was indeed the domain of the mermaids in the West District. Lin Bei sought solitude. As they watched Lin Bei depart, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress sighed. Ah, I understand. Let him have some time. He certainly needs it to contemplate this sudden turn of events. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. After spending a night in the West District, Lin Bei adjusted his mindset and returned to the South District. Throughout the night, he had accomplished many things. Utilizing his affinity with mermaids, he had tamed all the mermaids, bringing them under his command. Additionally, he absorbed a significant portion of the black mist from the West District, along with various other endeavors. In summary, he had experienced considerable growth. Upon Lin Bei's arrival in the South District, the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon were already prepared. Under the direct guidance of the Mermaid Empress, Lin Bei approached the location of the sealing array in the South District. The sealing array located in the Southern District and the one in the Northern District are of the same kind, and breaking them is a relatively simple task. All that is required is to activate one's innate power. Standing at the very center of the sealing array, he exerted his full strength to summon his innate abilities. A torrent of innate energy surged forth, flooding into the sealing array. Before long, the array was dispelled. This signified that both the Mermaid Empress and the Kuanpeng had returned to their normal states. Chapter 359. The sky is vast for the Peng to soar. The sea is wide for the Kuan to leap. The first to regain her senses was the Mermaid Empress. She gazed down at the lake bed, which had returned to its normal state. The sealing array had vanished, and the force that had bound the Mermaid Empress to this place dissipated alongside it. From this moment on, she could move freely, no longer confined to the Southern District. She could go wherever her heart desired. Finally liberated, she no longer had to remain here every day. After waiting for so long, today had finally arrived. Clearly, the Mermaid Empress was overwhelmed with excitement. Her voice, filled with unrestrained enthusiasm, conveyed her exhilaration. Had it not been for the need to maintain her composure, she would have celebrated on the spot. The Skywing Dragon observed the jubilant mermaid empress and extended a massive claw, tapping her shoulder with a hearty pat, before bursting into laughter. Congratulations, congratulations. From this moment forth, you are free to go wherever you wish. The sky is vast for you to soar, and the sea is wide for you to leap. His heartfelt blessings resonated with sincerity. The mermaid empress shot a glance at the Skywing Dragon and, with a slight exertion of her arm, brushed away the dragon's claw. She then turned her gaze to Lin Bei, blinking several times before exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. It is thanks to you that I can regain my freedom. You are truly wonderful." Hearing the mermaid empress refer to him as Master, Lin Bei felt a complex mix of emotions. Despite having adjusted his mindset, he still found it somewhat disconcerting. After all, this was the mermaid empress. She possessed extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly chimed. "Host, are you still struggling to accept this situation? Is it truly so difficult to have the mermaid empress and Skywing Dragon address you as their master?" Lin Bei nodded gently, quickly responding in his heart. "How should I put it? It is indeed a bit hard to accept. Clearly, I have no connection to the dragon god, yet they regard me as his reincarnation." He longed for such powerful allies, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. After a 10-second silence, the system's notification chimed again. "Understood. Host, do you require assistance from this system? I can help you come to terms with this situation." Taken aback, Lin Bei momentarily lost his train of thought. The system had such a function? To help him accept this situation? Curiosity piqued, he mused inwardly. "Help me? How would you do that? Is this even something you can assist with?" As soon as Lin Bei's thoughts finished, the system's notification echoed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mandatory quest. Due to the unique relationship between this system and the dragon god, please be gracious in accepting the former followers of the dragon god who wish to follow you. For each follower you accept, you will receive a corresponding reward. This quest is mandatory, meaning it must be completed. Failure to do so will result in appropriate penalties." "Host, no need to thank me." In an instant, Lin Bei was left bewildered. He remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend. Was this what they referred to as help? A direct issuance of a quest? And a mandatory one at that? What a predicament. Faced with this situation, no matter how difficult it was for him to accept, he had no choice but to comply. Turning to the mermaid empress, who was gazing at him, he spoke with a hint of peculiarity in his tone. "No need to thank me. This is what I ought to do, with no other options available." He resolved to proceed in this manner. Seeing Lin Bei respond to the mermaid empress, the Skywing Dragon's enormous eyes sparkled with delight. Since he had responded, it meant acceptance. Did it not? Eagerly, it chimed in. "Master, I must thank you too. If you had not appeared, I would surely still be bound in the northern district, living a solitary existence as a dragon." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked at the Skywing Dragon and immediately recognized the joy radiating from its eyes. He understood that the Skywing Dragon wished to converse with him. "You need not thank me. It is also my duty." At that moment, the system's notification resonated. "Ding. Host has successfully accepted the dragon god as former follower, the Skywing Dragon, into his service, completing a mandatory quest. Corresponding rewards have been issued. You have received a Skywing Dragon that is automatically tamed and 100% loyal. Ding. Host has successfully accepted the dragon god as former follower, the mermaid empress, into his service, completing a mandatory quest. Corresponding rewards have been issued. You have received a mermaid empress that is automatically tamed and 100% loyal. Due to the host's affinity with the dragon clan and the mermaid clan, automatic taming is enabled." In an instant, a wondrous power surged through Lin Bei, as well as within the Skywing Dragon and the mermaid empress. They could feel the presence of this power within one another. It was truly remarkable. It seemed to forge a profound connection between this man, this dragon, and this mermaid. Though invisible and intangible, it was undeniably real. This extraordinary power lasted only for about 15 seconds. Once it faded, Lin Bei looked at the Skywing Dragon and the mermaid empress. He discovered that he now possessed the ability to command this dragon and this mermaid, akin to the relationship one would have with a tamed pet. Consequently, the sense of peculiarity within him intensified. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had been ensnared by the system. The system seemed to be deliberately orchestrating this situation. Unable to accept this reality, it issued a quest. Yet upon completing that quest, he was rewarded with this consequence. It rendered the situation an unchangeable fact. The Skywing Dragon and the mermaid empress had become his pets. And truly, the kind he could command at will. They were essentially no different from the likes of the Holy White Dragon and the Six-Winged Thunder Dragon. Lin Bei could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "System, what do you intend to do?" Although he understood that the system would not act against his interests, he was still puzzled about the true purpose of this matter. "Host, please refrain from inquiring about this for the time being. I cannot disclose this to you yet. Trust me. We are a community. I would never do anything to harm you. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei chose not to press further. He placed his trust in the system. At that moment, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress exchanged glances. Quickly understanding the situation that had unfolded, our assumptions were indeed correct. He is the reincarnation of our master. Absolutely, it must be so. The sensation we just experienced was identical to that which we felt with our master in the past. Moreover, the bond we share with him resembles the connection we had before. Who dares to claim he is not the master's reincarnation? I, the Sky Feather Dragon, shall be the first to protest. The emergence of this reality further solidified the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress's conjectures. Subsequently, Lin Bei refrained from elaborating on the matter. Since the situation had become definitive, there was little use in overthinking it. He simply gazed into the distance, which was precisely where Kunpeng resided. At that moment, he murmured, I have already lifted 2 sealing formations, so Kunpeng should have regained his freedom. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress also turned their gazes towards the horizon. Compared to Lin Bei, they were more familiar with Kunpeng. Master, just as you anticipated. After these 2 sealing formations were released, that fellow Kunpeng would surely regain his freedom. After being confined at the ocean's depths for so many years, he will likely ascend to the skies in his Peng form the moment he is liberated. At that time, we must ensure Kunpeng comes to apologize to the master. Simultaneously, in the deepest depths of the ocean outside the City of Mists, Kunpeng immediately sensed the disappearance of the power that had bound him. An unprecedented sensation of comfort swiftly enveloped his entire being. Stunned, Kunpeng exclaimed, Is it truly accomplished? They actually succeeded, and in just a matter of days? How did they manage that? The situation was beyond his expectations and seemed rather extraordinary. Yet, at that moment, Kunpeng could not afford to ponder too much. The only thought occupying his mind was to escape the profound depths of the ocean and transform into a bird soaring through the sky. In the next second, Kunpeng vigorously flapped his fins, preparing to leave this place at the utmost speed. Splash, splash. As his colossal fins moved, the seawater was uprooted with ease, becoming wildly turbulent, while the seaweed at the ocean's floor was stirred up and dragged away by the rushing waters. As the sea became increasingly chaotic, the enormous form of Kunpeng ascended from the deepest depths, heading straight for the ocean's surface. His speed was astonishing. In merely 1 second, he had risen at least a kilometer. Meanwhile, the ocean beneath Kunpeng became even more tumultuous. Splash, splash. The entire seabed was thrown into disarray, the commotion far exceeding that of a tempest. It is crucial to note that this was the ocean floor. The marine life dwelling thousands of meters below were greatly affected, unable to swim as they wished, all swept away by the surging waters. Some of the more vulnerable soft-bodied marine creatures perished amidst the chaos. Yet, Kunpeng continued to ascend. Wherever he passed, the waters became disorderly. The higher he rose, the greater the uproar. Soon, in less than half a minute, Kunpeng's enormous head broke through the surface of the sea, finally emerging from the water after an extensive period of confinement. Thud! A second later, Kunpeng leaped entirely out of the ocean, accompanied by towering waves. In that instant, the entire sea fell into the most chaotic moment. Countless waves surged towards the shore, threatening to engulf the entire coastline. At that moment, many tribes within the domain of the Great Fish Sovereign had gathered among the clan of Sea Emperor Ao Ding, engaged in the Great Fish Sovereign scheme. Meanwhile, the tribes originally residing within Sea Emperor Ao Ding's territory were reluctantly resisting. They were oblivious to the impending disaster, except for the Great Fish Sovereign. As the colossal waves surged, the Great Fish Sovereign gazed towards their origin, and what appeared before his eyes was none other than Kunpeng. It is he. He has actually emerged from the depths of the ocean. The Great Fish Sovereign was taken aback, standing frozen in place like a fool. Meanwhile, the Bright Altar's Lord, lurking nearby, noticed the Great Fish Sovereign's moment of shock, and a glimmer of opportunity flickered in his eyes. Now is the chance. If I strike now, even if I cannot kill you, I can at least wound you. His intention for lurking within the Great Fish Sovereign's territory was solely to eliminate him. The reason was simple. The Great Fish Sovereign was a member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, a perilous organization. In the next moment, the Bright Altar's Lord summoned his innate powers, calling forth his pet, the Six-Winged Angel. The appearance of the Six-Winged Angel threw the surrounding tribes into disarray, as they instantly recognized the Bright Altar's Lord as an enemy. However, the Bright Altar's Lord had no time to concern himself with them. He merely commanded his Six-Winged Angel, attack. Upon hearing this, the Six-Winged Angel immediately raised its hands, aiming directly at the Great Fish Sovereign not far away. A copious amount of pure, holy power coalesced into a golden orb before it. Evil shall ultimately be dispelled by the light. As the words fell, the golden orb transformed into a golden beam, charging towards the great fish sovereign. Simultaneously, Kunpeng, leaping from the ocean into the air, continued to flap his fins vigorously. After a few swift flaps, his fins morphed into two magnificent wings. With the emergence of these wings, other transformations swiftly followed. His scales turned to feathers, and claws sprouted from beneath his belly. In less than 3 seconds, Kunpeng transitioned from his fish form to that of the Peng. Whoosh, whoosh. He flapped his enormous wings and soared directly into the sky. In the heavens appeared a colossal bird, so immense that it instilled awe and fear, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon it. The great fish sovereign witnessed the entire transformation, momentarily rendered speechless, his mind replaying the scene of Kuen's metamorphosis into Peng. Chapter 360, The Sixth Ring Task, The Final Ring. Whoosh, whoosh, transformed into the majestic Kunpeng. It flapped its enormous wings, gracefully weaving through the billowing clouds. Vast expanses of cloud were scattered in its wake. A colossal shadow loomed over the ocean's surface, casting a dark veil across the expansive waters. The great fish sovereign gazed upward at the Kunpeng, his eyes brimming with awe. Could this truly be the legendary Kunpeng? Descending into the sea as Kuen, ascending to the heavens as Peng. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of avarice surged within him. His gaze towards the Kunpeng shifted, filled with a tumult of emotions. If I could tame the Kunpeng, this sea would belong to me. No, not merely this sea. All other seas would bow to my dominion. With the Kunpeng at my command, such power is within my grasp. At that moment, the great fish sovereign was consumed by the desire to subdue the Kunpeng, completely forgetting his original intent, remaining blissfully unaware of the impending peril approaching from behind. He believed his innate talents qualified him to tame the Kunpeng, for in a sense, the Kunpeng was a creature of the ocean. The next instant, a golden beam from the six-winged angel pierced through the air, effortlessly striking the great fish sovereign. Thud! He was hurled backward by the force of the golden ray, plummeting into the ocean below. His body began to sink toward the seabed. The once azure waters were instantly stained crimson. In the place where the great fish sovereign had just stood, numerous shattered turtle shells appeared, many of which were tainted with blood. Witnessing this scene, the light altar sovereign's eyes widened in shock, his expression growing grave. What a cautious individual. He even donned a turtle shell for protection. Fortunately, he had been momentarily distracted by that enormous bird. Though he had not managed to eliminate the great fish sovereign in one blow, he had nonetheless gained a significant advantage. In the midst of battle, advantage is of paramount importance. The light altar sovereign did not linger at the scene. He immediately commanded the six-winged angel beside him, ascend above the sea, continue to assault that bloodied area, strive to eliminate him within the depths. The six-winged angel wasted no time, swiftly flapping its 6 wings and soaring above the crimson-stained waters. Once more, a golden beam shot down, plunging into the depths of the ocean. Simultaneously, the great fish sovereign, now fully aware of his surroundings, continued his descent while glancing upward, easily spotting the six-winged angel and the incoming golden ray. In that instant, he comprehended the situation. Damn, it's that scoundrel from the light altar. Despite its name, the light altar is so despicable, launching a sneak attack while I was caught off guard. Thankfully, I had previously forged this turtle shell. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The armor he wore was no ordinary shell, but rather a formidable defense crafted from the shells of thousands of turtle-like beasts. Acknowledging the reality of his predicament, the great fish sovereign refused to endure the attack head-on. He summoned several pets, relying on them to navigate the ocean depths. There was no time for battle. Since the Kunpeng had ascended from the depths, it signified that something significant had transpired. The most pressing matter now was to uncover what had occurred. Meanwhile, he could tend to his injuries. Once he had tamed the Kunpeng, he would return to confront the light altar sovereign. The great fish sovereign bore a grudge against the light altar sovereign, but first, he needed to ascertain the truth before returning to deal with him. In the ocean, the great fish sovereign held unwavering confidence. The light altar sovereign, incapable of swimming, remained oblivious to the great fish sovereign's departure, persistently ordering the six-winged angel to continue the assault, intent on vanquishing the great fish sovereign in the depths. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! The host has dismantled 2 formations within this city, successfully completing the 5th ring task. Corresponding rewards have been allocated to the system space. Ding! The 6th ring task has been activated. Please, host, seek out the Kunpeng once more and tame it as your pet. Upon completing the 6th ring task, corresponding rewards will be granted. This ring task is the final task. Upon its completion, there will be no 7th ring task. This signifies that upon completing the 6th ring task, the host will receive the best rewards from the Kunping series of tasks. Upon hearing the requirements of the 6th ring task, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of curiosity. He had not anticipated that this final task would necessitate taming the Kunping. How shall I put it? This task seems devoid of difficulty. In the past, Lin Bei would have perceived this task as formidable, considering it involved taming such a colossal creature. Yet now, he felt no sense of challenge. The Kunping? Is taming even necessary? Surely it would approach him, much like the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, eager to be tamed. With the 6th ring task set forth, there was no urgency to complete it immediately. He could first absorb all the mist around him, elevating his mental prowess to its pinnacle. The Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress were former subordinates of the Dragon God, and the Kunping too belonged to that legacy. Fully aware of this, Lin Bei felt no rush. He could easily envision that once he encountered the Kunping, he would not even need to speak. The Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress would seek out the Kunping on their own. First, he would utilize the rewards from the 5th ring task, then commence absorbing the mist. As soon as he uttered these thoughts, Lin Bei opened the system space, gazing at the 5th ring rewards contained within. The 5th ring reward was a gift pack, akin to the rewards previously obtained. System, open the gift pack. As his words fell, a notification resounded. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received special rewards. Second synthesis opportunity for the Starry Sea Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have received special rewards. First synthesis opportunity for the New Moon Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have received special rewards. First synthesis opportunity for the Crescent Moon Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have received special rewards. Essence of the New Moon. Congratulations, host. You have received special rewards. Essence of the Crescent Moon. There were 5 rewards, all quite remarkable, 3 of which pertained to synthesis. Lin Bei was thoroughly satisfied with this gift pack. The rewards were unexpectedly excellent. A second synthesis opportunity for the Starry Sea Dragon, along with first synthesis opportunities for both the New Moon Dragon and the Crescent Moon Dragon. What a delightful surprise. Alas, he was currently unable to initiate the second synthesis for the Starry Sea Dragon, as he lacked the appropriate materials. Achieving a second synthesis was indeed a challenging feat. As of today, Lin Bei has yet to conduct a second synthesis for his dragons. All the dragons he possesses remain at the initial synthesis stage. Dragons that have undergone 2 syntheses are undoubtedly stronger than those that have only experienced 1. Moreover, the Hydra and the Hybrid Dragon, along with the Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons, those not acquired through the system, have not undergone even a single synthesis. Comparatively, their abilities are somewhat inferior. Yet now, a remarkable opportunity to synthesize these dragons has presented itself. The current Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons imply that the next possibilities could include the Hydra and the Chaos Hybrid Dragon, even if he were to receive only the first, second, and third rewards. Without the 4th and 5th, Lin Bei would still feel immensely gratified. Not to mention, there are equally splendid 4th and 5th rewards awaiting him. The essence of the New Moon and the essence of the Waning Moon undoubtedly pertain to the Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons. System. What specific functions do the essence of the New Moon and the essence of the Waning Moon serve? Lin Bei could not help but inquire. Soon, the system responded. As their names suggest, they embody the essence of the moon. The essence of the Waning Moon can be utilized to nurture the Waning Moon Dragon, allowing it to grow swiftly upon absorption. The essence of the New Moon, likewise, can be used to cultivate the Crescent Moon Dragon, facilitating rapid growth upon absorption. The precise functions of these 2 rewards align closely with Lin Bei's conjectures. System. The responsibility of nurturing the Crescent and Waning Moon Dragons is now entrusted to you. When to absorb the moon's essence, and how much to absorb each time, is entirely at your discretion. With an overabundance of dragons, he could not manage them all, thus delegating the task to the system. Rest assured, host. This system specializes in dragon cultivation. It will nurture them in the most optimal manner. After conveying this matter, Lin Bei ceased further communication with the system and instead gazed upward at the swirling gray mist. The sole task at hand was to absorb all this mist. Although absorbing the mist would not yield any special mental power, it would nonetheless strengthen his mental faculties. Not absorbing it would be a waste. Moreover, he still possessed a chance for a double enhancement of his mental power. Under such circumstances, neglecting to absorb the gray mist would be a grievous waste. Turning to the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, Lin Bei spoke nonchalantly. You may do as you please. I shall absorb all this mist into my being. Without waiting for a response from the dragon and the mermaid, he proceeded to sit upon the nearby shore. Subsequently, Lin Bei closed his eyes and began to absorb the surrounding mist with all his might. This time, he intended to absorb to his heart's content. Meanwhile, the Kunping, soaring freely above, finally directed its attention downward. What came into view was the island shrouded in mist. Indeed, one cannot indulge in joy alone. A visit below is essential. Not only are Ao Ding and the others inside, but several old acquaintances of mine are likely present as well. Now that I have regained my freedom, I can transform at will, so there is no need to rush. With that thought, the Kunpeng flapped its wings and hovered in the air, beginning to survey the entire mist city in search of familiar auras. After approximately 3 minutes, it detected 2 familiar presences from the southern district. These 2 auras belonged to the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. So, it was they who were tasked with guarding me. At this moment, the Kunpeng remained unaware that the Mermaid Empress had since renamed herself the Mermaid Empress. It ceased its aerial exploration and dove headlong toward the southern district. Clearly, the Kunpeng sought to reunite with its old friends. Its approach toward the southern district was entirely within the sight of the great fish sovereign. Instantly, he felt a surge of excitement. Oh, is it preparing to land? The target is the southern side of that mist city. Regardless of whether I can tame it this time, I must make contact. If once fails, then twice. If twice fails, then thrice. Success is bound to come eventually. The great fish sovereign was resolute in his pursuit of the Kunpeng, prepared for a prolonged endeavor, deeming it worthwhile. No matter how long it takes, as long as I can ultimately tame the Kunpeng, it will be an extraordinary gain. In the next moment, the great fish sovereign commanded his pets to swiftly approach the southern district of the Mist City. He also possessed a suitable method for entering the Mist City. At this juncture, after having the 6-winged angel bombard the sea for quite some time, the Holy Master of the Radiant Altar finally ordered a cessation. At that moment, he had deduced the unfortunate truth. Oh no, he has escaped. It seems the operation has failed. Now that he is on guard, attempting to kill him would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this is his domain. Once Ling Xian returns, I must devise a plan to depart. The Holy Master of the Radiant Altar conceded defeat. He had only aimed to strike decisively and then retreat, never intending to engage in direct combat. This is the territory of the great fish sovereign. A frontal confrontation would only place him in an absolutely passive position. Not only would he have to contend with the formidable great fish sovereign, but also the numerous foes within this region. Phew. The 6-winged angel returned to the side of the Holy Master of the Radiant Altar, casting an irritated glance toward the distant sea. As a 6-winged angel, the purest embodiment of sanctity, it could distinctly sense the demonic aura emanating from the great fish sovereign. Utterly sinister. To call him a demon would not be an exaggeration. With a quiet sigh, the Holy Master of the Radiant Altar spoke to the 6-winged angel in a comforting tone. It's all right. Although we cannot eliminate him this time, at least we have inflicted some damage. The members of the Mountain and Sea Organization are notoriously difficult to deal with. There will be future opportunities. Boom. At this moment, the Kunpeng plunged into the gray mist, swiftly approaching below while deliberately controlling its speed and remaining vigilant of its surroundings. Finally, after descending for a full 10 seconds, the Kunpeng beheld what it had longed to see. On either side lay vibrant lakes, with a broad expanse of space in between. Though it was somewhat precarious, it was at least a place to land. Chapter 361. United efforts to deliver a beating to the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng did not hasten to descend, but continued to observe the area below with great care. A second later, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress came into its line of sight. They were indeed here. The reason the Kunpeng had chosen to first visit the southern district was to reunite with its old friends. Confirming this, it quickened its descent considerably. Whoosh. A substantial amount of mist dispersed due to the flapping of the Kunpeng's wings. The gray mist posed no obstacle to it whatsoever. After soaring through the mist for a while longer, Lin Bei, who was fervently absorbing the ethereal fog, and Luing, stationed nearby for protection, came into the view of the majestic Kunpeng. The creature paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected sight before it. Apart from the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, there are 2 humans here? It pondered, perplexed. How curious. They actually permit humans to linger in their proximity. Moreover, these 2 appear rather feeble, distinctly different from the beings I once knew. The Kunpeng recalled that the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress would never engage amicably with the frail human race. It sensed that something unknown had transpired. Despite its surprise, the Kunpeng did not reduce its descent. It continued its rapid approach. The sound of its powerful flapping wings and the turbulence it generated echoed ominously, akin to thunder. Consequently, the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, who were observing Lin Bei from below, instinctively looked upwards. Upon glancing up, they beheld the Kunpeng, vigorously beating its wings. The Mermaid Empress, gazing at the colossal figure above, spoke in a tone laden with mischief to the Sky Feather Dragon beside her. Look, that fool has arrived. Even though our master has forgiven it, I still yearn to give it a good thrashing. The sight of the Kunpeng ignited memories of the Sea Witch Empress and stirred a torrent of anger within her, recalling her own tribulations over the years. The Sky Feather Dragon nodded vigorously, its massive head bobbing in agreement. You are not alone in that sentiment. I too would relish the opportunity to deal with that rascal Kunpeng. If it weren't for him, neither of us would have lingered here for so long. It was acutely aware that the Kunpeng was one of the principal culprits. While the gravity of its transgressions might not warrant the term serious, forgiveness could not simply erase the past. In the next moment, the Mermaid Empress's voice rang out once more. Then let us first teach it a lesson and then surprise it. What do you think? At her words, the Sky Feather Dragon nearly burst into laughter, struggling to suppress its mirth as it replied, Absolutely. Let us proceed as you suggest. Meanwhile, the Kunpeng, descending with its wings outstretched, remained blissfully ignorant of the intentions harbored by the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. It was aware only that its old friends had noticed its arrival. How should I face them? The Kunpeng pondered, fully cognizant of its past mistakes. Nevertheless, it continued its rapid descent. In no time, the Kunpeng approached the ground, only 3 seconds away from alighting upon the earth. Summoning its courage, it called out to the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. Greetings, my friends. It has been quite a while. How have you been? However, the moment the words left its beak, the Sky Feather Dragon unleashed its full strength, soaring upward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it was beside the Kunpeng, seizing its 2 claws and delivering a powerful blow to the Kunpeng's enormous head. Boom, boom. The sounds were akin to an explosion, causing the surrounding air to erupt violently. The once majestic Kunpeng, soaring freely through the skies, was sent plummeting toward the lake below by the sheer force of the Sky Feather Dragon's strikes. The potency of those blows was evident. From the moment it was struck to its descent, the Kunpeng was utterly bewildered. It could not comprehend what had transpired. Had it merely extended a greeting, only to be met with a brutal assault? Although the encounter was unexpected, the Kunpeng bore no resentment or dissatisfaction, as it quickly deduced the reason for its punishment. It was merely a consequence of its prior misdeeds. Having been ensnared in this predicament for so long, it was only natural to seek some form of release. Demonstrating its emotional intelligence, the Kunpeng refrained from flapping its wings to halt its fall, allowing itself to plunge downward unimpeded. Splash! A second later, it plunged into the multicolored waters of the lake. Realizing the situation, the Kunpeng did not bother to change its form, but instead descended into the water as a bird, surrendering to the surging waves around it. Simultaneously, the Mermaid Empress sprang into action, nimbly navigating through the waters. In less than a second, she reached the Kunpeng's side, manipulating the surrounding lake water to coalesce into 2 enormous arms. These arms, formed from the vibrant lake waters, were each nearly the size of half of the Kunpeng's wing. With a flourish, the water arms struck the Kunpeng repeatedly. Amid the onslaught, the Mermaid Empress exclaimed, You fool, you great fool. If it weren't for you back then, our master would not have been angered, and we would not have been trapped here for so long. Had you not erred, we could have followed our master and contributed, perhaps even altering the course of events. But why, oh why, did you have to make such a grave mistake? It was clear she was venting her frustrations. Hovering in the air, the Sky Feather Dragon gazed down at the Mermaid Empress relentlessly assaulting the Kunpeng, its own eyes alight with fury. The more it listened to her words, the more the flames of anger swelled within it. Indeed, had we ventured into the abyss of the fallen gods together, perhaps the outcome would have been different. What a fool you are. With such size, why do you not engage in more contemplation? Finally, unable to contain itself, the Sky Feather Dragon launched yet another attack on the Kunpeng. With a powerful flap of its wings, it shed hundreds of feathers, flipping them around to present their sharp edges upward, and then sent them hurtling toward the Kunpeng. Though the Sky Feather Dragon was enraged, it only intended to teach the Kunpeng a lesson, not inflict harm, hence its approach. The feathers struck the Kunpeng's back with tremendous force, causing waves of dull pain to radiate throughout its form. Standing beside Lin Bei, Lu Ying, vigilant for any unforeseen events, observed the spectacle of the Mermaid Empress and the Sky Feather Dragon punishing the Kunpeng with rapt attention. He was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such an intense 2-on-1 confrontation. Wow, today truly opened my eyes. These 3 colossal beings are incredible. If I were to join in, I wouldn't even be considered mere cannon fodder. In that moment, he truly grasped the extent of Lin Bei's formidable prowess. Gasping instinctively, Lu Ying remarked, With these 2 magnificent creatures as companions, who could possibly threaten Mr. Lin? Even the warden of the Tianshan Great Prison would be utterly powerless before them. He truly could not fathom who else could pose a threat to Lin Bei. Thus, Lu Ying felt an increased sense of relief, grateful for the prudent choice he had made. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, while absorbing the surrounding mist with all his might, also released a modicum of his mental energy outward. consequently becoming aware of the plight of Kunpeng being pummeled. In response, he could not help but internally exclaim, "Goodness! What a pitiful Kunpeng!" Just as it regained its freedom, it's now being battered to such a state. Although Lin Bei could have commanded Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress to cease their actions, he felt no inclination to issue such an order. He was well aware that Kunpeng had erred. Not only had it made a mistake, but it had also implicated Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress. Therefore, allowing them to vent their frustration seemed entirely reasonable. Subsequently, Lin Bei resumed his absorption of the mist enveloping the city. There was an overwhelming abundance of mist within this urban expanse, and it would require considerable time to assimilate it all. Concurrently, Ao Ding and the others, who remained in the main district, awakened from their slumber. They had enjoyed a restful night, free from any threats. Observing the well-rested group before him, Ao Ding spoke with a serious tone, issuing orders. "Today, we shall act collectively. I will lead the charge. Wen Shuai will handle the mist, while Si Lingxian will be responsible for dispelling the enchantment. The rest of you will assist me in diverting the guardians of the enchantment. The West District is inhabited by those brutal mermaids, and the East District by the amiable dragonfolk. We need not venture there. Therefore, our target areas are the South District and the North District." At this juncture, he paused and turned his gaze to Wen Shuai, inquiring with a smile, "Wen Shuai, which area do you think we should prioritize?" Wen Shuai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he hastily conferred with Lin Bei. Mere seconds later, an answer emerged. "I believe we should first head to the North District." Lin Bei, not wishing for Ao Ding and the others to come here, had prompted Wen Shuai to lead the team to the North District. Following that, he only needed to send Kong Yulong back once. In the next moment, Ao Ding decisively declared, "Very well. We shall proceed to the North District first." For him, it mattered little which district they ventured into, for all were shrouded in uncertainty. His inquiry to Wen Shuai was merely to instill a sense of importance in him, fostering a feeling of belonging that would encourage cooperation. The others harbored no objections. Dispelling the sealing enchantment was an inevitable task. "All right, let us head to the North District. We aim to dispel the sealing enchantment there today and tackle the South District's enchantment tomorrow. I have no desire to linger in this city for too long. It is regrettable that our numbers have dwindled. We should not have split up yesterday or allowed those few to go to the West District. Had we maintained our collective action, we would have likely dispelled the first sealing enchantment by now." Minutes later, Ao Ding led the team away from the Mist Inn, cautiously approaching the North District. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian and Ren Ting, trailing behind, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Finally, after 10 minutes of collectively thrashing Kunpeng, the Mermaid Empress and Kong Yulong ceased their assault, retreating to a nearby open area where they gazed contentedly at the submerged Kunpeng in the lake. Kong Yulong, observing Kunpeng, inquired, "How do you feel? Are you appeased?" Its tone was laced with a relaxed demeanor, clearly indicating forgiveness towards Kunpeng. The Mermaid Empress, similarly calmed, nodded lightly. "Had it not been for the reincarnation of our master, I would have remained furious. However, we have found our master, so a good thrashing suffices." Recognizing the cessation of the attacks from Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress, Kunpeng understood that the ordeal had come to an end. In the next instant, it transformed into its fish form, laboriously swimming in the lake. Facing the Mermaid Empress and Kong Yulong, it tentatively asked, "Have you forgiven me? If not, feel free to continue punishing me until you are satisfied." No sooner had it finished speaking than the Mermaid Empress chimed in. "All right, come forth. I am nearly at peace. It is time to share some good news." Upon hearing these words, Kunpeng let out a sigh of relief. As long as Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress were appeased, it would feel completely at ease. With a sudden leap, Kunpeng emerged from the water, transforming back into its majestic form, and landed awkwardly in the central area. Good news? What could this good news possibly be? It pondered, struggling to conceive of any favorable tidings. Having only just freed itself from confinement, what good news could it possibly receive? Liberation itself seemed the greatest of blessings. The next moment, Kong Yulong interjected before the Mermaid Empress could speak. "You must brace yourself. This good news will undoubtedly astonish you." It spoke with an air of triumph. Kunpeng, now even more curious, blinked its enormous eyes at Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress, eagerly awaiting further revelations. Kong Yulong was poised to continue when it was suddenly interrupted by a surge of colorful lake water that rushed into its mouth, rendering it speechless. Seizing the moment, the Mermaid Empress proclaimed gleefully, "Master has been found." In that instant, Kunpeng's eyes widened dramatically. Its gaze transformed into an expression of sheer incredulity, akin to two golden moons suspended in the sky. "What? Found the master? Are you jesting? The master is clearly no longer present." It was utterly taken aback, thoroughly shocked. When presented with the prospect of good news, Kunpeng had briefly envisioned what it might entail, but could not pinpoint any specifics. Nevertheless, due to the reactions of Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress, it had prepared itself to some degree, realizing that this good news must indeed be significant. Otherwise, such reactions would not have occurred. Yet, even with this understanding, Kunpeng could not associate this good news with its own master. Deep down, it could not dare to make such a connection, as it seemed far too unrealistic. Although Kunpeng had not witnessed its master's demise with its own eyes, it could accurately deduce the truth through its own experiences. If the master were still alive, then both it and the two companions would not be lingering here for so long. Kunpeng instinctively resisted accepting this reality. Regarding the current demeanor of Kunpeng, both Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress felt no surprise. When they decided to address this matter, they anticipated that Kunpeng would react in such a manner. In the next moment, the Mermaid Empress, with a serious expression, directed her gaze towards Kunpeng and spoke earnestly. Kunpeng, do take a moment to engage your intellect. Would Kong Yulong and I jest about such matters? This concerns our master. As her words lingered in the air, Kong Yulong interjected. Indeed. Reflect carefully. Although we may have just given you a thorough beating, we would never jest regarding our master, unless we had lost our minds. Upon hearing the words of Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress, Kunpeng was suddenly enveloped in silence, immediately plunging into contemplation. It became evident to him that, as they had asserted, despite their occasional unreliability, they would never toy with matters concerning their master. Such a thing had never occurred in all these years. You are right. Under no circumstances would anyone make light of our master. With this realization, Kunpeng found himself at a loss for words. If it was not a jest, did that not imply it was indeed true? Truly true. He could scarcely bear to accept it. Taking a deep breath, stirring up a tempest, Kunpeng finally managed to compose himself before speaking once more. Where is our master? How did you find him? You both, like me, have only just regained your freedom. Upon accepting this reality, his immediate desire was to unravel the mystery. A profound curiosity surged within Kunpeng's immense heart. He could not fathom how his companions, who had also recently regained their freedom, had achieved such a feat. Seeing the bewilderment etched across Kunpeng's face, Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress decided to dispense with any further suspense. Kong Yulong glanced at the Mermaid Empress and cautiously inquired, "Shall I convey this? Or would you prefer to?" He had no desire to be drenched in the multicolored lake waters again. That sensation was quite unpleasant. The Mermaid Empress, not being a particularly greedy mermaid, graciously relinquished this opportunity. You may proceed. With that, Kong Yulong exhaled in relief and continued. It was not we who sought out the master. Rather, he appeared before us. In fact, you have already encountered the master. His arrival in this city was to assist you in breaking the seal's formation. At this juncture, he paused, fixing a serious gaze upon Kunpeng. Instantly, Kunpeng stood frozen, a look of confusion adorning his avian face. Despite his considerable intellect, his mind was in disarray. He had met the master long ago. Moreover, the master's purpose for coming here was to dismantle these two seal formations. What on earth was this? Shaking his massive bird head vigorously, Kunpeng bowed his head in contemplation, attempting to untangle his chaotic thoughts. Approximately 5 seconds later, he managed to sort through his muddled reflections. It appears that the master is among the group brought by Aoding. Yet, when I faced the master previously, I felt nothing, but that is quite normal. Had it not been for their certainty, I would not have associated the master with a human. The disparity between these two notions was truly vast. As he concluded this inner monologue, Kunpeng suddenly recalled seeing two humans not far away during his descent. Initially, he had wondered why two seemingly weak humans were present. Now, upon closer reflection, the situation seemed rather intricate. Without a moment's hesitation, Kunpeng turned his head to gaze at Lin Bei, who sat calmly absorbing the mist, and the oddly expressive Lu Ying behind him. Among the two, he paid little heed to Lu Ying, focusing all his attention on Lin Bei. For Lu Ying's demeanor was far from what Kunpeng envisioned of his master. Could it be him? Memories of his brief encounter with Lin Bei flooded back. At that time, Lin Bei exhibited extraordinary resolve, insisting on uncovering the reason behind Kunpeng's seal, and possessed numerous unique dragons. It seemed, indeed, possible. As Kunpeng fixated on Lin Bei, Kong Yulong raised a dragon claw, pointing towards Lin Bei, who was fervently absorbing the mist not far away. Master, it is he. No, to be precise, he should be the reincarnation of our master. Having already speculated this, Kunpeng's conviction solidified upon receiving Kong Yulong's affirmation. Subsequently, Kunpeng remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Bei. Although he had largely accepted this revelation, an insatiable curiosity lingered within. Why were they so certain that he was the master? Were it not for their assertions, he would never have connected him to the master. Kunpeng was perplexed, unable to comprehend how Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress had deduced that Lin Bei was the reincarnation of their master. This time, Kong Yulong did not rush to speak, but instead looked to the Mermaid Empress, signaling that it was her turn to elaborate. The Mermaid Empress understood and promptly began. Listen closely. He possesses a synthesizing power that transcends our understanding. He summoned the Hellfire Dragon, who also refers to him as Master. Moreover, he wields the defensive amplification power belonging to the Master. Additionally, he easily tamed both me and Kong Yulong. Are these points not sufficient? Upon hearing the Mermaid Empress's words, Kuenping accepted this reality. Given these assertions, the matter could indeed be confirmed. For each point presented was a robust and irrefutable piece of evidence. The figure seated ahead, absorbing the mist, was the very being he had yearned to encounter. In the next moment, Kuenping's bird legs abruptly bent, causing him to kneel upon the ground, bowing his head in submission. Thud! His immense size caused a considerable commotion as he knelt, akin to a localized earthquake. As Kuenping knelt, a sincere voice of apology resonated. I am sorry, Master. It was my fault from the beginning. Over the years, I have truly come to realize my errors. Please forgive me. He had yet to hear the word forgiven uttered, and his heart remained complex. The motivation behind this act was to elicit those two words. At this moment, Lin Bei, who was diligently absorbing the mist, slowly opened his eyes, casting a somewhat helpless glance at the kneeling Kuenping before him. With a sense of helplessness, he shook his head and promptly spoke. Rise, I have forgiven you. At this moment, Lin Bei recognized that this was his only recourse. He understood all too well that no matter how much he insisted he was not the dragon god, and that everything was merely a tremendous misunderstanding. It would bear no fruit. The involvement of the system had rendered the situation utterly incomprehensible. How could he deny being the dragon god when faced with the series of events that had transpired? Simply taming the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress alone was an insurmountable challenge to explain. Thus, Lin Bei resolved to act as he did. Since the misunderstanding had already arisen and clarity was unattainable, he would allow the misconception to persist. Upon hearing Lin Bei utter the words of forgiveness, the guilt that had long resided within Kuenping dissipated like mist. Gradually, it rose to its feet and expressed its gratitude to Lin Bei. Thank you, my master. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in the air. Ding! The host has successfully brought the dragon god's former subordinate, Kuenping, under their command, completing a mandatory task. And the corresponding reward has been issued. The reward for this task is a sky feather dragon that has been automatically tamed and is 100% loyal. Lin Bei was not taken aback by this announcement. After proclaiming his forgiveness to Kuenping, he had anticipated such an outcome. Much like his previous encounters with the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress. A second later, an extraordinary force surged within both Lin Bei and Kuenping, coursing through their bodies with alarming speed. Within 15 seconds, this energy permeated every corner of their beings. Despite the stark difference in their sizes, they completed this phenomenon simultaneously, as if no disparity existed between them. Consequently, a warm and intimate connection was forged between Kuenping and Lin Bei. In that instant, Kuenping was momentarily stunned, closing its eyes to savor the power that had manifested within. Soon, Kuenping comprehended the essence of the occurrence. Indeed, the sensation now shared with Lin Bei mirrored that which it had once felt with its former master. Although he had done nothing, he had tamed me effortlessly, just as the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress had proclaimed. He is the reincarnation of my master. Having experienced this firsthand, Kuenping affirmed this truth. With an involuntary cry, it let out a resounding call that could shatter mountains, echoing throughout the misty city. The call was imbued with pure joy and excitement. Just moments before, the esteemed fish elder, who had painstakingly reached the misty city at considerable cost, caught the sound of the call. Judging by the tone, it seemed to herald great happiness. This is an extraordinary opportunity. I must act swiftly. Perhaps I can leverage its elation to achieve my goals. With this thought in mind, he hurried towards the source of the call, entirely disregarding the reason behind Kuenping's excitement. Meanwhile, Ao Ding and his companions continued their journey towards the northern district. They, too, heard the jubilant call, causing everyone to halt and glance back towards its origin. Each individual was filled with curiosity, pondering the cause of such a resounding cry. A bird capable of producing such a sound must possess formidable strength. The sheer volume of the call made my head throb. I can barely fathom the size of the bird that produced it. Ao Ding furrowed his brow tightly, unable to suppress his thoughts. Is there a bird calling in the southern district? Could it be that a bird guards the array there? This is quite different from what Kuenping had suggested. He found the situation perplexing. It seemed that circumstances had shifted. With a deep breath to regain composure, he addressed his companions. Let us not dwell on the bird for now. Our most pressing concern is to dismantle the array in the northern district. We can contemplate the matters of the Southern District once we have resolved the Northern District's array. Before long, they resumed their journey towards the Northern District. Knowing that the Northern District posed no danger, Wen Shuai felt at ease amidst the crowd alongside Ojia, with Si Lingxian and Rin Ting by his side. Simultaneously, the system's notification resonated in Lin Bei's mind once again. Ding! The host has once again located Kunpeng and has tamed it as a pet, successfully completing the 6th ring task. The corresponding reward has been issued to the system space. This task is the final ring of the series, and its completion signifies that you have thoroughly accomplished this series of tasks. The ultimate reward for this series of tasks has been issued to the system space. Chapter 363, Designated Dragon Egg. Infusing the Origin. Thus, the Kunpeng sequential tasks were entirely fulfilled. A total of 6 tasks. This marked Lin Bei's first completed series of tasks. Listening to the notification echoing in his mind, he couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected the final task to be the simplest of all. Typically, the last task is the most challenging. 2 task rewards? I must open them quickly. Although he had yet to access the system space, Lin Bei was acutely aware that the 2 rewards obtained from these tasks would undoubtedly be exceptional. One was the reward for completing the 6th ring task concerning Kunpeng, while the other was the reward for completing the entire series. How could they possibly be lacking? With his thoughts collected, Lin Bei promptly opened the system space, eager to examine the 2 newly appeared rewards. Both rewards were presented as gift packs, filled with the allure of the unknown. He directed his gaze towards the gift pack obtained upon completing the 6th ring task. System, open this gift pack. Swiftly, the system's prompt resounded. Ding. The gift pack for the 6th ring task concerning Kunpeng has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. The hardest fish scales from Kunpeng. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. The largest feather from Kunpeng. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. The wing transformation of Kunpeng in its Peng form. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. The fin transformation of Kunpeng in its Kun form. The rewards within the gift pack consisted of 4 items, all of considerable merit. Moreover, each was intrinsically linked to Kunpeng. Almost instantaneously, Lin Bei accessed the system space to delve into the functions of these rewards. The hardest scales and the largest feathers from Kunpeng were, in essence, unique materials. It can be utilized for merging with dragons and also for forging various weapons and equipment, making it an exceptionally useful item. The transformation of the wings in the form of the Kunpeng allows Lin Bei to manifest colossal twin wings belonging to the Kunpeng while in flight. Indeed, those grand wings resemble the dark clouds in the sky. Although merely an illusion, they significantly enhance Lin Bei's flying speed. Not only that, but they can also conjure a multitude of feathers to launch an assault on enemies. The transformation of the fish fins in the Kun form yields effects akin to that of the wings in the Peng form. These 2 transformation rewards are immensely powerful when utilized. After all, they pertain to the wings and fins of the Kunpeng. Overall, the rewards within this gift package are commendable and quite befitting the challenge posed by the 6th ring task. Moments later, Lin Bei turned his attention to another gift package obtained upon completing all the tasks. System, open this gift package. In the next instant, the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding. The ultimate Kunpeng gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the special reward, the ability to summon the Kunpeng at will. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the special reward, Mist Gathering Soul Pearl. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the special reward, a designated dragon egg. The rewards from this second gift package are equally impressive. Among them, the one that piqued Lin Bei's interest the most was the reward known as the Mist Gathering Soul Pearl. From its name alone, it seems to be related to mist and souls. He retrieved the Mist Gathering Soul Pearl from the system space and began to observe it closely. Before long, Lin Bei understood the function of this pearl. It was remarkable. Not only could it rapidly gather all the surrounding mist, but it could also shape this mist according to his will. In other words, if he desired, he could command an army of mist. Upon realizing the capabilities of the Mist Gathering Soul Pearl, he unhesitatingly tossed it into an adjacent open space. Bang! The moment the Mist Gathering Soul Pearl touched the ground, it unleashed a formidable force of attraction and absorption. The mist in the vicinity instantly swirled around the pearl. Layer upon layer of mist surged forth, drawn together by this magnetic force, growing increasingly dense. Initially, only the nearby mist was affected. However, as seconds ticked by, mist from distant areas also began to respond, rapidly converging as if propelled by a mighty wind capable of uprooting mountains. Observing the gathering mist around the Mist Gathering Soul Pearl, which became denser by the moment, a faint smile crept onto Lin Bei's lips as he mused, with this pearl, I can avoid much trouble. Before long, I shall gather all the gray mist, and I need only focus on absorbing it. Originally, he would have had to exert considerable effort to attract mist from other regions, but now, such arduous tasks were entirely unnecessary. He merely needed to allow the mist-gathering soul pearl some time to absorb the mist from Mist City. Next, Lin Bei turned his attention to the other rewards. The ability to summon the Kuanping at will permits him to forcibly call the Kuanping from any location. Once summoned, the Kuanping would be teleported to his side. Given the immense size and power of the Kuanping, it was impossible to confine it within his talent space. Additionally, having such a colossal entity constantly at his side was impractical. Since the Kuanping could not enter the talent space, neither could the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress. This meant they could not accompany Lin Bei at all times, at least for the time being. Realizing all of this, Lin Bei spoke to himself. This function is quite advantageous. If I encounter an insurmountable danger, I can summon the Kuanping. Given its strength, it should prove immensely helpful. At this juncture, he gradually halted, casting his gaze toward the main city area. After contemplating for a while, he continued, as for the remaining time, let it, along with the Sky Feather Dragon and the Mermaid Empress, stay nearby. Perfect. I shall forge a domain of my own, and they can serve as guardians. This was indeed the optimal choice. Lastly, Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon the final reward, a pure white egg stored within the system space. This egg, pristine like an unblemished sheet of paper, seemed to await Lin Bei's inscription upon it. A designated dragon egg? With this designated dragon egg, could he summon the Starflame Dragon or the Hellfire Dragon once more into this world? Inhaling sharply, his breath quickened. He yearned to truly possess both the Starflame Dragon and the Hellfire Dragon. Just then, the system's prompt suddenly resonated. Indeed, host. By infusing a certain essence into this designated dragon egg, the corresponding dragon can be summoned anew. Lin Bei did not respond to the system, but instead gazed intently at the designated dragon egg, his expression brimming with excitement. This reward was beyond his expectations. At long last, he had awaited this opportunity. Ever since the day he summoned the Starflame Dragon, Lin Bei had longed for such an egg. The next moment, he hastily retrieved the Starflame Dragon essence stored within the system space, alongside the designated dragon egg. He chose the Starflame Dragon first since it had appeared earlier. For Lin Bei, both the Starflame Dragon and the Hellfire Dragon held equal significance. There was no question of preference. Thus, he proceeded in order. System, how do I operate this? Should I simply insert the Starflame Dragon essence into it? As soon as he finished speaking, the system provided clarification. Not quite. This method will not suffice for infusion. Please, host, while injecting the Starflame Dragon essence into the egg, use your Dragon Affinity talent to envelop both the designated dragon egg and the Starflame Dragon essence. Only in this manner can the essence be infused into the egg. The designated dragon egg is a rather unique specimen. Lin Bei nodded lightly, understanding what he needed to do. In the next second, he activated his Dragon Affinity talent, enveloping both the Starflame Dragon essence and the designated dragon egg. Instantly, a wondrous sensation emerged, establishing a profoundly unique connection between Lin Bei, the essence of the Starflame Dragon, and the designated dragon egg. This extraordinary feeling resembled a close blood relationship. It was truly peculiar. I felt as if I were nurturing a new life. Although taken aback by this revelation, he refrained from overthinking it and immediately took the essence of the Starflame Dragon, infusing it into the designated dragon egg. The moment the essence was injected, the once pristine white egg underwent a remarkable transformation. Countless stars appeared on its surface, so numerous that one could hardly count them. Each individual star coalesced into a river of stars, which in turn formed a galaxy. Beyond the galaxies, there existed black holes, white holes, and flames. Flames as radiant as those of the sun. All of this unmistakably belonged to the Starflame Dragon. The egg had now unequivocally become the egg of the Starflame Dragon. Ding! The essence of the Starflame Dragon has been successfully infused, and the designated dragon egg has transformed into the egg of the Starflame Dragon. The Starflame Dragon egg is currently in the process of hatching. Please be patient, host. Once a certain period has elapsed, the egg will automatically hatch. Lin Bei had never anticipated witnessing the Starflame Dragon emerge from its shell today. The egg certainly required incubation, just like the genuine Dragonman egg from before. It needed meticulous care to be born. Meanwhile, the Dragonman egg had been transferred to the exclusive space of the Time Emperor's Black Dragon, where it was receiving careful nurturing. Fortunately, the egg of the Starflame Dragon did not require such incubation. Otherwise, it would have been a source of great worry for them. Simultaneously, the Skyfeather Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping turned their attention to the Starflame Dragon egg resting before Lin Bei. They all sensed a distinctly familiar aura emanating from this dragon egg. The Skyfeather Dragon felt this connection most intensely, gazing fixedly at the Starflame Dragon egg, its eyes unblinking for an extended period. How strange. I can sense the aura of the Starflame Dragon from the egg before my master. Just a minute ago, this egg was merely an ordinary egg. The object extracted by my master bore no special aura whatsoever. Is it merely my illusion? The Skyfeather Dragon pondered, feeling perplexed and uncertain about the situation. At that moment, the Mermaid Empress spoke. It is not an illusion. I feel it too, although I cannot comprehend how. I am certain that the Starflame Dragon resides within that egg. Moreover, it is the very Starflame Dragon we are intimately familiar with. The Kuanping remained silent, but nodded vigorously in agreement. Ultimately, the Skyfeather Dragon could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. To think that my master could even accomplish something as extraordinary as reviving a deceased dragon." Lin Bei stored the Starflame Dragon egg away, disinclined to elaborate further. He then addressed the Skyfeather Dragon, who was nearby. "You must go to the North District. Someone will soon arrive there. Do as you see fit to detain them. Do not allow them to roam freely. I have matters to attend to that I do not wish to be interrupted." Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Skyfeather Dragon flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, swiftly making its way back to the North District. While flying at full speed, it contemplated how best to confine those individuals. After permitting the Kuanping and Mermaid Empress to roam freely, Lin Bei settled beside the gathering mist condensing soul pearl, channeling his full power to manipulate the mist control, fervently drawing the gathered mist into his being. With the assistance of the gathering mist condensing soul pearl, his rate of absorbing the gray mist accelerated exponentially. If previously he had been sipping water through a fine straw, now it was akin to pouring water directly into his mouth from a bucket. The efficiency was drastically different. As the gray mist continued to accumulate within him, Lin Bei's mental strength surged at a terrifying pace. With each passing second, significant enhancements were achieved. The gathering mist condensing soul pearl is indeed a marvelous artifact. Thus, after a full 5 minutes, Lin Bei absorbed all the mist from the entire South District. Moreover, he continued to absorb mist from other districts. At this rate, it would take no more than half an hour to draw all the mist into his being. Chapter 364, The Feathered Cage. Kidnapped by Dragons. Subsequently, Lin Bei chose not to engage in other activities but remained beside the gathering mist condensing soul pearl, continuing to absorb the vast amounts of mist converging here. He had no intention of leaving until he had completely absorbed the mist. The most pressing matter was to absorb all this mist, otherwise, many other tasks would be hindered. Enhancing his mental strength by absorbing this mist was indeed crucial for many subsequent endeavors. Recently astonished, Luing stood silently beside Lin Bei, questioning the meaning of life. He was uncertain what else he could do besides standing there. Although Lin Bei had allowed the Kuanping and Mermaid Empress to engage in free activities, neither of them seemed inclined to do so. They simply stood in the vacant area devoid of the seven-colored lake, gazing at Lin Bei with delight, as if nothing else existed around them. Lin Bei, who was absorbed in the mist absorption process, naturally noticed this but chose not to comment. He understood that regardless of what he said, it could not alter the current situation. Thus, he opted to do nothing. Meanwhile, the great fish elder, remaining in the South District, gazed around in confusion. What on earth? Why did the mist suddenly vanish? Just moments ago, there had been so much mist. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. The mist, which had persisted for many years without dissipating, had suddenly vanished. It felt almost miraculous. Having resided here for many years, the great fish elder had witnessed the mist daily, understanding its tenacity and the differences between day and night. After standing in place for a considerable time, he could not fathom what had occurred. Oh well, if it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't affect me at all. I should seize the opportunity while the Kuanping is in a good mood and hurry to find it. With that thought, he resumed his journey toward the location of the Kuanping. At that moment, the Skyfeather Dragon flapped its wings and returned to the North District. It descended directly onto the ground, landing upon the very spot marked by the ceiling formation. In that fleeting moment of its arrival, the celestial feather dragon beheld the swirling mists around it. The orb bestowed by its master was indeed formidable. Even the fog of the North District was affected by its power. The North District, the farthest area from the South District. The celestial feather dragon had already deduced the reasoning behind Lin Bei's actions. Subsequently, it lay languidly on the ground, awaiting the arrival of Ao Ding and the others. However, after a considerable wait, no one had yet appeared. A sense of irritation began to brew within it, darkening its mood considerably. Why have they not arrived yet? They are far too slow, truly far too slow. I would much rather not squander this time in waiting. How splendid it would be to spend these few minutes in the company of my master. After indulging in its complaints for a while, a bold notion struck the celestial feather dragon's mind. Its dragon eyes widened in excitement as it spoke to itself. The task my master assigned to me is merely to keep them within the confines of the North District, preventing them from wandering aimlessly. Precisely. As long as they remain in the North District, that is sufficient. There was no specification of the method, nor any insistence that I must wait for them to come to me. I can act freely. After articulating these thoughts, the celestial feather dragon fixed its gaze toward the direction of the main city. After a few moments of contemplation, it resumed its self-dialogue. Therefore, I have no need to wait idly here. I shall head directly to the main city, capture them, and then devise a way to keep them in the North District. Haha, I truly am a genius. With this resolution made, the celestial feather dragon flapped its wings and departed from the area it had lingered in for so long, resolutely making its way towards the main city. The celestial feather dragon yearned to remain by Lin Bei's side for 24 hours, seeking to fill the void that had lingered in its heart for so many years. Meanwhile, Ao Ding and Wen Shuai, along with their companions, were cautiously advancing through the main city. Due to the considerable number of people and the challenges of management, their progress was rather slow. Throughout their journey, they encountered no fog beings, making their passage remarkably smooth. Consequently, Ao Ding and his companions felt a sense of relief. The absence of fog beings meant the absence of trouble. Today has been quite fortunate. There have been no encounters with those fog beings. Indeed, luck is on our side. This way, we need not worry about unexpected complications. Ao Ding wholeheartedly agreed. The memory of the irritable fat man and the greedy old man they encountered yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Each was more troublesome than the last. However, Wen Shuai wore an odd expression. While others felt no change in the fog, he could distinctly sense its rapid movement. Strange. The fog is shifting with remarkable speed, and this velocity surpasses that of my control over the fog. Could it be that Mr. Lin is engaged in some extraordinary endeavor? Wen Shuai was uncertain, but his instincts told him that everything was connected to Lin Bei. Thus, the group continued forward. Buzz. But after walking for a few minutes, an extraordinarily loud dragon's roar reverberated from the skies above. Bang! Bang! As the dragon's roar resonated, the ground beneath them fractured, revealing terrifying cracks. In an instant, panic ensued, and everyone instinctively looked up. Yet, what they could see was only the swirling gray mists. A dragon's roar? How could there be a dragon above us? That shouldn't be possible. According to Lord Ao Ding, the two individuals with dragons had perished. Their dragons could not possibly appear here. What are you thinking? It certainly cannot be them. Even if they were alive, they could not shatter the ground beneath us with a mere roar. Even Si Lingxian and Ren Ting did not connect this incident to Lin Bei, for they understood him well enough to know that his dragon could not achieve such a feat. To shatter the ground with a single roar requires an unfathomable power. Si Lingxian gazed upward, her expression turning grave. The only dragon capable of such a feat in this locale must be. As she trailed off, she hesitated to finish her thought, continuing to fix her gaze above. At that moment, Ren Ting spoke. Sister Lingxian, the dragon capable of such a thing must be an incredibly fearsome creature, yes? Are we in danger? Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian prepared to respond. But before she could utter a word, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing a vast amount of mist. Buzz. Simultaneously, the terrifying dragon's roar echoed once more from the heavens. All those who had been gazing upward now beheld the celestial feather dragon. Its enormous form, cloaked in feathers, exuded a menacing aura that signified it was no ordinary dragon. In that moment, they were all rendered speechless. Each stared wide-eyed at the sky, unable to believe their eyes. Just moments ago, they had been relieved at the absence of fog beings, yet now they were confronted by a dragon that appeared overwhelmingly powerful. By the heavens! What a colossal dragon! How incredibly unfortunate! This dragon seems to have set its sights on us. What should we do now? I certainly do not believe we can contend with this dragon. We were far too premature in our celebration. Ao Ding regarded the celestial feather dragon with utmost gravity. Merely gazing at it filled him with a profound sense of pressure, and a deep-seated fear began to well within him. Moreover, this fear rapidly intensified. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing several times, Ao Ding barely managed to suppress his dread. This dragon, its strength far exceeds my own. In its presence, I feel as though I am confronting a Kunpeng. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed the dragon that the Kunpeng spoke of. When he faced the Kunpeng, he felt no fear, for the Kunpeng was bound beneath the sea, and they were familiar acquaintances, having grown accustomed to each other's presence. But the celestial feather dragon is different. To Ao Ding, the celestial feather dragon was an unknown entity, hence his instinctive fear. The celestial feather dragon, too, looked down at the figures below, quickly spotting Ao Ding and the others. I have found them, the individuals my master spoke of. Upon confirming its target, it hesitated not a moment and forcefully flapped its wings in the direction of the ground. As its enormous wings beat, dozens of feathers shot downward. Their sharp tips aimed directly at the figures below. Whoosh, whoosh. The descent of these massive feathers was swift, reaching a mere 2 meters from Ao Ding and the others in less than a second. At this moment, Ao Ding and his companions were only just beginning to comprehend the situation, leaving them little time to evade. Thud, thud. The feathers plummeting from the sky struck the ground simultaneously, creating a series of deep craters. The earth trembled violently, its intensity rendering Ao Ding and his companions unable to maintain their footing, causing them to sway along with the violent quakes. Soon, everyone except Ao Ding had collapsed to the ground, and despite their efforts, they found it impossible to rise. Mere seconds later, even Ao Ding succumbed to the tumult, resigning himself to lie on the ravaged earth, awaiting the cessation of the tremors. Amidst their fear, a sense of confusion enveloped them. What was this dragon attempting to achieve? Given the current circumstances, it seemed clear that it did not intend to kill them, but rather to ensnare them. Yes, I too sense its desire to capture us. If its aim were to slay us, that volley of feathers would have surely spelled our doom. Regardless of its intentions, as long as we remain alive, we can endure. Among them, only Si Lingxian remained silent, reflecting on the scene she had witnessed the previous day. This great dragon was the very one that had accompanied Lin Bei's golden dragon. What could this mean? Why had it suddenly appeared? And why did it seek to confine us? Could it be connected to Lin Bei? Si Lingxian could only speculate, yet the truth eluded her grasp. Approximately half a minute later, the tremors subsided. The feathers formed a complete circle, interlocking without a single gap. Even a mosquito attempting to escape would find itself compelled to take flight into the air. Clearly, this constituted a prison of feathers. Thud! At that moment, the sky feather dragon descended to the ground. It extended its colossal head, addressing Ao Ding and the others within the feathered prison. Stay put and behave yourselves. Remain quiet. Nothing is amiss. Otherwise, I shall feed you to a fearsome mermaid. With that, the sky feather dragon did not wait for a response, but rather extended a claw to cover the top of the feathered cage. Ao Ding and his companions were plunged into darkness, their vision obscured, with nothing but shadows to perceive. In the depths of this darkness, their expressions were peculiar. Have we been kidnapped by a dragon? It would seem so. Absurd. Yet, due to the sky feather dragon's remarkable display of power, Si Lingxian was resolutely convinced of one thing. She gently rubbed her forehead and, with a resigned sigh, murmured, "Indeed. This matter is related to Lin Bei." Beyond that, she could conceive of no other explanation. In the next moment, the sky feather dragon vigorously swung another claw, excavating a sizable mound of earth from the ground below. Then, it lifted the mound into its grasp. This mound was substantial. All the feathers were embedded within it. The sky feather dragon's action resembled that of removing a potted plant from its container, holding it aloft in its claws. Gazing at the earthy prison of feathers in its grasp, it nodded in satisfaction. This should suffice to confine them, yes? Now, I merely need to return to the northern district. With a contented flap of its wings, the sky feather dragon soared back to the northern district. Upon arrival, it casually dug a large hole in the ground and deposited the feathered prison within it, pondering how to ensure Ao Ding and the others would remain compliant. Meanwhile, the great fish sovereign hastened towards the location of the Kunping. Almost immediately, he spotted the Kunping and the mermaid empress. With wide eyes, he fixated on the mermaid empress. A mermaid. He failed to notice Lin Bei and Lu Ying, who were beside her, absorbing the mist. Chapter 365, Complete Absorption. Double Amplification. The great fish sovereign was astonished. He never anticipated such an unexpected boon. Not only had he found the Kunping, but he also beheld the legendary mermaid. Indeed, a mermaid, and not just any mermaid. This was splendid news. After overcoming his initial shock, the great fish sovereign felt a surge of excitement. Mermaids are creatures of the ocean, within the scope of his innate taming ability. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, the great fish sovereign approached the lakeshore, fixating his gaze on the Kunping and the mermaid empress. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became. He even began to fantasize about what he would do once he successfully tamed these magnificent beings. Almost immediately, the mermaid empress and the Kunping sensed the gaze of the great fish sovereign. The mermaid empress furrowed her brow slightly, refraining from making any sudden moves for fear of accidental harm, and quietly inquired of the Kunping, "Who is that fellow? A friend of the master?" Given the timing of the great fish sovereign's appearance, she found herself somewhat perplexed. After all, the mermaid empress was aware that her master had arrived in this city with a group of companions. The Kunping scrutinized the great fish sovereign for a while before asserting, "No, I have no recollection of him. He is certainly not someone I brought to this city." The Kunping was equally puzzled as to why an additional person had appeared. Upon hearing this, the mermaid empress averted her gaze. Choosing to disregard the great fish sovereign, Forget him. Let us follow the master's arrangements. The Kuanping nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. However, their indifference toward the great fish sovereign did not deter his interest in them. Observing the mermaid empress and the Kuanping whispering to one another without displaying any hostility, the great fish sovereign felt a surge of joy in his heart. He instinctively regarded this as a favorable sign. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat, preparing himself for the moment. After a series of preparations, the great fish sovereign addressed the mermaid empress and the Kuanping in a loud voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the great fish sovereign from the Shanghai organization. Today, my talent is just right. So, may I spend some time with both of you amicably? Once our time together concludes, we can consider whether you would like to become my companions. No worries if you decline. His tone was earnest, and his demeanor sincere, devoid of any semblance of coercion, as if he were negotiating a matter of great significance. This approach left no room for criticism. After speaking, the great fish sovereign continued to gaze at the Kuanping and the mermaid empress, awaiting their response. Having contemplated his words carefully before arriving, he was able to articulate such eloquent sentiments. Upon hearing these words, the mermaid empress and the Kuanping exchanged glances, their expressions morphing into one of profound incredulity. They regarded the great fish venerable as if he were an utter fool. Soon after, the mermaid empress lowered her voice once more, adopting a tone tinged with irritation as she addressed the Kuanping. Now I can ascertain. He is certainly not a friend of our master. Moreover, he evokes a distinctly hypocritical sentiment within me. I yearn to take his life, not merely due to his duplicity, but because he has insulted our master. How dare he attempt to undermine our master's authority? In her eyes, the actions of the great fish venerable were nothing short of an affront to Lin Bei. As she uttered these words, her gaze towards the great fish venerable was laced with palpable intent to kill. She was struggling to restrain herself, unwilling to act without explicit orders. In the next moment, the Kuanping nodded emphatically and softly remarked, Indeed, I too perceive his hypocrisy. Although his previous statements were ostensibly reasonable, I am convinced this is merely a facade. His courteous demeanor stems solely from our superior strength. Had our powers been inferior, he would not have displayed such amiability. This fellow is certainly not a good character. The Kuanping was equally incensed by the great fish venerable's conduct. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time it encountered such a situation. Yet, despite the anger boiling within, it could only endure. At that moment, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes, dispelling the lingering mists that obscured his vision. With a frosty gaze, he fixed his eyes upon the great fish venerable, then inquired of his companion Luing. Luing, what benefits might one reap from slaying a venerable of the Mountain Sea organization? It was evident that Lin Bei harbored murderous intentions. Though the means by which he had tamed the Kuanping and the mermaid empress were rather unconventional, they were, nonetheless, his pets. Was there any distinction between uttering such words and issuing a provocation? In the next instant, Luing responded to the query, Indeed, but I am uncertain of the specifics. Such circumstances have not arisen before. However, I can assure you that slaying a venerable of the Mountain Sea organization would yield substantial rewards. After all, the number of venerated figures within the organization is quite limited. Upon hearing Lin Bei's question, he surmised Lin Bei's intentions, and his gaze towards the great fish venerable became suffused with irony. So what if he was a venerable? Even the most esteemed must face death when they overreach. Who would one seek for a reward? Simply presenting the body would suffice? Lin Bei further inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the rewards for killing a venerable within the Mountain Sea organization. Indeed, his corpse would suffice for claiming the reward. Simply approach the Lord of the Light altar, hand over the body, and he will take care of the subsequent arrangements, Luing conveyed candidly. Having grasped the procedure, Lin Bei ceased further conversation with Luing and instead issued a command through the mists. Kill. Ensure the body remains intact. His voice was calm, yet upon hearing it, the great fish venerable shuddered violently, immediately casting his gaze towards the swirling mists. However, the returning fog obscured his sight, leaving him in utter confusion. There are individuals present, and they intend to kill me? The great fish venerable struggled to comprehend the situation, bewildered by the unfolding events, yet oblivious to his turmoil. The Kuanping and mermaid empress sprang into action. Upon hearing Lin Bei's command, they responded in unison, Understood, master. Instantly, the great fish venerable was rendered speechless. His mind clouded with doubt about his existence. He turned stiffly to face the Kuanping and the mermaid empress, unable to fathom the declaration he had just heard. Master? The Kuanping and mermaid are referring to the entity within the mists as master? No, this cannot be. The Kuanping had only just arrived. How could there be another master? The great fish venerable was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend the astonishing events that had transpired in such a brief span. The Kunpeng had been tamed? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Had anyone truly accomplished such a feat? These two beings were immensely powerful. With that realization, he turned to flee. Though he had never witnessed the true strength of the Kunpeng and the Mermaid Empress, the great fish venerable was acutely aware that he stood no chance in combat. If he did not run, he would simply await his demise. At this juncture, the Kunpeng and the Mermaid Empress simultaneously propelled themselves forward, closing the distance to the great fish venerable with remarkable speed. As they approached, they proclaimed, "Human, atone with your life. To dare covet our master's favor is a grave insult to him. Our master is far too benevolent to allow you an intact corpse. Were it up to me, I would ensure your utter obliteration." Upon hearing this, the great fish venerable was drenched in a cold sweat, hastening his escape. Unbelievable. What kind of master could inspire such unwavering loyalty in these two beings? 3 seconds later, the Mermaid Empress, having easily caught up to the great fish venerable, seized him with a vice-like grip. "Ah!" The great fish venerable screamed, his cries echoing in despair. A second later, his wails ceased, and he lost all vestiges of life. Until his last breath, the great fish venerable never laid eyes upon Lin Bei. The identity of the master of the Kunpeng and the Mermaid Empress became an eternal enigma for him. Subsequently, Lin Bei commanded Lu Ying to collect the body of the great fish venerable while he remained seated, continuing to absorb the mists. The mists surged into him, filling him with vitality. After 20 minutes, the empty feather dragon returned to the southern district. In the very first moment of its return, it eagerly addressed Lin Bei. "Master, I have confined those individuals within the northern district. You need not worry. They are utterly incapable of escaping." Lin Bei nodded slightly, offering no further comment as he continued to absorb the mists. Through his diligent efforts over the past 20 minutes, he made significant progress. The mists within the fog city had diminished considerably, while his mental fortitude had notably strengthened. Meanwhile, within the northern district, Ao Ding and the others remained ensconced within a feathered prison, obediently seated. Throughout this nearly half-hour duration, they encountered no peril whatsoever. The empty feather dragon remained silent, save for the occasional sound of feathers piercing the ground. Resigned to their fate, Ao Ding sighed heavily and addressed the group. "Let us remain compliant. We have no means of escaping through our own strength. To depart, we must await the dragon's benevolence to release us." Indeed, as Ao Ding remarked, they were utterly incapable of escaping. Even if they exerted every ounce of strength to breach the initial layer of feathers, there remained 9 more layers ahead. During that brief moment, the empty feather dragon had constructed an additional 9 grander feather prisons outside this feathery cage. Thus, it dared to depart. The others remained silent, unable to conceive of a solution. After a prolonged pause, one finally spoke up. "Ah, I hope we are not kept here for too long. Our provisions are rather scant. I still cannot fathom what purpose this dragon has in capturing us. We bear no grievances towards it, nor have we ever crossed paths. Yet, upon our first encounter, such an incident unfolds. It feels profoundly unsettling. Indeed, it is exceedingly strange." As these murmurs echoed, only the trio, Xiling Xian, Renting, and Wen Shuai, who had casually settled into a corner, maintained their tranquility. Xiling Xian had just articulated her speculations, which had calmed their hearts. They understood Lin Bei and knew there must be a reason behind his actions. Thus they felt no tension or trepidation. They were certain that Lin Bei would not bring them harm. With fervent breaths, Lin Bei continuously absorbed the gray mist, never allowing even a moment of languor. Unwavering in his posture, engrossed in the same endeavor, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he occasionally smiled in satisfaction. At last, after another long interval, only the faintest remnants of gray mist lingered around Lin Bei. With a deep breath, he inhaled that final trace of gray mist into his being. Consequently, the mist vanished entirely from his vicinity. No, not just from around him. Throughout the entire city, the mist had dissipated, rendering everything clear and visible. As he surveyed the surroundings, he beheld distant vistas, no longer confined to a limited range. The main urban area and the 4 city sectors, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, appeared indistinguishable from any other ordinary city. Gazing upon the newfound normalcy, Lin Bei could not help but exclaim, "Mission accomplished. My mental prowess has reached its utmost peak." His intention in absorbing the mist was not to evolve the city, but simply to enhance his own mental capacity. Feeling the vast oceanic expanse of mental power within him, he sensed it could surge forth at any moment. This realization filled him with profound contentment. Now, he could embark on the next phase, a doubling of mental power. Just the thought of amplifying his mental strength made Lin Bei yearn to laugh heartily. System, activate the mental power doubling opportunity. The next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Mental power doubling in progress. Suddenly, The mental force within Lin Bei surged rapidly. In less than 3 seconds, his overall mental power had increased by 1/3. 10 seconds later, the system's prompt resounded. Ding. Amplification successful. Host's mental power has been doubled. After acclimating to his newfound mental strength, Lin Bei shifted his gaze towards the main urban area. My current mental power should allow me to easily control the body of the Sea Witch Queen. Chapter 366. The Sea Witch appears in his mind at this moment. The sole task Lin Bei wished to undertake remained. Before arriving in this city, he had conceived of this notion, and upon his arrival, it seemed particularly feasible, proceeding much more smoothly than he had imagined. Gradually retracting his gaze from the main urban area, Lin Bei turned towards the empty feather dragon, the mermaid empress, and the Kunpeng. Lightly chuckling as he inquired, I am heading to the main urban area now. Would you care to join me? He had never been one to coerce his companions into actions, hence he posed this question. Of course, compelling the dragons to lay eggs was an exception. In response, the empty feather dragon, the mermaid empress, and the Kunpeng had already formed their answers in their minds. Absolutely. Even if our master were to forbid us, we would still accompany him. We must go to the main urban area. In no time, Lin Bei, accompanied by the three of them and Lu Ying, arrived in the main urban area. This marked his first glimpse of the entire expanse of the main urban area. Previously, the main urban area had been shrouded in mist, rendering its full appearance inscrutable. Now, devoid of mist, the main urban area revealed itself. The main urban area differed greatly from the streets Lin Bei was accustomed to. Both the roads and the structures lining them exhibited an ancient aesthetic, reminiscent of styles from many years past. Along the roadside, there stood streetlights, albeit perpetually unlit. Occasionally, wooden benches were found, inviting passers-by to rest upon them. The number of buildings was considerable, yet all remained closed, presenting a rather disorganized appearance. Truly, the main urban area lived up to its name, far superior to the desolate sectors of the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. The latter bore little resemblance to a city, more akin to the wilderness. Observing Lin Bei's surprise, the empty feather dragon kindly elucidated. This urban area was constructed in the style of our era. We three are quite familiar with it, as it hails from a long time ago. It was shaped by the mental power of the Sea Witch Queen, resulting in such architectural design. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, as he continued to observe the entirety of the main urban area. It was vast. The number of buildings and street facilities was plentiful. Clearly, the Sea Witch Queen was a formidable entity. He could not help but exclaim in wonder. The empty feather dragon continued. Indeed, her size is substantial. While not on par with the Kunpeng, she is still considerably larger than I, allowing for the creation of such a city. The larger the Sea Witch Queen's form, the more satisfaction Lin Bei felt within. Only a sufficiently grand physique could forge a prison to his liking. Moments later, Lin Bei arrived at the entrance of a weapons shop, continuing his observations of the surroundings. The Kunpeng, mermaid empress, and others remained at the fringes of the main urban area, refraining from entering, concerned that their presence might disrupt Lin Bei's endeavors. After a prolonged observation, Lin Bei finally turned away, chuckling softly to himself. It is time to begin. As his words fell, he unleashed his immense mental power. Instantly, Lin Bei's mental force enveloped the entire main urban area, effortlessly permeating every building and roadside facility. Even the tables and plates nestled within those edifices were enveloped by spiritual energy. The weapons in the armory and the umbrellas in the old woman's home were all fashioned from the corporeal form of the Sea Witch Queen. Who would have thought that even these objects were involved? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei extracted all the items he had gathered from the city and placed them on the ground beside him. Naturally, these objects became enshrouded in his spiritual energy. As Lin Bei's spiritual energy enveloped these items, a vivid image suddenly materialized in his mind. At the center of this vision was a mermaid. The mermaid sat motionless, seemingly gazing intently at Lin Bei. Chapter 367. The truth behind the amplification of spiritual energy. In an instant, Lin Bei furrowed his brow, his expression growing gravely serious. The appearance of the Sea Witch Queen in his mind far exceeded his expectations. It turned out she had left behind a contingency plan. Clearly, this was a measure left by the Sea Witch Queen. Lin Bei refrained from acting rashly, instead observing the Sea Witch Queen in silence. She, too, merely regarded him with her unwavering gaze. The two, one human and one mermaid, maintained their fixed stare, as if time itself had come to a standstill, flowing at an excruciatingly slow pace. Thus, they remained in silence for a considerable duration. Ultimately, it was the Sea Witch Queen who broke the stillness. Master, I have finally met you. I have been waiting for you with great longing. Upon hearing the Sea Witch Queen's words, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Her calling him master once again surpassed his expectations. This was indeed peculiar. Moreover, This contingency plan seemed to hold no malice. It appeared to be benign. Why do you call me master? I am clearly not your master. Lin Bei was perplexed as to why the Sea Witch Queen would perceive him in such a manner. He could understand the actions of the Sky Feather Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping due to a series of misunderstandings. However, the Sea Witch Queen was different. She had witnessed nothing. In the next moment, the Sea Witch Queen's voice resonated once more. No, you are indeed my master. I can confirm this. It seems you are entirely unaware of your true identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback. Simultaneously, he realized something was amiss. What makes you believe I am your master? I have no connection to the Dragon God. The Sea Witch Queen, who had firmly concluded that Lin Bei was her master, readily responded. It is because of the spiritual energy that resides within you. Your spiritual energy is immense. Half of it belongs to me, while the other half is the spiritual energy you possessed previously. In other words, it is the Dragon God's spiritual energy. Although her words were brief, Lin Bei comprehended their significance. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of realization flashing across his eyes. So that was it. The amplification of spiritual energy had granted him the Dragon God's spiritual energy. Afterward, Lin Bei sat in silence for a long time, immersed in contemplation. The revelation of the truth behind the doubling of spiritual energy had left him astounded. It was intertwined with the Dragon God. After sitting in silence for a considerable while, Lin Bei reluctantly accepted this reality. The events had transpired, and there was no detriment. Further pondering was futile. Although the additional spiritual energy belonged to the Dragon God, it had now harmoniously fused with him, leaving no possibility for separation. Since you say so, I shall consider myself your master for the time being. I wish to know why you have been waiting for me. Reluctantly, Lin Bei resolved to do just that. He suddenly realized he seemed to be acquiring more and more traits of the Dragon God. The Dragon God's defensive amplification power, the Dragon God's spiritual potency, the Dragon God's former followers, and the ability to synthesize, akin to the Dragon God. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to avoid such misunderstandings. This was a path Lin Bei had never envisioned. At that moment, the Sea Witch Queen addressed his inquiry. The purpose of my waiting is simply to convey one message. Without waiting for Lin Bei's response, she continued, Master, I am sorry. As she uttered this phrase, the Sea Witch Queen bowed her head deeply, casting her gaze downward. Observing the sincerity in her apology, Lin Bei found himself at a loss for how to respond. Was it truly appropriate for someone who was not the Dragon God to accept such an apology? Although he understood that this might not be entirely suitable. Seeing the Sea Witch Queen with her head bowed, as though she would not lift it until forgiven, he felt compelled to act. Coincidentally, the system's prompt resonated at that moment. Host, let her rise. In truth, the Dragon God has already forgiven her. In the next instant, Lin Bei spoke to the Sea Witch Queen, Rise. The Dragon God has forgiven you. Upon hearing this, the Sea Witch Queen straightened her posture. In that moment, she seemed transformed, her entire demeanor appearing much lighter. Thank you, Master. Beyond inquiring about the Sea Witch Queen's intentions, Lin Bei also sought clarification on several other questions. He directly posed his inquiries. Why did you allow your spiritual energy to enter the mist? And why did you use your corporeal form to construct these buildings? How do you exist now? The Sea Witch Queen responded forthrightly. I undertook these actions for 2 reasons. The first is to atone for my sins. Having committed such an error, I must pay the price. The second is to prevent others from surviving here. This is the domain of my master, and I do not wish for other entities to roam freely within it. My current existence is quite peculiar. After relinquishing my spiritual energy and corporeal form, I could be considered dead. Only when all the spiritual energy converges and envelopes my entire body will my consciousness be restored. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei discerned the truth. The reality diverged somewhat from his expectations. However, fundamentally, it was not indicative of any nefarious conspiracy. With this understanding, Lin Bei ceased further conversation with the Sea Witch Queen and instead commenced the task he had initially intended to undertake. He wielded his vast spiritual energy to begin transforming the entire central district. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings soared from the ground, ascending into the air to coalesce. Streetside facilities, along with umbrellas and weapons, also lifted into the sky. Initially, the affected area was merely the region in proximity to Lin Bei. However, as time ticked away, the affected areas continued to expand. Ultimately, the entire main city's edifices lifted from the ground, converging into the skies above. Various objects nestled within these buildings ascended alongside them, merging gradually in the ethereal heights. Lin Bei, lost in his imagination, skillfully wielded his mental prowess to control this fusion. It wouldn't be long before he achieved success. Oh dear, I wasn't seeking sympathy yesterday. There's no need for gifts, everyone. The crux of the matter. Truly unnecessary. Save your gift money for yourselves, indulge in some food and drink instead. It's far better than offering it to me. Rest assured, the story will conclude as intended. No abrupt endings, no lackluster conclusions. Chapter 368. The prison takes shape. 2 layers of defense. Kong Yulong, the mermaid empress, Kunpeng, and Lang stood outside the boundaries of the main city, gazing skyward in earnest at the chaotic and peculiar scene unfolding above. It was their first encounter with buildings flying erratically in the sky, merging to form entirely new structures. After a considerable time, the mermaid empress spoke, her tone laden with reflection. Though I harbor disdain for that individual, I must concede that she surpasses us in certain aspects. At the very least, I cannot separate my mental essence from my corporeal form, nor can I, through my mental prowess, transform my body into such a multitude of edifices. She held a profound respect for the might of the sea witch. In truth, one could discern her connection to the sea witch from her former name. Had circumstances not unfolded as they did, the mermaid empress would not have altered her name. Kong Yulong shared her sentiment, but chose to remain taciturn on the matter, merely expressing a curious thought. I wonder what form our master intends to bestow upon this place. It should be quite extraordinary. Kunpeng chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Naturally, our master either refrains from action or executes it splendidly. We shall await patiently. Thus, a human, a bird, a dragon, and a mermaid settled into a tranquil wait, their imaginations running wild with visions of what the main city might become. Meanwhile, in the northern district, those ensnared by layers of feathered confinement, including Ao Ding, languished as if drained of life, slumped against the feathers. Voices of complaint, regret, and despair echoed. Ah, we never should have come to this city. What calamities have we encountered? Not only did we gain no benefits, but we also faced terrifying ordeals that nearly shattered our courage. I wonder if we will ever escape this place alive. Stop your lamentations. It is far better than the fate of those who perished. Ao Ding remained silent, even he feeling a twinge of regret for aiding Kunpeng. Among the crowd, only Si Ling Xian and her companions sat at ease, their hearts devoid of burdens, brimming instead with anticipation for the events unfolding outside. What is that rascal Lin Bei up to? He is certainly plotting something underhanded by capturing us. I agree, it must be true, especially considering how his dragon acted so wickedly, assaulting mine upon our first encounter. Listening to the hushed conversation of Si Ling Xian and Rin Ting, when Shuai could only tremble in the shadows, daunted by the caliber of their discourse, feeling unworthy to join in. Time slipped away swiftly, and before long, half an hour had passed. Throughout this interval, Lin Bei diligently orchestrated the fusion of the structures. At this moment, he had achieved significant progress. The prison shaped from the sea witch's essence had taken on its initial form, now firmly grounded. It was a tower-like prison, standing 10 stories tall. Each level varied in size. The lower the floor, the larger the area, and conversely, the higher the floor, the smaller the space. Clearly, each level held a distinct significance. The lowest level sprawled across half the main city's expanse. Yet, regardless of the floor, they appeared exceedingly vulnerable to breach. Lacking the typical barriers of conventional prisons, no bars, iron gates, or barred windows. Only unguarded windows and doors that swung open at will remained. As if there were no concern that the incarcerated might attempt escape. Kong Yulong and the others, observing from a distance, began to form their own conclusions. Has our master constructed a tower-shaped prison? I find it perplexing why our master would create a prison. Who would be confined within this structure? Moreover, something felt amiss. Essential elements seemed conspicuously absent. They struggled to comprehend Lin Bei's intentions. Prisons are not akin to ordinary buildings. They are unique sanctuaries. Despite their lack of understanding, Kong Yulong and the others continued to support him, driven merely by curiosity regarding the reasoning behind it. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Bei retracted his mental energy, slowly opening his eyes. Behind him loomed the tower-shaped prison, its general appearance unchanged. The anticipated iron bars, gates, and fences were still absent, rendering it less prison-like. Internally, it lacked any means of confinement. Rooms flowed freely into one another, allowing unrestricted wandering. Gazing at this extraordinary prison, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, stating calmly, the 1st to 8th floors will serve for housing prisoners, while the 9th and 10th floors are for my own residence. Excellent. This will suffice. He paused momentarily before continuing. My personal prison requires no such iron bars. Once confined within, all will remain compliant. After all, the safest place in this city is indeed this prison. The creation of this prison serves merely as a means to contain individuals. The true confinement lies beyond this tower. In the next moment, rising to his feet, Lin Bei unleashed a torrent of gray mist. Whoosh, whoosh, as the gray mist swirled. It enveloped the entirety of the main city. Naturally, the tower-shaped prison became ensconced within the shroud. Subsequently, he infused a great deal of mental energy, merging it with the mist. Soon, ethereal beings emerged from the swirling fog. These mist entities, born of Lin Bei's mental prowess, were far more formidable than those conjured by the sea, which, possessing not only significantly greater combat prowess, but also unique mental abilities. They would not succumb to madness under the cover of night, for his mental strength surpassed that of the sea, which by a considerable margin. The first layer of defense, complete. Upon witnessing this scene, Kong Yulong and the other former Dragon God officials comprehended the situation, and a murmur of discussion ensued. Ah, I see. That tower-like prison is merely a structure. The true deterrent against prisoners escaping lies within this mist. Marvelous. With such fog present, indeed no one could flee. Just then, Lin Bei emerged from the mist, directly approaching the front of Kong Yulong and the other former Dragon God officials. Without the slightest hesitation, he spoke forth. From now on, I entrust the oversight of this prison to the three of you. At the very least, until I can bring you with me. I need you to guard this prison. The Mermaid Empress will oversee the southern district, Kong Yulong will manage the northern district, and Kuanping will handle the western district, while the eastern district will be under the care of those dragon people. Although you are tasked with guarding this prison, your freedom will not be curtailed. You are free to pursue your own endeavors, provided that the prisoners do not escape. This constitutes the second layer of defense. With these two layers in place, even deities would find it impossible to flee. Chapter 369. This prison is named the Enigma Prison. Upon hearing Lin Bei's arrangements, Kong Yulong, the Mermaid Empress, and Kuanping exchanged glances, each perceiving the worry reflected in the other's eyes. In the next moment, Kong Yulong was the first to voice his concern. Master, we wish to stay by your side. Your current strength is not formidable enough, and leaving you alone outside truly makes us uneasy. Although we have been disconnected from the outside world for many years, we have endured much and understand the dangers that lurk in this realm. As his words faded, the Mermaid Empress chimed in. I believe what he says is quite correct. The outside world is indeed perilous. When we cannot see you, we genuinely worry. Please allow us to accompany you. Kuanping, not wishing to be left behind, added, yes. Only when you are safe can we find peace. After hearing this, Lin Bei could not suppress a smile. A genuine warmth graced his usually indifferent face. Despite the misunderstanding regarding their allegiance, he did not resent this sentiment. Allowing this misunderstanding to persist seemed a rather pleasant affair, providing hope for the three of them. Do not fret. It is not that I do not wish to keep you by my side, but rather I am presently unable to do so. You are all too large. Moreover, many of the places I must venture are not suited for you. Rest assured, once my talent space expands, I will bring you along. Lin Bei felt a sense of helplessness. How he longed for Kong Yulong and the other former Dragon God officials to accompany him. With them by his side, there would be no danger, even in the perilous Songlin mountain range, as mentioned by Qinglong. However, for now, it was simply unattainable. Upon hearing Lin Bei's earnest declarations, Kong Yulong, the Mermaid Empress, and Kuanping wished to say more, but ultimately held their tongues. Not wanting to impose upon Lin Bei, they chose to acquiesce. Very well, Master, we shall wait for that day. Until it arrives, you can rest assured that this prison is in our capable hands. We will not allow a single prisoner to escape. You need not worry. Listening to their fervent reassurances, Lin Bei could only shake his head in resignation. He sensed the underlying pain in their words. System, is there truly no way to bring them along? Leaving them here feels somewhat cruel. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Host, the only method is to enhance your talent. In truth, after taming over a dozen dragons, your affinity with the dragon race has reached a significant level. Yet it is not sufficient to incorporate Kong Yulong into your talent space. Kong Yulong's strength exceeds the current limit of your taming talent. However, you may attempt to tame some dragons whose inherent power is formidable. In the location recorded on the map originally provided to you, there exist dragons of considerable strength. This is one method to enhance your talent. Another method is to acquire items that elevate your talent through the opening of gift packs. Once your talent reaches a specific threshold, you will be able to incorporate them into your talent space. Currently, the talent closest to meeting this standard is the affinity with mermaids. After the system's notification concluded, Lin Bei refrained from speaking, instead committing this vital information to memory as he swiftly organized his thoughts. However, the last line of the system's message struck him with astonishment. I truly did not expect that my most potent talent at present would be the affinity with mermaids. It must be due to my previous taming of AI Wei. Having mused this aloud, Lin Bei prepared to issue a command. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. The host has acquired their very own domain, successfully triggering a hidden task. Please name this domain. Upon naming, this task will be completed. Completing this task will yield corresponding rewards. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The next moment, he spoke slowly. This prison shall be named the Enigma Prison. This declaration served both as a response to the system and as communication to Kong Yulong and the others. The name for the prison had long been decided in Lin Bei's mind. Regardless of whether there was a system task, the prison required a name. Ding. Naming complete. Hidden task successfully accomplished. Corresponding rewards have been issued. Wasting not a second, Lin Bei opened the system repository to view the newly bestowed rewards. It was a gift pack. He opened the gift pack immediately. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, an opportunity to enhance dragon affinity talent. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, an opportunity to enhance mermaid affinity talent. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, an opportunity to enhance Kuanping affinity talent. The rewards comprised 3 opportunities, all aimed at enhancing talents. Lin Bei felt no surprise at the 3 rewards he had obtained. Indeed, I knew it would be these 3 rewards. Upon seeing that the task reward was a gift pack, he had surmised the nature of the rewards. Thus, Lin Bei became even more convinced of one thing. System. Oh system, you are truly an exceptional system. You provide me precisely what I lack. It is almost to the point where I must question your nature. Now, he felt increasingly that the system was extraordinary. Previously, it had facilitated his ascension to the position of master over Kong Yulong and the other former Dragon God officials. Now, it was assisting him in enhancing his talents. There are numerous matters to ponder. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that there are indeed issues at hand. Chapter 370. The Master awaits your arrival. The system responded swiftly. Host, there is no need for such apprehension. This system can assure you with its very existence that all actions are undertaken with your best interests in mind, harboring not a trace of malevolent intent. There is absolutely nothing detrimental to you. Please, trust me. In response, Lin Bei nodded gently, promptly conveying his reassurance internally. Rest assured, I believe in you. He merely perceived that the system was not ordinary, sensing that it harbored certain ulterior motives, yet he never entertained the notion that the system would betray him. After all, during this period, Lin Bei had only detected goodwill emanating from the system, devoid of any malice. Thus, he placed his trust in it. In the next moment, Lin Bei decisively shifted the topic, unwilling to dwell further on the matter. System, utilize these 3 opportunities for talent enhancement. As his words fell, the system's notification chimed. Ding. The opportunity for enhancing dragon affinity talent has been successfully utilized. Ding. The opportunity for enhancing mermaid affinity talent has been successfully utilized. Ding. The opportunity for enhancing Kuanping affinity talent has been successfully utilized. With the resonance of these 3 sounds, 3 wondrous forces surged within Lin Bei. One force bore the majesty of dragons, as if countless dragons soared within him. Another force encompassed the essence of ocean and sky, along with the spirits of fish and birds, as though the sea and sky melded into one, with birds swimming through the ocean and fish soaring through the sky. The third force exuded a unique aura, reminiscent of both human and fish, utterly peculiar. Enchanting melodies floated through the air, images of exquisite and beautiful faces flitting through his mind. As he felt the 3 forces coursing through him, Lin Bei instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting the completion of their amalgamation. Simultaneously, he commanded, Kong Yulong, release those individuals. The purpose of confining Ao Ding and the others was solely to avoid disturbances. Now that the task is accomplished, that necessity has dissipated. Understood. Kong Yulong immediately flapped its wings, ascending into the heavens, swiftly heading towards the North District. The Mermaid Empress and Kuanping, sensing Lin Bei's unique state, tacitly directed their full attention to their surroundings, remaining vigilant against any potential dangers. Only Luing stood awkwardly, utterly at a loss for what to do, silently lost in thought. As Lin Bei absorbed the 3 forces, he also reminisced about the system's previous words. The map to Evil Dragon Valley? He had yet to utilize it. It seemed he ought to find a moment to explore it. He distinctly remembered the map he had initially received. The map to Evil Dragon Valley documented a valley where dragons existed. However, it merely indicated a location without providing any specific information. It did not disclose what kind of dragons were present or their strengths. What dragons inhabit Evil Dragon Valley? How do they compare to the Oasis Dragon and the Calamity Cloud Dragon I recently acquired? Suddenly, a bold idea surged into Lin Bei's mind, nearly prompting him to open his eyes. Wait, I currently possess 2 young dragons. They could be used for synthesis. In the next moment, he inquired of the system. System, can I utilize this map as a synthesis material? The system's notification promptly followed. Affirmative. In an instant, Lin Bei made his decision. He would use one of the young dragons in conjunction with the map to Evil Dragon Valley for synthesis. As for the other material, he had already contemplated what it would be. Let us proceed. As for the dragon, he would choose between the two. For the synthesis materials, one would be the map to Evil Dragon Valley, and the other would be the largest feather from Kunping. Lin Bei had only formed a preliminary idea, but had yet to make a definitive choice regarding which dragon to synthesize with. After all, he had not yet fully understood the capabilities of the two dragons. Only after comprehending their abilities could Lin Bei make a well-informed decision. Synthesis is indeed a matter of great significance. Before long, as the three forces within Lin Bei dissipated, the system's notification echoed simultaneously. Ding. Dragon Affinity Talent Enhancement Successful. Ding. Mermaid Affinity Talent Enhancement Successful. Ding. Kunping Affinity Talent Enhancement Successful. Concurrently, Kong Yulong arrived in the North District. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it unleashed a ferocious gale, sending feathers soaring into the sky. In an instant, the air above the North District was filled with massive feathers. As these feathers were swept away, Ao Ding and the others emerged back into the light. Gazing at the flapping Kong Yulong, unease washed over them. The feathers were removed so swiftly. Could it be that they intend to devour us? Alas, we should not have come. Arriving in this city was the most foolish decision of our lives. Ao Ding, too, felt a profound sense of helplessness as he observed Kong Yulong. It seemed that even united, victory was beyond reach. The situation had deteriorated to an extreme. Just as most felt a wave of unease, Kong Yulong gradually ceased flapping its wings. It regarded Ao Ding and the others. Speaking in a frigid tone, within 10 minutes, you are to arrive at the main city. My master awaits your presence there. Upon hearing the word master from Kong Yulong's mouth, Ao Ding and the others stood frozen in place. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Master? It actually has a master? The one capable of taming such a dragon must possess terrifying strength. Chapter 371. The Abilities of the Oasis Dragon and the Calamity Cloud Dragon. Observing that Ao Ding and the others were merely discussing amongst themselves without any intention to act, Kong Yulong felt a surge of irritation. With a mighty flap of its wings, it summoned a tremendous gale. The fierce wind lashed against Ao Ding and the others' faces like a blade. As pain registered, they instinctively fell silent. Simultaneously, Kong Yulong's roar echoed. Stop your incessant chatter. Move now. Remember, you have only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you will forever lose the opportunity to reach the main city. In the next moment, aside from Si Lingxian, Ren Ting, and Wen Shuai, everyone else sprang into action, racing towards the main city with all the speed at their disposal. After those individuals had walked away, Si Lingxian stifled the dread within her heart and addressed the Skywing Dragon. Your master is Lin Bei, is he not? The moment she uttered Lin Bei's name, the Skywing Dragon promptly lowered its head to gaze at Si Lingxian, responding in a notably gentler tone. Indeed. Are you three the ones that my master spoke of as his own? Upon hearing the Skywing Dragon's affirmation, Si Lingxian could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Although she had already surmised this to be true, she had refrained from fully confirming it until she received the Skywing Dragon's personal acknowledgement. The prospect of being mistaken would undoubtedly lead to complications. Yes, we are his friends. A second later, the Skywing Dragon gently extended one of its claws, inviting Si Lingxian and her companions to step onto it. The motion was exceedingly delicate, starkly contrasting its earlier, more tempestuous demeanor. It was as if they were no longer in the presence of the same dragon. Since you are my master's friends, allow me to escort you to the main city. With that, the Skywing Dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, carrying Si Lingxian and the others towards the main city. Standing upon the immense claw of the Skywing Dragon, Si Lingxian gazed downward, taking in the sights below. To her astonishment, the 4 districts were now entirely devoid of mist. In an instant, Si Lingxian was rendered speechless. My heavens, there is not a trace of fog in the eastern, southern, western, or northern districts. From her aerial vantage point, she could clearly discern the 4 districts. She could scarcely believe her eyes. In the eastern district, myriad small, colorful dots were in motion, unmistakably the dragonfolk. The western district featured a vast lake, with similarly animated dots appearing on and around its shores, evidently the merfolk. The southern district boasted a lake displaying 7 distinct colors, which appeared remarkably unique from above. In stark contrast, the northern district lay desolate, with only a swarm of swiftly moving dots visible. Only the main city, encircled by the 4 districts, remained shrouded in mist, bestowing upon it an air of mystery. As she intently observed the main city, Si Lingxian found herself murmuring softly, "What has Lin Bei done to the main city? Why has such a significant transformation occurred?" A profound curiosity welled within her. Si Lingxian was eager to enter the main city to uncover the truths hidden within. Not only she, but also Ren Ting and Wen Shuai stood astonished, gazing at the scene below. Meanwhile, within the main city, after some diligent study, Lin Bei had acclimated to the 3 newfound abilities conferred upon him. The enhancement of his talents had indeed expanded the capacity of his talent space manifold. Furthermore, the number of abilities he could employ simultaneously had increased significantly, and the difficulty of taming a pet had lessened somewhat. Excellent. He had not overly fixated on the strengthening of his talents. Rather, he immediately accessed the system space to examine the Oasis Dragon and the Stormcloud Dragon stored within. System, could you please provide an explanation? From the names of these 2 dragons, he found himself somewhat perplexed. The Oasis Dragon was understandable, yet the Stormcloud Dragon left him in a fog. A moment later, the system's prompt resonated. Understood. The Oasis Dragon is born from desert oases. It possesses the ability to transform a desert into an oasis, and vice versa. It can also create deserts or oases anywhere it will. In summary, it is a remarkable dragon. Upon hearing the detailed description of the Oasis Dragon, Lin Bei felt a surge of astonishment. The dragon's capabilities exceeded his expectations. The ability to conjure deserts and oases at will. When wielded appropriately, it could prove immensely beneficial. As for the Stormcloud Dragon, it is born from the clouds in the sky, absorbing the powers of various types of clouds. Ordinary clouds, thunderclouds, rain clouds, fiery clouds, and so forth. Thus, it possesses the power to control clouds, altering them at will, and can traverse through them. Overall, it is also a formidable dragon. The prowess of the Stormcloud Dragon equally astounded Lin Bei. Undoubtedly, it was a powerful dragon as well. One commanded the realms of desert and oasis, while the other governed the skies above. Which dragon should he fuse? After much contemplation, he arrived at a decision. Maps primarily pertain to the ground, and the locations inscribed upon them are valleys. Hence, I shall fuse with the Oasis Dragon. Chapter 372. The Oasis Dragon. Fusion commences. The moment he made his decision, Lin Bei retrieved the Oasis Dragon, the map of the Evil Dragon Valley, and a branch from the Elven Ancient Tree, simultaneously issuing a command to the system. System, initiate the fusion function. First fusion material, Oasis Dragon. Second fusion material, Evil Dragon Valley map. Third fusion material, Elven Ancient Tree branch. He specified the materials for this fusion directly. Initially, Lin Bei had intended to use the feathers of the Kuanpung as the third fusion material. However, upon opening the system's repository and observing the branch from the Elven Ancient Tree acquired from the Tianshan auction, he suddenly altered his mind. In comparison to the Kuanping's feathers, the branch from the Elven Ancient Tree seemed a more fitting fusion material. Thus, he ultimately selected the branch. In the next moment, a surge of golden radiance enveloped the 3 fusion materials, transforming them into a golden orb. Seconds later, these 3 golden orbs merged into a larger golden sphere. The resplendent golden light bathed the surroundings in a shimmering hue. Ding. Fusion in progress. Please be patient, host. The fusion of the Oasis Dragon had officially commenced. It would not be long before success was achieved. Lin Bei was filled with anticipation, pondering what the Oasis Dragon would ultimately become after merging with these 2 materials. The fusion materials were indeed quite extraordinary, a map and a branch. Boom. Minutes later, the Skywing Dragon descended with Si Lingxian, Ren Ting, and Wen Shuai, landing just outside the mist. Master, I have returned. Moreover, I have brought your friends with me. Upon finishing its statement, it rested its claw upon the ground, allowing Si Lingxian and her companions to disembark easily. As they stepped down from the dragon's claw, the sight of the Merfolk Empress and the Kuanping rendered them momentarily speechless, their minds drawn blank. All the doubts and queries that had previously occupied their thoughts vanished in an instant, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. Staring at the equally colossal figures of the Merfolk Empress and the Kuanping, Si Lingxian instinctively murmured to herself, yet again, there are 2 more giants. Moreover, it appears that they are all formidable to a terrifying degree. This city is truly perilous. She could hardly dare to imagine how dire the situation would become if the Sky Feather Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping were to become adversaries. Her side would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic defeat. It wouldn't take 3 of them. Even a single one would lead to a devastating loss. At this moment, Si Lingxian could only feel a profound sense of relief, grateful that both sides were not in opposition. Just then, Lin Bei's voice echoed, Sky Feather Dragon. You have done well. I was just hoping to summon them. Upon hearing this, the Sky Feather Dragon couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, boasting to the Mermaid Empress and the Kuanping beside him. Did you see that? My master praised me. Its demeanor was utterly that of a cheeky creature. In response, the Mermaid Empress and the Kuanping could only express their envy. A minute later, Lin Bei, along with Si Lingxian and the others, stepped into the mist-shrouded maze prison. As they approached the entrance, the fog encircling the prison dissipated autonomously, revealing the hidden structure. Upon witnessing the drastically transformed main city, Lingxian and the others were left utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed upon the towering 10-story maze prison. Is this the main city? It is completely different from what I remember. We had only just left for a short while, yet the main city has entirely morphed. There's a new prison, and all the other buildings have vanished. How could this possibly happen? Even if one were to gather 100 construction teams, such an incredible transformation could not occur in such a short span. Moreover, there are no construction teams here at all. They could hardly accept this reality, for it was simply too outrageous. Yet Lin Bei paid no mind to the thoughts of Lingxian and the others, directly stating, "Here lies my domain." Aptly named the maze prison. As you can see, it is a prison. After speaking, he turned to Rinting, adopting a slightly gentler tone as he continued, "From now on, could you oversee this prison for me?" Feeling unwell, he lamented, "I've written too much today. The wind has made my shoulder ache terribly. Each keystroke feels like torment. The pain is unbearable, and I can hardly write. I think I need to get a cupping treatment." Suddenly, Rinting was taken aback, instinctively doubting whether she had misheard. "Brother Lin Bei, what did you just say? You want me to oversee this prison? Are you joking?" This was no trivial matter. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather that she found it hard to accept. Why would she be made responsible for a prison? She had previously been merely an inmate. Was it truly appropriate to appoint a former prisoner to oversee such a facility? In the next moment, Lin Bei spoke with utmost seriousness. "I am not jesting. What I say is genuine, stemming from my own considerations. Just express your true thoughts. If you wish to become the warden of the maze prison, I will make you so. If you do not wish to, I will not compel you." From the moment he established the maze prison, he had contemplated making Rinting its warden. His motivation stemmed from witnessing Rinting and the series of events surrounding her, which left him feeling discontented with the Heavenly Mountain prison, repulsed by the malevolent tribes, and determined to help Rinting emerge from her shadows. Throughout their time together, Lin Bei had come to regard Rinting as a friend. Furthermore, he believed that having experienced so much and learned many truths, she was far more capable than others of managing the maze prison. Lin Bei was acutely aware that he would face many dangers in the future and could not always keep Rinting by his side. However, leaving her in the maze prison would ensure her safety, as there was no place more secure than one guarded by the Sky Feather Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping. Rinting was astute enough to discern the earnestness in Lin Bei's tone, thus she no longer thought he was joking. She raised her gaze to meet his. Yet, what she saw in Lin Bei's eyes was not merely seriousness, but an unwavering sincerity. After a moment of silence, she pondered her course of action. Should she accept or decline? She was aware of the potential consequences of both decisions. Lingxian and Wen Shui, perceptive as they were, remained silent, refraining from interrupting. Time elapsed, and soon half a minute had passed. At last, Rinting made her decision. She nodded emphatically, her expression turning earnest. "I am willing. Thank you, Brother Lin Bei, for this opportunity." This choice was entirely born from her heart, with no reluctance involved. In that moment, Lin Bei smiled, gently patting Rinting's shoulder. "Do well. From this day forth, all matters pertaining to the maze prison will be entrusted to you. Shortly, I will introduce you to those three formidable beings. Whenever I am absent, should you encounter any troubles, just consult them." At this point, Lin Bei paused for a few seconds before continuing. "By the way, when you have the time, take one of those three with you and capture those who annihilated your kin, as well as others of their ilk. Not a single one should escape. They must become the first inmates of the maze prison." Upon hearing this, Rinting's eyes glistened, nearly spilling over with tears. This was her chance for vengeance. Nevertheless, she held back, resisting the urge to cry out. "All right, I will apprehend them all." Lingxian, aware of some background details, felt joy for Rinting. If she had the ability, she would do the same. "Do not fret. You will soon have your chance for revenge." Moments later, after a swift journey, Ao Ding and the others entered the main city. Time had been meticulously managed, remaining within 10 minutes, and evidently, no one dared dismiss the Sky Feather Dragon's commands. They soon noticed something amiss. The area that had once been enveloped in mist was now completely clear. The structures and signs at the boundary between the two districts, even the roads, had all undergone drastic changes, entirely unlike what they had observed before. What had transpired? Had they truly arrived at the main city? Despite following the correct route, something felt distinctly off. It was evident that only the main city remained shrouded in mist, yet it had undergone a radical transformation. Everyone should exercise caution. The circumstances may be far from optimistic. That dragon's insistence on our return could signify an insidious conspiracy. Ao Ding remained silent, increasingly bewildered by the unfolding situation. As Ao Ding and his companions arrived, Lin Bei, shrouded in the mist, had already sensed the gravity of the matter. Oh, they have arrived? Then it is time to conclude this journey. Just as he uttered these words, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Synthesis successful. Chapter 374, Oasis Dragon, an exceptional combination. The timing was fortuitous. As Ao Ding and his companions entered the main city, the synthesis of the Oasis Dragon coincidentally reached its completion. Lin Bei immediately turned his gaze towards the direction of the Oasis Dragon, a subtle smile gracing his lips, just in time. I wonder how the synthesized Oasis Dragon will appear. He then instructed Ren Ting and the others to explore at their leisure while he swiftly departed from the scene. Although Si Lingxian and the others were curious about Lin Bei's sudden departure, they did not dwell on it. They had grown accustomed to his enigmatic nature. Ren Ting gazed ahead at the tower-like prison, her eyes brimming with delight as she reached out, gently grasping Si Lingxian's hand. Her adorable face alight with a smile. Let's go take a look. I am so eager to see what Lin Bei's prison is like. Si Lingxian affectionately patted Ren Ting's head, her own face reflecting joy. All right. In the next moment, Ren Ting and Si Lingxian stepped forward together, pushing open the grand doors of the enigmatic prison and entering within. Only when Shuai appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to do. Well, I suppose I will just wait here. Those few fellows are still mingling inside. The fellows when Shuai referred to were the other members of the Ugly Alliance, who, due to their lack of presence, had blended seamlessly into the crowd without revealing their identities, remaining unnoticed by Si Lingxian and the Kongyu Dragon. Soon, Lin Bei emerged from the mist, arriving at the location of the synthesized Oasis Dragon. The moment he arrived, he beheld the newly formed Oasis Dragon. Now, the Oasis Dragon was no longer cloaked in golden light, but was visible in its entirety. Its appearance was indeed remarkable. The overall form leaned towards that of an Eastern dragon, elongated and serpentine. Its scales were a vibrant grass green, giving it the appearance of being adorned with foliage. Additionally, clusters of leaves were interspersed throughout its body, the abundance of which was somewhat astonishing. Its foreclaws were formed from grains of sand, while its whiskers and horns were equally crafted from the same material. The dragon's large eyes were a rich brown, embodying the hues of sand and grass green, closely resembling the colors of trees. The synthesized Oasis Dragon also possessed a pair of wings that were uniquely extraordinary. These wings were fashioned from countless tree trunks, and when they flapped, they exhibited an eerie quality. Though they appeared to be branches, they possessed an unusual softness. They were branches, yet not entirely so. The surroundings of the synthesized Oasis Dragon were also undergoing peculiar transformations. Below, a modest desert had emerged. At the center of this desert lay an oasis, and within that oasis stood an extraordinary tree, which seemed to be dancing. Clearly, this was its inherent ability. As Lin Bei observed the Oasis Dragon, it too sensed the arrival of its master. With a resonant hum, it emitted an excited dragon's roar and charged towards Lin Bei, colliding into his embrace. At the same time, a refreshing aroma wafted into Lin Bei's nostrils. He felt as though he were enveloped in a forest, inhaling the fragrant scent of the surrounding trees. Moreover, this scent was no ordinary woodsy aroma. It was remarkably enchanting. Just a whiff invigorated Lin Bei, quickly restoring his previously depleted mental energy. In that instant, he was certain that the synthesized Oasis Dragon was a formidable creature. As this realization dawned upon him, information regarding the Oasis Dragon materialized in his mind. Name, unnamed. Species, dragon, Oasis Dragon, new species undetermined. Status, juvenile at its weakest stage. Loyalty, unwavering until the last grain of sand vanishes, until the last blade of grass withers, and until the last tree falls. Its loyalty remains unaffected. Abilities, capable of transforming a region into a desert, an oasis, or a forest. These three distinct areas may also be synergistically combined. A desert with an oasis with towering trees, an oasis within a desert, with trees sprouting from the sand. A single tree can embody both desert and oasis. The trees that grow are wondrous ancient elven trees. Ancient elven trees are indeed trees, yet they possess the ability to move freely. Description: a dragon birthed from the powers of the desert and oasis, which, upon synthesis, absorb the strength of ancient elven trees, rendering its abilities even more extraordinary. An exceptional combination. Undoubtedly, the synthesized Oasis Dragon was immensely powerful. Lin Bei was thoroughly satisfied. Replacing the feathers of the Kuanping with the branches of the ancient elven tree was indeed a wise decision. Had he not made that substitution, it was uncertain what the Oasis Dragon would have transformed into, but it surely would not have been as fitting as the branches of the ancient elven tree. After all, even the description deemed it an exceptional combination. Subsequently, Lin Bei designated a new species for the synthesized Oasis Dragon and assigned it a common nickname. He also activated the corresponding gift pack, receiving the associated rewards. The ability drawn was the Power of the Desert, with the upgraded ability being the Power of the Ancient Elven Tree. Chapter 375, A Journey to the Valley of the Evil Dragons. The new species designated for the Oasis Dragon was the Desert Oasis Elven Dragon, and its commonly used name was Little Tree. Buzz. The Desert Oasis Elven Dragon was quite pleased with its new species and name, as well as its upgraded abilities. Lin Bei continued to extend a hand, gently caressing the small head of the Desert Oasis Elven Dragon. He too felt immense satisfaction with the creature. However, Lin Bei still harbored a question. System. Despite the synthesis materials I utilized, including the map of the Valley of the Evil Dragons, there is no mention of it in the introduction of the Desert Oasis Elven Dragon. Furthermore, from the appearance of the Desert Oasis Elven Dragon, I see no indication of anything related to the Valley of the Evil Dragons. This perplexity had lingered in his mind, but he had not found the moment to inquire until he had completed his tasks. Almost immediately after Lin Bei's query, the system's notification tone rang out. Due to the unique nature of the Evil Dragon Valley map, the corresponding features and powers will not manifest until the host arrives there. Once the host successfully reaches the Evil Dragon Valley, these matters will naturally become apparent. If the decision to visit the Evil Dragon Valley is made, the host may directly inquire with the Moorland Spirit Dragon, which is integrated with the Evil Dragon Valley map and knows the precise route to the valley, capable of finding the quickest direction regardless of the host's location. It is advised that the host embarks on this journey sooner rather than later, for the powers that the Moorland Spirit Dragon can acquire upon reaching the Evil Dragon Valley will undoubtedly satisfy you. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Bei finally grasped the reason behind it. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. His inner anticipation successfully ignited. Undoubtedly will satisfy me. It seemed that the first thing he would do after leaving this place would be to visit the Evil Dragon Valley. As for the Zhonglin Mountain Range, the Gate of Sin, and matters concerning the Yu family, those would have to be postponed for the time being. Having spent considerable time with the system, Lin Bei had come to understand it to a certain extent, knowing that if the system expressed such confidence, it could not possibly disappoint him. Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. After spending a bit more time bonding with the Moorland Spirit Dragon, Lin Bei returned it to its designated space, entrusting its cultivation entirely to the system. The cultivation of it is all yours. The system eagerly accepted the responsibility. Rest assured, this system will never let you down. However, your points have already been significantly depleted, and if this continues, you will not last much longer. I trust the host understands my meaning. Lin Bei certainly comprehended the system's sentiment. You need not worry about that. Points will soon be replenished. Feel free to exercise your capabilities. He had already selected a target from which to acquire points. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped directly before the Kunpeng, gazing up into its immense eyes. He vividly recalled the promise made by the Kunpeng. As long as he released it, he would be generously rewarded. And those rewards would consist of the various treasures the Kunpeng had amassed over the years, which had fallen into this ocean, suddenly being scrutinized by its master. The Kunpeng felt a surge of anxiety. It blinked rapidly a couple of times, cautiously asking, Master, what is it? Is there something you wish for me to do? Please, do not hesitate to say. Although the Kunpeng was uncertain of the situation, it sensed that there must be a purpose behind Lin Bei's gaze, or else he would not be acting this way. A second later, Lin Bei inquired, I merely wished to ask about the treasures. When we first met, you mentioned that upon my releasing you, I could receive the treasures you had collected. Now that I have freed you, shouldn't you present me with some treasures? Indeed, he intended to exchange the Kunpeng's treasures for points. Phew. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the Kunpeng let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in its heart dissipating. So it was merely for those trivial items? I thought I had done something terribly wrong. It was truly frightening. The source of its unease stemmed from the fear of incurring Lin Bei's reprimand. Knowing that was not the case, it naturally relaxed. Master, I am already your bird. Those treasures are inherently yours. Besides, they serve little purpose for me other than to alleviate boredom. The reason I collected them was merely to pass the time. Indeed, treasures held little value for the Kunpeng. Very well, Lin Bei replied without objection. As for whether to share treasures with others, he couldn't even be bothered to consider it. There was simply no need. Without his assistance, those individuals would have perished long ago in the mist. Minutes later, Lin Bei re-entered the mist. Coincidentally, Ao Ding and his companions, still reeling from shock and confusion, arrived right before the entrance to the mystery prison. As they journeyed, they were bewildered. Everything around them had transformed into an unfamiliar landscape. Only upon spotting Wen Shuai in front of the mystery prison did Ao Ding and the others feel a modicum of reassurance. It's Wen Shuai. With him around, I have nothing to fear. Yes, Wen Shuai can control the mist, thus ensuring our protection. Everyone, Hurry to Wen Shuai's side. He must know what is happening. Chapter 376. At last, the time to depart. As these voices echoed, everyone, including Ao Ding, swiftly gathered around Wen Shuai, each one appearing as though they had found their savior. We are safe. With Wen Shuai here, we need not fear the mist. Indeed, Wen Shuai was the only one capable of confronting the mist. Observing Ao Ding and the others clustering closely around him, Wen Shuai couldn't help but furrow his brow. For a moment, he was perplexed by their actions and inquired, "What are you all doing? The space in front of the mystery prison is vast. Why are you all crowding around me?" Although Wen Shuai found the situation confusing, he did not wish for them to remain close, fearing Lin Bei might misunderstand. As he spoke, he distanced himself from them while simultaneously considering his other companions. "You guys, come over here. What are you doing mingling with them?" As his words fell, Wen Shuai approached the entrance of the mystery prison. The other members of the unattractive alliance, upon hearing his call, hurried over to stand beside him at the entrance of the mystery prison. Immediately, one of them whispered, "Wen Shuai, was this all orchestrated by Mr. Lin?" To which Wen Shuai merely nodded slightly, harboring no intent to deny it. Upon realizing this, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their anxieties dissipating. Subsequently, the members of the unattractive alliance were engulfed by a profound astonishment. They gazed at the massive structure behind them, momentarily at a loss for words. No matter how they contemplated it, they could not fathom how such a feat could be accomplished in such a brief span of time. Just then, Ao Ding and the others began to speak simultaneously. "Wen Shuai, you must come over. In this perilous environment, we must work together to survive. You can control the mist. And we possess combat prowess. Mutual assistance is the correct course of action. It would be best not to linger in front of that structure. It surely harbors danger." Yes. In a mere instant, the main city transformed in such a manner. Something truly horrific must have transpired. At that moment, Wen Shuai understood. He comprehended why Ao Ding and the others had crowded close to him. Thus, he prepared to explain, "Have you all misunderstood?" As Wen Shuai was only halfway through his words, a sound of a door opening resonated from behind. Lingxian and Ren Ting emerged from within. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with everyone directing their attention towards the two who had stepped out. As Lingxian and Ren Ting walked, they continued their conversation. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this prison of riddles? Since Lin Bei has entrusted you with its management, you will be staying here for an extended period." Upon hearing this, Ren Ting responded with a beaming smile, "Absolutely. I am genuinely satisfied. Although the prison built by Brother Lin Bei is rather unique, I adore it. It is entirely different from the Tianshan Great Prison where I used to reside. Here, I feel unburdened and free from any unpleasant memories. Brother Lin Bei must have considered this aspect, hence his deliberate design." Lingxian gently tapped Ren Ting's head, chuckling softly as she spoke. If you can adapt to this environment, then make sure to stay here well. Given Lin Bei's character and principles, as long as you do not make any fundamental mistakes, he will not abandon you. Follow Lin Bei closely. Doing so will ensure a bright future for you. Her tone turned serious and earnest as she emphasized the importance of her words. Ren Ting immediately sobered, nodding earnestly. "Thank you, sister. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly assist Brother Lin Bei and not cause him any trouble." Their seemingly oblivious dialogue ignited a tremendous stir among the crowd, akin to a firecracker cast into a throng of people. What were they discussing? I found myself somewhat bewildered. What did they mean by her prison and Lin Bei's prison? What on earth was happening? I felt dizzy from the confusion. The crowd was left in a state of shock. What seemed to be simple words became utterly incomprehensible at that moment, as if their intelligence had regressed by countless years. Wen Shuai's voice broke through the commotion. "So, you all are completely mistaken. This is a prison built by Mr. Lin himself. What is there to fear? Mr. Lin is not a man-eating tiger." Ao Ding was left in a daze, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. Lin Bei was still alive? The others shared his bewilderment, grappling with their disbelief. Just then, Lin Bei arrived, observing that everyone had gathered, and spoke plainly. "I have single-handedly dismantled 2 ceiling formations. There is no longer a need for you to remain here. It is time to depart. Prepare to leave." After such a lengthy interval, the moment to exit had finally arrived. Chapter 377. Setting out for the Valley of Evil Dragons. Ao Ding and the others were already astounded by the news of Lin Bei's survival, and now, seeing him in person and hearing such incredible words, their shock intensified, and their emotions became a tangled web of complexity. "What? Leaving? Are we really leaving now? We haven't accomplished anything yet, and it is all ending like this? This must be a joke." Lord Ao Ding said Lin Bei was dead. So what is happening now? The Lin Bei who was supposed to be dead not only survived, but also resolved the troubles we were powerless against. I cannot accept this. Except for Lingxian and a few others, everyone else was utterly perplexed. unable to comprehend the reality before them. The disparity between the facts and their previous understanding was simply too vast. Among them, Ao Ding's shock was the most profound. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Bei, fixated and unblinking, even as his eyes began to sting with fatigue. He was clearly unwilling to blink, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Why? Why was Lin Bei still alive? Wasn't he left behind by the merfolk in the Western District? Those merfolk did not harm him. What about Yu Xingyao and the others? They had clearly perished at the hands of the merfolk. It made no sense. He could not fathom it. Yet Lin Bei remained indifferent to Ao Ding's thoughts, gazing at the crowd with a detached expression. His primary purpose for appearing was merely to convey this news. As for explaining the circumstances behind it, Lin Bei had no intention to do so, for he saw no necessity in such an endeavor. After delivering the news, Lin Bei turned to Rin Ting, smiling as he inquired, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with the prison of riddles?" The moment his words fell, Rin Ting nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. "I am satisfied. Extremely satisfied." Seeing her reaction, Lin Bei felt relieved. This ensured a secure path for Rin Ting, alleviating his concerns, allowing him to pursue his desires without hesitation. The next moment, Lin Bei addressed Wen Shuai and the members of the Ugly Alliance, stating, "From today onward, you will remain here and follow Rin Ting's orders. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Shuai and his companions responded in unison, "Understood." You can rest assured. They had no choice but to comply with Lin Bei's arrangements, and they were more than willing to stay. Recognizing this as both a task and an opportunity, once everything was clearly arranged, Lin Bei called out to the distance, "Kunpeng, see them off." A second later, a fearsome gale swept in from afar, dispersing the mist before the prison of riddles. As the wind surged, Ao Ding and the others struggled to maintain their footing, nearly collapsing to the ground. Following that, a sound erupted that was louder than thunder itself. "At your command." This familiar, thunderous voice sent shockwaves through the crowd. Instantly, Ao Ding and the others widened their eyes, eager to voice their thoughts. Kuan. It was the voice of Kuan. I remembered that voice vividly. I would never forget it in this lifetime. Yet, before they could utter more than a few words, a colossal figure loomed above them, requiring them to tilt their heads to behold it. It was none other than Kunpeng. Thud. Several individuals were so startled that they fell to the ground, trembling as they raised their heads to look at Kunpeng, wanting to express countless words, but found themselves unable to utter a sound, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Ao Ding was stunned, his brows furrowed tightly as he gazed at Chang'e, his mouth involuntarily agape. Kuan. It was truly Kuan. Others might misidentify it, but I could never be mistaken. He was certain. The enormous bird before him was indeed the Kuan he knew so well. In that moment, Ao Ding was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Kunpeng spoke, "You all must leave. Let us discuss matters once we have departed." With that exclamation, it unfurled its wings once more, sending everyone except Lin Bei, Si Lingxian, and a few others soaring into the sky. Moments later, Ao Ding and the others found themselves hovering above the ocean. Suddenly, a great splash erupted, engulfing them in the sea. The Kunpeng then transformed into its Kuan form, swiftly swallowing the individuals into its maw and rapidly departing from the scene. At this juncture, Lin Bei summoned the Majiao Spirit Dragon. With a resonant dragoness roar, the Majiao Spirit Dragon appeared. Little tree, prepare to head to the Valley of Evil Dragons. In Chapter 378, My Dragon is on the Move. The system had previously indicated that, although the Majiao Spirit Dragon bore no features related to the map of the Valley of Evil Dragons, it possessed a clear understanding of its location. Thus, to reach the Valley of Evil Dragons, all that was needed was to inform the Majiao Spirit Dragon, which would then guide them. With another dragoness roar, the Majiao Spirit Dragon took to the skies, emanating a yellowish light that encircled it in swirling bands. Soon, the Majiao Spirit Dragon turned slightly, peering into the distant horizon. In that moment, Lin Bei comprehended the truth. The Valley of Evil Dragons lay in the direction the Majiao Spirit Dragon was gazing. Once again, a dragon's roar rang out, conveying a straightforward message. Indeed, the Valley of Evil Dragons was in that direction, but it was quite a distance away, and reaching it would require some time. Furthermore, due to its remote location, few ventured there, and thus there were no legendary teleportation arrays or similar constructs. We must set off without delay. While allowing the Majiao Spirit Dragon to frolic freely, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards Si Lingxian and Lu Ying. They, too, were observing Lin Bei, their expressions laced with curiosity. "Lin Bei, what should we do now? Ao Ding and the others have left, and Rin Ting and the others will remain here. It's only Lu Ying and I who have nothing to do," Si Lingxian inquired, genuinely uncertain of her next steps. Meanwhile, Lu Ying stood silently, seemingly waiting for instructions without uttering a word. Lin Bei addressed Si Lingxian, "Do not fret. I shall leave this place shortly, and naturally, you shall accompany me. As for where you wish to go or what you wish to do thereafter, that is entirely your prerogative. I shall not interfere. Without awaiting Si Lingxian's response, he shifted his focus to Lu Ying and reiterated, the same applies to you. If you desire to act freely, then do so. If you choose to remain here, then stay. I have certain matters to attend to that may not be suitable for you to accompany me. Despite not having visited the Valley of Evil Dragons or possessing much knowledge about it, Lin Bei had formed a rough deduction through the series of events leading up to this moment. The Valley of Evil Dragons was undoubtedly a unique locale. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying momentarily hesitated but quickly regained his composure. Understood. In that case, I shall step out to handle some matters, retrieve the reward for defeating the Great Fish Sovereign, and then return to remain here. Staying in Mr. Lin's domain is far more comfortable and reassuring than being elsewhere. Lin Bei had no objections to this. Very well. Your presence here eases my mind considerably. Just then, Si Lingxian interjected, I believe I will remain here as well, as my dragon should be arriving soon. Is that acceptable? Her voice faltered toward the end, revealing her nervousness, yet Lin Bei understood her intention. He gently massaged his temples and replied with a sigh, Of course. I bear some responsibility in this matter. Since you wish to stay, I shall leave that rascal behind to accompany you. That rascal, of course, referred to the Holy White Dragon of Radiance. Si Lingxian nodded vigorously, refraining from saying anything further. Subsequently, Lin Bei busied himself, guiding Renting through the mysterious abyss. Utilizing his possessions to modify the fog, he left behind numerous useful items for Renting, including valuable goods exchanged from the system. These provisions would enhance Renting's experience and facilitate the development of the mysterious abyss. Before long, the Kunpeng returned Ao Ding and the others to the coastline. Observing them standing by the shore, the Kunpeng spoke in a frigid tone, As for rewards, you are not entitled to any. The reasons are clear to you. Do not utter any platitudes about participation. In my view, if you did not contribute, you did not contribute. I shall not grant you participation trophies merely for being present. With that, it plunged into the depths of the ocean, resolutely heading toward its treasure. The fortunate survivors, Ao Ding and his companions, stood dazedly on the shore, gazing at the tumultuous sea before them, unsure of their next course of action. The experiences they had undergone were far from easily digestible. Even now, they questioned the veracity of these events. Absurd. Truly absurd. I need to find a place to sleep soundly and then analyze what exactly transpired. A few minutes later, the Kunpeng, laden with all its treasures, returned to the main city. Master for you. It offered the horde without a trace of reluctance. Gazing at the mountain of treasures before him, Lin Bei commanded without hesitation, System, convert all into points. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Conversion successful. Having completed all preparations and left the Holy White Dragon of Radiance behind, Lin Bei took to the back of the Kunpeng alongside Si Lingxian and Lu Ying, departing from the locale. In Chapter 379, not far off lies the Abyss of Fallen Gods. The Kunpeng maintained its Peng form, unfurling its wings that resembled clouds descending from the heavens, soaring through the vast sky. However, its speed was considerably reduced compared to when it had delivered Ao Ding and the others. Logically, the speed in its Peng form should match that of its Kun form. Yet it seemed markedly slower now, akin to the difference between flooring the accelerator and merely pressing it lightly. Seated atop the immense head of the Kunpeng, Lin Bei easily discerned this anomaly. He understood the Kunpeng's intentions. It simply wished to linger with him a bit longer, reflecting a touch of selfishness. Thus, Lin Bei chose to remain silent, quietly seated while admiring the enchanting scenery below, the sea, the coastline, and the cities by the shore. Viewed from above, the beauty was extraordinary, entirely different from the perspective one experienced on the ground. As I cast my gaze outward, everything unfolds before my eyes. Although I intentionally slowed my pace, the distance that needed to be traversed must ultimately be covered. Thud. With great reluctance, Kunpeng and the trio of Lin Bei once again set foot on the shore. The sensation of standing on the coast starkly contrasted with that of being in the City of Mist. Moments later, Lin Bei addressed Si Lingxian and Lu Ying, saying, If you have matters to attend to, feel free to depart. Do not feel sorrowful. We shall meet again in due time. Shortly after his words, the two chose to leave, each with their own tasks to complete before returning. Unbeknownst to them, both Lu Ying and Si Lingxian shared a common thought, instinctively believing that the mystery prison was the safest haven. At last, only Lin Bei and Kunpeng remained, their gaze locked in a somewhat delicate exchange. After an extended silence of over 10 seconds, Lin Bei spoke with a gentle smile. Kunpeng, you too should return. Lend your assistance to the mystery prison and Renting. The mystery prison is of utmost importance. His establishment of the mystery prison was not a mere whim. He genuinely intended to see it flourish. However, Kunpeng was reluctant to return immediately. Rest assured, master. With myself and those two by your side, your mystery prison will undoubtedly thrive. I am in no hurry to return. I shall act once you have departed. Indeed, given its true speed, the timing of departure mattered little, as it would swiftly return. Moments later, Lin Bei, under the guidance of the spirit dragon of the desert, exited the peculiar coastline. During this brief interval, he conveyed further instructions while Kunpeng watched on, bidding farewell to its master until he was no longer in sight. Only then did it softly murmur, "Master, I hope to see you again soon." With that utterance, Kunpeng vigorously flapped its wings, soaring back to the island where the mystery prison resided. This speed was several times quicker than its arrival. Time passed in this manner. During this period, the mystery prison, Beiming City, and the surrounding sea experienced a myriad of happenings. Si Lingxian and Lu Ying encountered the Lord of the Radiant Altar, bartering the corpse of the great fish elder for a substantial reward. Unsurprisingly, the Lord of the Radiant Altar was thoroughly frightened. Within a few days, the Lord conceived the idea of relocating the Radiant Altar beside the mystery prison, though immediate permission was unattainable. Ren Ting, accompanied by the three major powers, relentlessly pursued the wicked. The once vacant mist was soon teeming with criminals. The name Mist rapidly spread across the globe, sparking immense intrigue. The Yu family also sent individuals to investigate the cause of Yu Xingyao and others' demise, yet ultimately uncovered nothing of value, returning empty-handed. Beyond these events, countless other occurrences transpired. In summary, the mystery prison and the city of mist had truly ignited. The journey to the Valley of Evil Dragons was long and arduous. Despite traveling day and night at a swift pace, reaching the destination within a short time remained elusive. After a prolonged trek, Lin Bei arrived in a desolate area devoid of life, beasts, and structures, led by the spirit dragon of the desert. This barren expanse was astonishingly devoid of any vegetation. Not even a pathway. What manner of place is this? It appeared even more desolate than the city of mist. Lin Bei was taken aback, never anticipating he would find himself in such a place. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed. Ding! Hidden mission successfully triggered. Proceed forward for another 10,000 meters to enter the Abyss of Fallen Gods. Please make contact with the Abyss of Fallen Gods. Chapter 380. Initial exploration of the Abyss of Fallen Gods. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, utterly astonished. What? Another 10,000 meters forward leads to the Abyss of Fallen Gods? How peculiar. He had never imagined he had unknowingly approached the vicinity of the Abyss of Fallen Gods. It was utterly absurd. Buzz. Upon hearing his master's words, the spirit dragon of the desert let out a long cry, assuring Lin Bei that he had not ventured off course. To reach the Valley of Evil Dragons, one must traverse this area. Otherwise, the destination would remain unattainable. The system's prompt sounded once more. Host, Little Tree is correct. To travel from your mystery prison to the Valley of Evil Dragons, the fastest route is through the Abyss of Fallen Gods. Other methods would require a lengthy detour. Faced with this revelation, Lin Bei could only shake his head in resignation as he gazed ahead. His sight extended to 10,000 meters out, yet beyond that, everything blurred, as if he suddenly suffered from severe myopia, rendering everything indistinct. The ascent was steep, resembling a climb up a mountain. After staring for a considerable time, Lin Bei eventually averted his gaze. What a pity. Xiao Bai is not here. If only Xiao Bai were present, I would feel much more at ease. As soon as he finished that thought, he settled onto the ground, producing a variety of food to eat. After his meal, he even took out a bed and lay down to sleep soundly. Not only Lin Bei, but the spirit dragon of the desert also followed suit. Clearly, it was replenishing its energy. After all, the next destination was the legendary Abyss of Fallen Gods. During this time, Lin Bei had come to understand just how terrifying the Abyss of Fallen Gods truly was, having even caused the dragon god to vanish. His current actions of eating and sleeping were aimed at optimizing his state before entering the Abyss of Fallen Gods. Time passed swiftly, and after fully recovering his energy and stamina, Lin Bei awoke. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed in. Ding! This week's dragon species has been dispatched. Congratulations. Host, you have received an Ice Crystal Dragon hatchling. The Ice Crystal Dragon hatchling has been stored in the system space, and the host can summon it at any time. In exactly 1 week, the host will receive the next dragon. Unbeknownst to him, the time for the new week's dragon allocation had arrived, and Lin Bei had finally received the Ice Crystal Dragon, imbued with the power of ice and snow. However, he could not afford to dwell on the Ice Crystal Dragon or even consider what the next week's dragon might be. It was time to set forth. In the next moment, Lin Bei took a step forward, gradually approaching the Abyss of Fallen Gods. Each step felt heavy, laden with the weight of anticipation. 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. And 100 meters. The distance between him and the abyss of fallen gods dwindled to a mere 100 meters. Lin Bei summoned every ounce of his power, pushing his abilities to their utmost limits. The affinity of the Dragon Pearl, the power of the void, the force of time, the might of wind and thunder, all surged within him. The moment even the slightest hint of danger arose, he would unleash his full strength. Ahead lay the abyss of fallen gods. Being thoroughly prepared was the wisest course of action. With a deep breath, Lin Bei pressed on, each step shortening the final 100 meters. 99 meters, 98 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, 1 meter. Standing just a meter from the abyss, Lin Bei gazed ahead. Before him stretched a bridge long and seemingly endless. Its material was indiscernible. It appeared to be stone, yet also resembled wood and steel. Beneath the bridge lay an unfathomable abyss, teeming with darkness that knew no depth. Not only was its depth unknown, but its length was also a mystery, for the far end had already been consumed by shadows. It seemed that crossing this bridge would lead one straight into the clutches of darkness. The abyss of fallen gods was shrouded in utter silence, devoid of any sound. A fierce wind swept through, stirring the dark shadows, yet no noise accompanied it. Stones were propelled across the ground, rolling silently as if they had landed on solid cotton. Lin Bei stood at the very edge of the bridge, surveying the scene before him. He yearned to utter a word, but upon parting his lips, no sound emerged. Here, sound had been stripped away. Chapter 381. A Journey of Continuous Deprivation. Lin Bei opened his mouth repeatedly, straining his vocal cords, yet no sound escaped. He spoke, but his words were rendered non-existent. Silence seemed to be the law of this realm. Realizing this peculiarity, Lin Bei wisely closed his mouth, abandoning his stubborn resolve to speak. Instead, he forcefully stomped down on the ground. At the moment of impact, a large crater formed, sending a flurry of debris soaring several meters into the air. Under normal circumstances, such a significant disturbance would have produced a great clamor, yet an eerie quiet enveloped the scene. The crater appeared without a sound. Seconds later, the scattered stones fell to the ground, equally silent, defying all logic. After this, Lin Bei ceased his actions, remaining in the crater, his gaze fixed forward. Simultaneously, he inquired within his mind, addressing the system. System, is it impossible to speak within the confines of the abyss of fallen gods? Since communication with the system occurred internally, without the need for spoken words, he remained unaffected. In the next moment, the system's prompt resonated within Lin Bei's mind. As you are currently experiencing, upon entering the abyss of fallen gods, your voice will be stripped away. And this is merely the beginning. The longer you remain within the abyss, the more you will lose. Vision will be distorted, your sense of smell will be taken, and even your sense of touch will be deprived. Abilities and powers will not escape this fate. If time extends, even your innate powers will be stripped away, including those of time and the void. Ultimately, your very life force will be taken. In other words, even if you do nothing while in the abyss, it equates to a slow death for you, the host. Moreover, this phenomenon does not solely target you, the newly arrived host. Everything within the abyss will also be subjected to this deprivation. The ground beneath your feet, the small stones, the incessant winds, and that very bridge are no exceptions. The system's revelations clarified Lin Bei's predicament. Frowning deeply, he gazed into the unfathomable darkness ahead, silently reflecting. Since the longer I stay here, the greater the impact, I must not linger. It is imperative to cross this threshold swiftly. Lin Bei understood clearly that his current strength was insufficient, and his knowledge of the abyss was limited. The holy white dragon, capable of countering the abyss, was no longer present. In such circumstances, remaining in the abyss for an extended period would be a gamble with his life. Moreover, the mission merely required a brief encounter with the abyss. There was no need for an in-depth exploration. A meticulous investigation could be undertaken once adequate preparations were made. Having swiftly arrived at this conclusion, Lin Bei took a step forward, placing his foot on the seemingly endless bridge. He resolved to traverse the abyss of fallen gods and continue towards the valley of evil dragons. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed once more. Host, please listen carefully. The method to cross this bridge is quite simple. You need only walk forward with determination. Regardless of what you encounter, remember to remain unaffected. Should you falter, the consequences will be dire. This is the only advice this system can offer you, host. Lin Bei nodded earnestly, committing the words to memory. In the next instant, he took a second step forward. Then came the third. Thus, Lin Bei progressed upon the bridge, step by step. Approximately 10 seconds later, he had taken over 20 steps, all without producing even the faintest sound. Though the bridge had existed for many years, its unique material had rendered it undamaged, allowing for safe passage. However, As Lin Bei took his 30th step, his vision abruptly succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, obscuring everything but the void. His eyes became indistinguishable from one another, devoid of color. Immediately, Lin Bei halted his advance, instinctively standing still. Yet, he did not panic. This scenario had been anticipated, indeed, as foretold by the system. Remaining in the abyss of fallen gods would strip him not only of hearing and sight, but also of all other senses. Silence enveloped him, and nothing could be seen. Lin Bei found himself in a dire predicament. However, he quickly resumed his forward momentum, continuing toward the other end of the bridge. With each step he took, the deprivation of his senses intensified. Chapter 382. Absolutely must not hide in the end. Lin Bei found himself in a state of uncertainty, unable to ascertain whether he was truly progressing. He heard no sounds. Only an oppressive silence enveloped him. The only thing visible was an abyss of darkness, endless, boundless, and interminable. Even the sensations he once relied upon had vanished. His once mighty and astonishing mental prowess was rendered useless at this moment. Every ounce of mental energy he exerted was swallowed by the void, ultimately succumbing to the infinite blackness. This darkness, akin to a quagmire, devoured everything in its path. Whether he struggled with all his might or chose to remain passive, he only sank deeper. Moreover, Lin Bei was oblivious to his own actions. He could not discern if he was advancing, deviating, or regressing. Without any sensations, he found it impossible to control his own body. At this moment, the only thing Lin Bei could do was to engage in an internal dialogue, urging himself onward. Move. Keep moving forward. You must not stop until you leave this bridge. Move. Keep moving. In this state of utter helplessness, stripped of so many sensations, this was the only command he could follow. Time ticked by, yet Lin Bei, engulfed in this condition, could not even perceive the passage of time. He was merely immersed in darkness, repeatedly whispering similar phrases to himself. Move. Forward. Do not pause for a moment. Despite his fervent self-encouragement, he remained uncertain whether he was indeed advancing. Everything was shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, he drifted through an indeterminate span of time, perhaps 10 years, perhaps merely 10 minutes, when suddenly, amidst the all-consuming darkness, he heard a distinct roar of a dragon. Buzz. The dragon's roar was thunderous, abruptly shattering the prevailing silence. Almost simultaneously, a dragon materialized before his eyes. In that moment, Lin Bei regained control over his body. Crackle, crackle. Surrounding this dragon were swirling winds and thunder, with 6 majestic wings unfurling behind it. This dragon appeared strikingly familiar to Lin Bei. The creature that had suddenly emerged bore an uncanny resemblance to the 6-winged thunder dragon, both in appearance and in its formidable power. As the 6-winged thunder dragon flapped its wings, it fixed its fierce gaze upon Lin Bei, its eyes glinting with malevolent intent. Its jaws agape, drilling profusely. It hovered before Lin Bei at a distance of less than 10 meters. The crackling lightning that enveloped its body surged, poised to strike at any moment. Upon witnessing the 6-winged thunder dragon's appearance, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, the relentless urge to move forward nearly disrupted. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and urged himself inwardly. Advance. Keep moving forward. No matter what happens, I must not stop. Recalling the system's warnings, he reminded himself that even with the 6-winged thunder dragon appearing before him, he must not allow it to distract him. Yet, despite his determination, the distance between Lin Bei and the 6-winged thunder dragon remained unchanged, still hovering at that perilous length. The 6-winged thunder dragon, seemingly incensed, began to flap its 6 wings, unleashing a torrent of lightning and ferocious winds toward Lin Bei. Boom, boom, whoosh. A fierce amalgamation of gales and lightning surged toward him, the sound of thunder and howling winds echoing ominously. The oncoming tempest showed no intent to flank him. It barreled straight ahead. In the next instant, Lin Bei instinctively attempted to evade to his right. If he did not evade, he would surely be struck. However, as he shifted his foot, a sudden realization struck him. The system's warning flashed in his mind, and he comprehended a grave truth. No, I cannot dodge to the sides. I can only press forward. The bridge was already narrow, barely accommodating 3 people at once at its entrance. The approaching storm of lightning and wind spanned over 10 meters. The moment he chose to evade in any direction, he would inevitably leave the confines of the bridge, plummeting into the abyss of fallen gods, facing dire repercussions. Thus, he had but one choice: to withstand it. Having swiftly assessed the pros and cons, Lin Bei continued to march forward. A second later, he confronted the onslaught of the 6-winged thunder dragon head-on. Yet, the lightning and winds surged through Lin Bei's form without inflicting any harm. In that moment, Lin Bei realized it was all an illusion. But just as he emerged unscathed from the tempest, The regained control over his body inexplicably vanished once more. This solidified his understanding. The six-winged thunder dragon's attack was a deliberate ploy to lure him into evasion, thereby forcing him off the bridge and into the depths of the abyss of fallen gods. Chapter 383, The Roar of the Dragon. A familiar call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei steadied his emotions, resolutely reminding himself to keep moving forward, to never cease. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications of his situation. Engaging in an internal monologue, it is now clear that this bridge serves as a sanctuary. While there may be some influences felt upon it, the real peril lies beyond its confines. Had I chosen to evade the six-winged thunder dragon's attack, I would have left the safety of this bridge, plunging into the abyss of fallen gods. That would have been the most perilous moment. Upon grasping this vital realization, Lin Bei felt a surge of relief. He was grateful for his rationality, for not succumbing to instinct and evading the attack. The consequences could have been catastrophic. With a newfound understanding of the abyss of fallen gods, Lin Bei was far from foolish enough to believe he could survive its treacherous depths. Even on this safe bridge, deprived of various sensations and confronted with such absurd illusions, he could not fathom what awaited him beyond its limits. At that moment, the system's notification chime resonated once more. The host's actions are commendable. While traversing this bridge, one must remain impervious to external influences. Remember, only the host is present on this bridge. Regardless of what is seen or heard, one must never abandon this bridge. The consequences of such actions are beyond the host's current capacity to endure. Moreover, the host dragon is 100% loyal. Even when faced with the powers of the abyss of the fallen gods, your dragon shall never betray you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei refrained from further comment, instead engraving this truth deeply within his heart. He then spoke inwardly, forward, relentlessly advance. Regardless of the obstacles encountered or the sights witnessed, one must remain unaffected. While he repeatedly reassured himself, Lin Bei remained uncertain whether he was truly progressing. After all, there was no tangible sensation to affirm it. Time continued to elapse, second by second. During this interval, the six-winged thunder dragon persistently flapped its wings, soaring ahead of Lin Bei. Though it had not moved an inch, it remained ever in the lead, as if there existed an insurmountable distance between them. Furthermore, the six-winged thunder dragon incessantly unleashed bolts of lightning and violent winds. Crackle, sizzle, whoosh. The thunder roared and the tempest raged, each assault striking Lin Bei, yet proving utterly ineffectual. All was but an illusion. Having grasped this reality, Lin Bei calmly urged himself onward. Such tactics were rendered futile against him. After a considerable time, another dragon appeared directly before Lin Bei, flying alongside the six-winged thunder dragon. This dragon was also his, the flame rock armored dragon. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the flame rock armored dragon, Lin Bei felt a tinge of helplessness and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So, he has arrived as well? At this rate, I fear all the other dragons will join in too. The very next moment, the flame rock armored dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Lin Bei. Whoosh, whoosh. The flames surged forth, poised to engulf Lin Bei entirely. Already aware of the truth, Lin Bei harbored no desire to evade, allowing the flames to wash over him. Ultimately, the flames merely passed through him, akin to the previous winds and lightning, merely a mirage. Subsequently, other dragons began to materialize one after another. The Holy White Dragon, the world-devouring Demon Slayer Dragon, the Void Rebirth Dragon, the Desert Spirit Dragon, the Nine-Headed Dragon, and so forth. Upon their arrival, each dragon immediately launched an attack on Lin Bei, striving to compel him to dodge. Yet, with unwavering conviction, Lin Bei chose to disregard these onslaughts, resolutely focusing on urging himself to advance. His singular desire was to exit this bridge as swiftly as possible. During this time, Lin Bei also came to a realization. Lu Wen and the others had traversed the abyss of the fallen gods and had been influenced by it. Merely remaining on the bridge could not account for such occurrences. Thus, it could be surmised that their actions were unrelated to this bridge. After departing, he would have to inquire thoroughly about the matter. Thereafter, Lin Bei remained enveloped in darkness, gazing ahead at the multitude, listening to the incessant roars of dragons. This state was somewhat improved compared to before. At the very least, he did not feel entirely alone. Those dragons, seemingly devoid of fatigue, relentlessly continued their assaults, and they coordinated their attacks. After an indeterminate period, Lin Bei felt his senses returning. He regained control over his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace. Yet, after only a few steps, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice. "Brother Lin Bei, please stop. It's very dangerous ahead." The voice belonged to Wang Yuling. Upon hearing it, Lin Bei instinctively felt compelled to halt, and turned to glimpse Wang Yuling behind him. Smack! However, at the instant this thought arose, he swiftly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. False. All of it is an illusion. I must not look back. Reinforcing his resolve, Lin Bei pressed onward. Yet, as he continued to advance, his shoulder was patted time and again. Different voices ringing in his ears. Mr. Lin, I have something to report. Could you please pause and listen? Lin Bei, who told you to sleep during class? Go stand in the back. Brother Lin Bei, I've captured many criminals. You must turn around and see. Lin Bei, the little radiant dragon has been born. Just look behind you. Chaos. Lin Bei's thoughts were thrown into disarray. Yet he persevered, firmly shutting his eyes, covering his ears with his hands, and laboriously taking one step after another. Chapter 384, Jump Down, and you shall know everything. Despite Lin Bei covering his ears, it proved futile. The familiar voices continued to resonate behind him, unwaveringly loud. Brother Lin Bei, why are you covering your ears? Is it itchy? Turn around quickly, and I shall clean your ears for you. Mr. Lin, I truly have urgent matters to report. Could you please pause for a moment? Lin Bei, look. This is the little radiant dragon. Isn't it adorable? In addition to the cacophony of voices, he felt persistent sensations on his shoulders and back. It was as though familiar individuals were truly present behind him, listening to the barrage of voices and experiencing those remarkably real sensations. Lin Bei could only suppress the tumult of emotions within him, resolutely pressing forward. Ahead lay the dragons. Although his eyes were tightly shut, he could still perceive their forms. He could also clearly discern the nature of their attacks. His eyelids offered no reprieve. At that moment, the only course of action for Lin Bei was to steadfastly march forward, delving deeper into the darkness. Uncertain of the passage of time or distance, Lin Bei soon found himself losing control over his body once more. In that instant, he fervently reminded himself, move. Never cease your forward momentum, not even for a second. Now, this was his sole recourse. He was oblivious to the passage of time, merely repeating his mantra, forcibly ignoring all that lay before and behind him. Thus, this continued for an extended while until the system's notification suddenly resonated. Host, please persevere. You have traversed 2/3 of the distance. You are on the brink of reaching the other side of the bridge. Once you reach the far end, all that you have encountered will vanish into thin air. Keep pushing on. Upon hearing the system's message, Lin Bei's top mind began to ease somewhat. Thank goodness. It will soon come to an end. He then maintained his current state, enduring the dual circumstances of assault while reminding himself to press forward. At last, after Lin Bei's utmost efforts, the situation he faced finally began to shift. In that moment, all the dragons that had been present ahead vanished, and the sounds echoing behind him fell silent as well. The perception and control over his own body had returned to normal. Even his vision, hearing, sense of smell, and touch had all reverted to their rightful states. The surrounding environment was no longer shrouded in darkness. He could look up and see the sky. The sound of the howling wind intertwined with the persistent echo of footsteps. Beneath his feet, he felt the solid ground. Although everything appeared to have returned to normal, Lin Bei's mind was taut with tension. Ahead lay a long stretch of road, requiring at least 20 more minutes to traverse. How could everything seem normal with such a lengthy distance still to cover? This was simply inconceivable. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Despite being aware that events would transpire further along, he could not fathom what they might entail. There was no time for speculation. He could only continue onward. As he moved forward, 10 minutes passed without incident. Aside from the enveloping darkness, nothing seemed amiss. After another 5 minutes of walking, an unusual phenomenon emerged. A figure appeared directly in front of him. Instinctively, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards this silhouette. Upon discerning its features, his eyes widened in astonishment. The figure was none other than Lin Bei himself. Every detail, from physique to appearance and attire, was a perfect replica, an entirely different version of himself. Slightly taken aback, Lin Bei remarked, "Is it my turn now?" He had previously contemplated such a possibility. In the next moment, Lin Bei continued to stride forward, and the figure opposite him mirrored his steps. The two approached one another, and within moments, the distance between them shrank to a mere meter. At that moment, the other Lin Bei spoke first. "Do you wish to uncover the entire truth? Are you eager to understand the origins of your system? Do you yearn to hear the tale of the Dragon God? To comprehend the connection between the Dragon God and yourself? To discover why you have traversed into this world? If so, just leap down. By doing so, you will learn everything. The truth awaits you below." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei's eyes widened even further, and his breathing quickened significantly. He could scarcely believe that he was hearing such declarations from another version of himself. Every revelation was a deliberately concealed secret. Chapter 385. At last, he had reached the other side. Although astonished by all that had transpired, Lin Bei did not halt his advance. he continued to forge ahead. Shocked as he was, he clearly recalled the system's admonition. No matter what challenges arose, he must not stop. This undoubtedly included the current circumstances. He could not pause. Absolutely not. A moment of stillness could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Lin Bei pressed on, even as curiosity and confusion surged within him like never before. The other Lin Bei, witnessing his tenacity, looked visibly astonished, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. He then extended both arms in a gesture of obstruction, reiterating, "What is this? Do you not wish to know the truth behind these matters? Deep down, you must realize that each of these issues has been a constant source of torment for you. The origins of your system, your connection to the Dragon God, and your very purpose for being here. No one cares more about these truths than you. As another version of yourself, I urge you to contemplate this seriously. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. This is your sole chance. If you wish to know, simply jump down." Despite the enticing allure of the other Lin Bei's words, the true Lin Bei had no intention of leaping into the abyss. He remained resolute in his path forward. Indeed, these matters were significant, yet he did not believe that jumping down would unveil the complete truth. What was occurring now was merely a series of illusions. Seconds later, the true Lin Bei traversed several meters, passing through the form of the other Lin Bei, and continued his relentless march. In an instant, the expression of the other Lin Bei twisted into a grimace, and he turned to glare fiercely at Lin Bei. After a brief 3 seconds of this intense stare, the other Lin Bei leaped into the abyss of the fallen gods. In the following moment, another Lin Bei appeared before him, reiterating the same enticement. "Jump down. If you leap now, you will uncover all the truths. Rest assured, nothing ill will befall you. There is no downside for you." Once again, Lin Bei chose to ignore the offer, steadfastly advancing as if nothing existed ahead. Soon, mere moments passed, and he effortlessly passed through the second Lin Bei, continuing his journey as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Just like the first, the second Lin Bei's expression morphed into a sinister glare, his eyes now brimming with malice. "How foolish. So close to the truth, yet you stubbornly choose the wrong path. Jump down and become a part of me. What could be better?" Approximately 3 seconds later, he too leaped into the abyss of the fallen gods. A second later, the third Lin Bei emerged, delivering yet another line of persuasion. "Why cling to your stubbornness? Just because others say the abyss of the fallen gods is a perilous place does not necessarily make it so. Have you considered that if it were truly dangerous, why would anyone dare to explore it? Upon careful reflection, you might discern this truth. While the abyss indeed harbors certain dangers, they pale in comparison to the treasures that await within. If you seek to uncover the entirety of your truth, if you wish to unravel the secrets of the abyss, do not hesitate, jump down. A new life awaits you." The newly appeared Lin Bei adopted a different approach, coaxing Lin Bei from another perspective, urging him to leap into the abyss of the fallen gods. It was evident that the abyss was determined to compel Lin Bei to make that fateful choice. Before long, a fourth Lin Bei emerged, echoing similar sentiments to entice Lin Bei into the abyss. The 5th, 6th, and even the 10th, 20th, and 30th Lin Beis all conveyed various messages, yet their intentions remained consistent. They all sought to persuade Lin Bei to jump into the abyss of the fallen gods. "No, I must not waver. The only course of action available to me is to move forward. I shall persist until I reach the other side of the bridge." However, Lin Bei's conviction remained steadfast. Although he experienced moments of doubt along the journey, he quickly regained his focus and was not swayed by sweet words. Eventually, he arrived at the very edge of the bridge. Just one more step forward would bring him to the other side. At that moment, another Lin Bei appeared before him. Without uttering any guiding words, he regarded Lin Bei with a gaze filled with pity and slowly articulated, "You will regret this." Hearing this, Lin Bei merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing the thought, and promptly continued forward, passing through this duplicate Lin Bei and traversing the final meter. At last, he had crossed the bridge. Chapter 386. The True Face of the Fallen God. Task completed. The instant Lin Bei's feet touched the ground once more, everything around him transformed in an instant. The darkness that had obscured his vision dissipated, revealing the once dark shore in its true form. The silence that had prevailed at the other end of the bridge was replaced by the sounds of wind and footsteps. In the next moment, without hesitation, Lin Bei turned to gaze back at the side he had just departed. He instinctively believed that the other shore would be shrouded in darkness, just as it had been when he first entered the abyss of the fallen god. Yet, the reality was far from his expectations. What lay before him was not darkness, but a pallid expanse. The ground on the other side of the bridge was now a stark white, uneven and seemingly composed of various white objects piled upon it. In an instant, Lin Bei was taken aback. This sight was even more astonishing than merely encountering darkness. What could this mean? Everything had appeared normal from where he stood before, yet it now resembled this ghastly scene. What were those white objects? Instinctively, Lin Bei sensed that these white entities were far from benign. He then fixated his attention on the white objects, not merely relying on sight, but also unleashing a surge of mental energy, hastening towards the opposite side. Attempting to observe from such a distance with mere vision proved impractical. As his mental energy spread across the abyss of the fallen god, it encountered not the slightest disturbance. The darkness residing beneath remained tranquil, undisturbed. Thus, Lin Bei's mental energy successfully reached the other side, enveloping those white objects. In the next moment, he discerned the truth. Those white objects were bones. Among them were human bones, beast bones, and even dragon bones. A vast accumulation of bones formed various irregular shapes. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalled the sensation he had experienced from Liu Ying's angelic pet, reminiscent of the abyss of the fallen god. At that time, it was also a realm of darkness and white bones, aligning perfectly with what he now beheld. Above were bizarrely shaped white bones, while below lay unfathomable darkness. This was the defining characteristic of the abyss of the fallen god. How curious. Why was it only after arriving here that he could see the bones? Lin Bei found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend this phenomenon. Just then, the system's prompt resonated. Host. It is advisable to take a few more steps forward and then look back. You will discover something new. At the instant the system's message concluded, Lin Bei turned around and took several steps forward. After traversing approximately 10 meters, he turned once more to observe the ground he had just crossed. To his astonishment, the once normal ground had suddenly transformed into a sea of bones. Various kinds of bones, human, beast, bird, mirrored exactly what lay on the other side of the bridge. Stunned, he found himself lost in thought, unable to snap back to reality. All that his gaze encountered was black and white, as if the world were devoid of any other hues. After a moment, Lin Bei regained his composure, a newfound understanding dawning within him. Was it only the areas he had traversed that revealed their true nature? He had to admit, the abyss of the fallen god was indeed a remarkable place. Having formulated this plan, he continued onward. Before long, Lin Bei completely exited the confines of the abyss of the fallen god. Standing outside its boundaries, he once again gazed inward. Everywhere he looked, apart from the abyss itself, was a chaotic accumulation of bones. They piled densely, leaving no space to set foot. Even the bridge connecting the two sides was similarly adorned with a plethora of bones, resembling a bridge of white bones. At this moment, Lin Bei realized a profound truth. Was this the true visage of the abyss of the fallen god? A unique spectacle only visible after crossing its threshold? Just as he pondered this, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for traversing the entire abyss of the fallen god in the simplest manner, achieving an initial exploration and successfully completing a hidden task. The corresponding rewards for this task have been deposited into the system space, available for retrieval and activation at any time. At last, the hidden task was completed. Yet, rather than feeling elated, Lin Bei remained engrossed in contemplation, his eyes reflecting a deep thoughtfulness, clearly engaged in some profound ruminations. After some time had passed, he spoke gravely, having merely crossed the abyss of the fallen god. I've encountered so much. What might await if I were to delve deeper? Chapter 387, Beginner's Package, Special Reward. Regarding this matter, Lin Bei dared not dwell further. The more he contemplated, the more trepidation he felt. What consequences might he have faced had he succumbed to temptation moments ago? Fortunately, the system had provided a timely warning. Lin Bei understood that without the system's guidance, he might never have successfully crossed the bridge, even if he could have withstood the dragon's assaults. Resisting the familiar calls from behind would have been a monumental challenge. Even if he had mastered that impulse, the allure of the truth would have been nearly impossible to resist. In essence, traversing the abyss of the fallen god was an arduous endeavor. Just one misstep could lead to irretrievable doom. After silently contemplating the abyss for a prolonged period, Lin Bei finally withdrew his complex gaze. He then summoned the desert spirit dragon from his exclusive space and resumed his journey. His destination remained the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Though he had ventured to the abyss of the fallen god, it was merely an unforeseen detour on the way to the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Previously, Lin Bei was utterly unaware that traversing from the abyss of the fallen gods to the Valley of Evil Dragons would necessitate passing through the abyss itself. Not only was he oblivious, but the spirit dragon of the desert also shared his ignorance. It only knew the way to the Valley of Evil Dragons, yet remained unaware of the perils that lay along the journey. With a resonant dragon's roar echoing through the air, the spirit dragon of the desert resumed its duties. Progressing towards the Valley of Evil Dragons, Lin Bei quietly followed in the dragon's wake, all the while scrutinizing his surroundings, hoping to spot any other souls besides himself. Before he knew it, half an hour had elapsed. During this extensive passage of time, Lin Bei encountered no one, not a single soul, not even a fly. It was evident that this region, due to the ominous presence of the abyss of the fallen gods, had transformed into an area shunned by life. Only those with particular motives dared to venture into this perilous abyss, or perhaps stumbled upon it by sheer happenstance. Indeed, the vicinity of the abyss of the fallen gods was devoid of life. Yet, this was to be expected. Who would willingly approach such a treacherous and enigmatic place? Conversely, those audacious enough to enter the abyss were surely formidable and dangerous individuals. Having confirmed the absence of immediate threats, Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he opened his system space, eager to examine the rewards he had accrued. The reason he had refrained from checking earlier was due to the precarious nature of his surroundings. He feared encountering unforeseen dangers near the abyss. Now, having distanced himself from the abyss and assured of his safety, he deemed it prudent to investigate. Upon opening the system space, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon two new items that had materialized within. One was the ice crystal dragon gifted by the system, and the other a mysterious package. Upon seeing the slumbering ice crystal dragon, he suddenly recalled an important matter. He nearly forgot about the dragon. After unwrapping the package, he would need to ascertain the next dragon he would receive. Each week, upon receiving the dragon bestowed by the system, he could anticipate the next offering. Should he desire a change, he had the option to do so. At this moment, Lin Bei directed all his attention towards the reward package. Given the task's connection to the abyss of the fallen gods, the rewards were likely to be formidable. System, open the package. The instant his words resonated, a notification chimed in response. Ding! The beginner's reward package for the abyss of the fallen gods has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, the teleportation function to the abyss of the fallen gods. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, enhanced resistance to illusions. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, a dragon egg associated with illusions. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, an unwavering source of mental strength. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, absolute control over your own vision. The name of the package was lengthy, comprising 10 characters. The rewards within were anything but ordinary. They significantly surpassed the rewards he had previously obtained from other packages. A beginner's reward package? It seemed there would be intermediate and advanced reward packages in the future. If this beginner package contained such impressive rewards, what might the advanced ones yield? Despite knowing he could acquire even more valuable rewards from future packages related to the abyss of the fallen gods, Lin Bei felt not excitement, but rather a frown of concern. He was acutely aware that to attain the advanced package, one must delve deeper into the abyss of the fallen gods. Undoubtedly, venturing further into the abyss posed an extreme risk. After a few moments, Lin Bei vigorously shook his head, dispelling these chaotic thoughts. He chose not to dwell on such matters and instead began to communicate with the system to comprehend the functions of these rewards. Before long, the communication concluded, and he gained a general understanding of the rewards he had received. Chapter 388, The Dragon of Next Week, the Taiji Dragon? The teleportation function to the abyss of the fallen gods allows one to establish a teleportation array on their body, enabling instant travel to the abyss at any time, in any place, under any circumstances. Furthermore, one can bring along enemies or allies, though it is strictly a one-way teleportation. The destination upon arrival remains uncertain. It could be on either bank, atop a bridge, or even in midair. In essence, this function bears a certain degree of danger. Possessing this ability effectively grants Lin Bei an additional means of self-preservation. Should he encounter formidable foes in the future, he could bring them along to the abyss of the fallen gods. Once there, the circumstances would surely shift. Although this is merely a teleportation function, it can yield significant advantages when wielded effectively. The other rewards are relatively straightforward to comprehend. Enhanced resistance to illusions not only allows Lin Bei to effortlessly discern between illusory apparitions and tangible realities, but it also minimizes the effects he experiences when confronted with such illusions. The dragon egg associated with illusions, upon hatching, will randomly yield a dragon with powers related to illusions. It is the most easily understood reward among the 5. The unwavering source of mental strength grants Lin Bei an infusion of a new form of mental power into his psyche. This mental strength is as resilient as a rock. When faced with various temptations and dangers, this mental fortitude remains steadfast, significantly reducing the likelihood of being influenced. Absolute control over his own vision enables Lin Bei to maintain permanent dominion over his sight, preventing it from being wrested away as it had moments ago. This reward can be deemed specifically tailored for confronting the abyss of the fallen gods. After grasping the functions of each reward, Lin Bei found himself lost in contemplation. After a prolonged period of reflection, he slowly returned to reality, murmuring softly to himself, "The rewards I have obtained are all, to varying degrees, connected to the abyss of the fallen gods, especially the final reward, which allows my vision to remain unaffected by the abyss. System, how is such a feat accomplished?" In the past, when opening other packages, Lin Bei felt a sense of wonder, yet he did not dwell on it. However, upon receiving the rewards from this package, he could not suppress his thoughts. After all, this was the abyss of the fallen gods. Having recently experienced the terror of the abyss firsthand, he found it unfathomable to imagine how one could maintain their sight against such a force. The unwavering mental strength and resistance to illusions were equally perplexing, as they all seemed to be in direct opposition to the abyss of the fallen gods. Lin Bei was utterly confounded as to how the system achieved such an extraordinary feat. However, this time, the system offered no explanations, remaining silent as if it had crashed. In the past, the system would never have acted this way. Lin Bei was acutely aware of this fact. Nevertheless, he dismissed his concerns, deciding that overthinking would yield no benefits. All he needed was to place his trust in the system. It would not betray him. He understood this better than anyone. If the system intended to harm him, it had countless opportunities to do so before now. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded. "Host, you truly need not overthink. When the opportune moment arrives, you will comprehend everything." The conveyed message remained consistent with previous communications. Thus Lin Bei felt no surprise. He refrained from asking further questions, knowing that no amount of inquiry would yield useful information. After that, under the guidance of the Mo Zhou spirit dragon, Lin Bei continued his approach to the ultimate destination, Evil Dragon Valley. Buzz, buzz. Every 10 to 20 minutes of progress, the Mo Zhou spirit dragon would raise its head and emit a melodic cry, reporting its current status to its master. During this journey, Lin Bei expended a considerable amount of points to adjust the dragon he would receive from the system next. Originally, he was to receive an Eastern dragon, but after refreshing the options over 100 times, he successfully transformed the dragon he would obtain next week into a Tai Chi dragon. Along the way, several commendable dragons appeared, yet Lin Bei found himself unsatisfied until the Tai Chi dragon manifested, at which point he was finally content to pause. A Tai Chi dragon? Its name suggested it was a rather extraordinary dragon. Lin Bei felt a surge of anticipation for the day he would acquire the Tai Chi dragon. After traveling for a while longer, Lin Bei began to utilize the rewards he had just obtained from the system. First, he decided to use the 3 rewards that would directly benefit him. In the next moment, 3 distinct powers materialized within him and swiftly merged. Ding! All 3 powers have successfully fused. Moments later, Lin Bei spoke once more. "Open that dragon egg." Chapter 389, Illusion Eye Dragon. Ding! The dragon egg is being opened. Please be patient, host. Because this dragon egg is related to the abyss of fallen gods, the unlocking will require a brief period. This dragon egg, obtained from the gift package, did not require Lin Bei to hatch it as he had done with the dragonborn egg, but could be directly unlocked through the system. Lin Bei merely nodded gently, then continued on his way with the Mo Zhou spirit dragon. Evil Dragon Valley was the true final destination of this journey. Meanwhile, upon learning of the series of events occurring in his prison, the warden of Tianshan prison began a frenzied search for Lin Bei. Following various leads, he ultimately succeeded in locating the mystery prison and, naturally, encountered Lu Ying, who had returned to the mystery prison. Observing the familiar figure of Lu Ying, the warden of Tianshan prison furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Lu Ying, what exactly is happening? Where is the prison suppression tablet? What are the chaos? What is the anomaly surrounding you?" He genuinely could not comprehend it. He had only been absent for a brief moment, yet in that short span, everything had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was beyond description. In the face of the warden's inquiries, Lu Ying, after careful consideration, finally responded, "There are many things I cannot explain. It is not that I cannot share them, but rather that you would not believe them even if I did. After all, even I, who have personally experienced everything, still find it incredible when I reflect on these events. There have been several nights when, after falling asleep, I questioned whether I was merely dreaming. Perhaps all that transpired during this time was simply a beautiful dream I had while in the abyss of evil spirits." His tone was marked by sincerity, clearly expressing his heartfelt sentiments. At this point, Lu Ying's voice gradually faded away. The stunned warden of Tianshan prison found himself at a loss for how to react. This situation was beyond his expectations. "What? You actually think this way?" Just then, Lu Ying's voice resonated once more. "If possible, why not stay here for a few days? Rather than me explaining everything, It would be better for you to experience it yourself. After a few days of immersion, you will come to understand everything. With that, he fixed his gaze upon the warden of Tianshan prison. Luing had two motivations for this action. Firstly, he wished to keep the warden of Tianshan prison occupied here, preventing him from interfering with Lin Bei's actions while also allowing him to learn some things. Secondly, he aimed to gain insights into prison management and construction from the warden of Tianshan prison. After all, Tianshan prison was built by this individual, and he had much more knowledge than the inexperienced Rin Ting and others, offering numerous learning opportunities. Upon hearing this, the warden of Tianshan prison made a decision in a remarkably short time. That is a splendid idea. I shall remain here for a while. His original intention was to uncover the truth, and since staying would grant him clarity, he saw no reason not to stay. Furthermore, the warden of Tianshan prison held a deep interest in the recently renowned mystery prison. After all, they were considered peers. The mystery prison was undergoing remarkable improvements. Lin Bei continued to advance, pressing ever onward. Buzz. As the melodic cries of dragons resonated, the distance between him and Evil Dragon Valley diminished significantly. It would not be long before he reached his destination. Was he finally arriving? What kind of place was Evil Dragon Valley? Lin Bei's curiosity about Evil Dragon Valley grew ever stronger. Not only had he initially acquired this map, but to reach Evil Dragon Valley, he also had to traverse the abyss of fallen gods. These two factors alone were sufficient to underscore its mystery. After an indeterminate passage of time, the system's notification chime echoed once more. Ding! The dragon egg has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a young illusionized dragon from this dragon egg. In an instant, Lin Bei's attention was captured, and he instinctively raised an eyebrow, his mind beginning to formulate a hypothesis. An illusionized dragon? By its name, it seems to possess unique eyes. Could it be that these extraordinary eyes could create various illusions? Based on its name, he could only deduce this information. In the next moment, information related to the illusionized dragon began to materialize in Lin Bei's mind. After a few seconds of contemplation, he successfully comprehended this information. Indeed, the eyes of the illusionized dragon were remarkably special. They were even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Its eyes not only had the power to create illusions, but could also resist illusions and even control them. Even the illusions that manifest within the abyss of fallen gods remain within a controllable realm. Chapter 390, Arrival at Dragon's Lair. The illusory dragon not only failed to disappoint Lin Bei, but rather exceeded his expectations tremendously. It can be said that he was thoroughly satisfied. With the illusory dragon by his side, he now possessed a means to resist the abyss of fallen gods. If he were to cross that bridge once more, it should prove to be significantly smoother than before. At the very least, he would no longer be plagued by those phantasms. Lin Bei was acutely aware that he would inevitably return to the abyss of fallen gods in the future. This day might be far off, or it might arrive sooner than anticipated. Although it remained an uncertainty, it was undoubtedly destined to happen. Was he not gradually acquiring the means to confront the abyss of fallen gods? After a brief moment, Lin Bei retracted his chaotic thoughts, allowing his inner excitement to subside into tranquility, and he gazed ahead with a serene countenance. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the desert oasis elven dragon. Let us continue our journey. After speaking, Lin Bei began to contemplate what materials he should use to synthesize with the illusory dragon. He was eager to delegate the illusory dragon to the system for comprehensive cultivation. However, as synthesis had not yet occurred, such an action was premature. Since the primary purpose of the illusory dragon was to target the abyss of fallen gods, the optimal approach would be to maximize this capability. Hence, the most suitable synthesis materials would be those associated with illusions. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Lin Bei found himself in a quandary. He truly could not fathom where he might procure suitable materials. Items related to illusions were not commonplace. Lin Bei was well aware of this. Throughout this extensive period, he had only encountered matters pertaining to illusions within the abyss of fallen gods. Forget it, let us not dwell on that for now. The most pressing matter at hand was to reach Dragon's Lair. Buzz. At that moment, the desert oasis elven dragon emitted a dragon's roar, signaling Lin Bei to return to their destination within half an hour at most. Full speed ahead. Meanwhile, in the vast and grandiose villa district of Yaiwa City, a young man who bore a resemblance to Yu Xingyao, albeit appearing more mature and of similar age, sat upon a wooden chair, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He was none other than the Moon Monarch, the elder brother of Yu Xingyao, a prodigy who had tamed the full moon dragon. A few meters in front of the Moon Monarch, a dozen individuals knelt upon the ground, heads bowed, not daring to meet his gaze. Even as their knees began to ache from kneeling, they did not dare to stir even a fraction. After pondering for a full 3 minutes, the Moon Monarch's voice, cold and detached, finally broke the silence. Something is amiss. The events surrounding Xingyao's demise are decidedly suspicious. My instincts tell me that his death is shrouded in mystery. Investigate this matter for me, and do so with utmost resolve. Spare no effort in your inquiries. Leave no stone unturned. Whether it be the Sea Emperor Ao Ding or that mysterious prison overseer, investigate them all. Xingyao's death is far from simple. Ever since receiving the news of Yu Xingyao's death, the Moon Monarch had sensed something was off, and only now had he confirmed the presence of intrigue, thus issuing this command. The next moment, the 10 kneeling figures responded in unison. Understood. They swiftly departed, leaving Yu Xingyao alone in their wake. Yu Xingyao lifted his gaze to the radiant full moon above, a flicker of sorrow swiftly passing through his eyes. Moments later, he could not help but murmur softly to himself, "Fear not. I will not allow your death to remain shrouded in ambiguity." After a considerable journey, the desert oasis elven dragon finally came to a halt. Buzz. A second later, it turned its head to Lin Bei and emitted a gentle dragon's roar. The meaning conveyed in the roar was straightforward, and Lin Bei grasped it immediately. Is this the dragon's lair ahead? We have finally arrived. He genuinely felt that this journey had not been easy. Merely reaching this location had taken several days. As those words fell from his lips, Lin Bei cast his gaze forward, beholding what was referred to as the dragon's lair. Before him lay a vast valley, a sprawling expanse of towering peaks, each thousands of meters high, connected to one another, resembling a colossal beast slumbering upon the earth. Most of the mountain peaks bore a similar hue, with only a small portion showcasing different colors. Yet, not a single tree could be found upon these mountains. The landscape was barren, as if it were inhospitable to plant life. As Lin Bei beheld the valley, a wave of complexity surged within him, leaving him puzzled as to why he felt this way. What was happening? Why did my emotions feel so convoluted? I have only just arrived here. Lin Bei chose not to dwell on this perplexity and quickly turned his gaze towards the outskirts of the valley. To his astonishment, he discovered a village upon the expansive land beyond the dragon's lair. Chapter 391. Harmony yet eerie. The village spanned a considerable area, much larger than an average settlement. Houses constructed within the village exhibited an ancient style, markedly different from familiar modern architecture. They were not built of steel and concrete, but rather fashioned from stone through a unique method. Windows existed, yet they were not made of glass, but rather crafted from a special type of leather. Though they appeared somewhat thin, they effectively shielded against the fierce winds from the dragon's lair, impervious to the gales that swept through. The roofs were triangular, adorned with tiles, and featured chimneys, some of which were currently emitting smoke, indicating habitation. In addition to these distinctive structures, the village boasted grassy areas, trees, and livestock such as pigs, cows, sheep, and poultry. There was even a clear lake. Overall, it was a peculiar yet livable village. The only anomaly was its location. Upon witnessing the village situated at the forefront of the dragon's lair, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Astonished disbelief reflected in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? A village before the dragon's lair? And one that possesses water, trees, and animals? This situation befuddled him. Despite the dragon's lair being in such a remote locale, with no cities within 100,000 meters, and even the number of animals being scarce, it hardly seemed conducive for human habitation. For animals to survive in such an environment would be exceedingly challenging. They would easily succumb to hunger or thirst. Moreover, the environment within the dragon's lair was even more inhospitable compared to the surrounding area, as there was not a single tree in sight. Do not speak of a mere tree. Not even a blade of grass can be found here. Yet, curiously, amidst this environment seemingly devoid of life, there exists a village of considerable size. Even from a distance, Lin Bei felt a profound intrigue towards this settlement. However, he also discerned that something was amiss. How could a village possibly be situated at the forefront of the Dragon of Evil Valley? Had they lost their minds? At that moment, the desert spirit dragon emitted a faint dragon's roar, indicating its own bewilderment regarding the situation. Among the scant information it possessed, it only knew how to reach the Dragon of Evil Valley, without any other pertinent details. Just as Lin Bei was about to utter a word, the desert spirit dragon let out another dragon's roar. The resonance conveyed an entirely different message. Realizing the implication embedded in that roar, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "What? Though you are unaware of the village's nature, you sense something strange within? When gazing at this village, do you not feel an odd familiarity? Is the entire village not exuding a sense of recognition?" His tone, as he articulated these thoughts, was tinged with an air of peculiarity. This was precisely the sentiment the desert spirit dragon wished to convey. In confronting this village, it felt as though it were facing an entity of profound familiarity, a strange sensation that was ineffable and elusive. The desert spirit dragon nodded vigorously, affirming with another dragon's roar. Due to this peculiar circumstance, Lin Bei's gaze towards the village became exceedingly complex. Surprise, curiosity, and wariness mingled within. It seemed imperative to explore this village. He resolved to do so. In truth, there was no alternative. Apart from the dragon of Evil Valley, this village was the sole entity in the vicinity. To gain insight into the valley, the most effective approach would be through this village. Thus, entry was inevitable. In the next moment, Lin Bei returned the desert spirit dragon to its designated space and retrieved an array of items from the system's inventory: candies, seasonings, self-heating hot pots, exquisite vegetables, and beverages of joy, among others. Since he was venturing into a village bustling with inhabitants, it would be ill-mannered to arrive empty-handed. To visit unaccompanied is far inferior to bearing practical gifts, as it greatly influences the reception one receives. To recklessly enter the village and inquire about the dragon of Evil Valley would be both impulsive and reckless. Having made all necessary preparations, Lin Bei grasped a multitude of items and proceeded towards the enigmatic village. His pace was brisk, and soon he found himself at the village entrance. Upon nearing the village, he overheard a series of casual conversations emanating from within. Has that rascal Iron Egg gone to play in the valley again? It's quite the challenge to keep track of him. Juicy, come back for dinner. Dad, Mom, I must escape this place and explore the world beyond. These dialogues were undeniably commonplace, indicating that the villagers were leading normal lives. Chapter 392. Here lies a paradise beyond the world. Yet, the more ordinary their conversations seemed, the more disconcerting Lin Bei found them. After all, the village's location was decidedly unusual. Normal conversations and typical occurrences, set against an abnormal backdrop, render the ordinary into the extraordinary. This scenario was akin to discussing dinner plans while standing in the abyss of fallen gods, eerily unsettling. Amidst the harmony, an unsettling aura lingered. Thus, Lin Bei's steps faltered. However, his pause did not affect the ongoing dialogues within the village. The chatter continued unabated. Dog, fetch me a basin of water. After dinner. You better get back to training. Xiao Ming is far superior to you. Mom, stop it. I detest Xiao Ming. He's a terrible brat. Xiao Ming, hurry back for dinner. The village chief has a meeting this afternoon. The more he listened, the more Lin Bei perceived this as an ordinary village. Yet, his acute awareness insisted that everything was profoundly abnormal. Moreover, amidst these conversations, he gleaned a particularly crucial piece of information. He raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud in a tone of intrigue. Taming a subdragon? What is a subdragon? It sounds related to dragons. Yet, he had only heard a name, without any further detail or sight of the creature, leaving him unable to form a judgment. Nonetheless, his interest was piqued. How fascinating. With both the dragon of Evil Valley and the subdragon in the mix, Lin Bei had already sensed the valley's uniqueness during his journey. Now, upon encountering this village and hearing the term subdragon, his curiosity intensified. Meanwhile, deep within the Zonglin mountain range, Wang Yuling, now well acquainted with the area, was diligently training a multitude of herbivorous magical beasts. In just a few short days, she had made remarkable progress, transformative indeed. Her mentor, Qingsan, had recently been casting glances towards the north from time to time. Not only her, but also the blue divine birds under her command would occasionally gaze longingly at the northern horizon, as if their vision transcended vast distances to behold something far off. After standing outside the village and listening intently for a considerable time, Lin Bei inhaled deeply and resumed his forward march. This time, he approached the village entrance. Standing at the threshold, taking in the sight of the village within, before him lay a scene of vibrant activity. Adults busied themselves, some washing clothes, others preparing meals. Some engaged in games of chess, and a few attending to children. The children were frolicking, some dining, while others practiced diligently. The sounds of splashing water, clattering pots and pans, triumphant exclamations, and the laughter and cries of children melded together harmoniously, creating a lively yet not overwhelming ambience. Additionally, various domesticated animals, cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and sheep, mingled amidst the gentle wafts of smoke rising from cooking fires, rendering this village akin to a paradise where one could forget all worries. It seemed that entering this village would afford one a life of unparalleled leisure, free from the immense pressures of the outside world. Lin Bei stood motionless at the village entrance, observing the bustling scene within with a complex expression, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. As Lin Bei gradually familiarized himself with the village, he found himself increasingly astonished. He had come to terms with the existence of people and the village itself. Yet the presence of cats and dogs was something he struggled to accept. Why would these small felines and canines appear in this village? It was utterly implausible that they had wandered in from the outside world. This suggested that they must have originated from within the village itself. If they were powerful feline or canine magical beasts, Lin Bei could perhaps understand, but the sight of these ordinary cats and dogs, with lifespans barely reaching 20 years, was beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts and swiftly adjusted his demeanor before stepping directly into the village. As he crossed the threshold, he instantly captured the attention of all the villagers around him. In the next moment, the villagers, upon noticing Lin Bei, paused their activities. Their gazes fixed upon him in astonishment, evidently taken aback by the sudden arrival of an outsider. After a brief silence, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Someone has come to our village? How extraordinary! Oh my, where did this handsome young man come from? His attire suggests he is not from an ordinary household. I wonder what brings him here. Could it be that he is here for a marriage proposal? Chapter 393. Is there a world beyond? The villagers speculated about Lin Bei's intentions, mirroring his incredulity towards the existence of the village. They were also surprised by the sudden appearance of this foreigner. Where could this dashing young man have come from? Perhaps from one of the nearby villages or a town nestled in the valley. His attire did not resemble that of typical villagers. He was most likely a resident from the town. How peculiar! Why would someone from the town venture into our village? Surely, they would not dare to wander freely. Let us not dwell on it. If there are questions, we should simply ask him, as he is already here. Regardless of whether he hails from the town or another village, he is a rare guest for us. The villagers conversed animatedly, unconcerned about the volume of their voices, clearly unburdened by any ulterior motives. Their curiosity about Lin Bei was laid bare. Naturally, Lin Bei absorbed every word, and from their conversation, he gleaned some crucial information. He involuntarily slowed his pace, muttering to himself, "What? Besides this village, there are other villages nearby? But I saw no other villages when I was outside. No, it's not merely other villages. There's even a town. And it seems to be located in the Dragon Valley?" This was the information he had gathered. Through the residents' dialogue, Lin Bei could easily deduce these details. He was astounded. The information about other villages and towns was far beyond his initial expectations regarding the Dragon Valley. He never imagined it would be this way. After shaking his head vigorously and taking a deep breath to quell his inner confusion and astonishment, he continued his advance into the village. With each step forward, the villagers' gazes followed him. After making a dozen strides, Lin Bei paused once more, placing various items he had brought on the ground. Then, he retrieved some similar items from his system space. Once he had completed these tasks, he smiled at the surrounding villagers and said, "Greetings, esteemed locals. As a newcomer to your land, I have brought you some small gifts, and I kindly ask you to accept them. I will be staying here for a while, so I hope you will not mind." He would not directly inquire about the pressing questions. Such an approach would be entirely inappropriate. Even if he did ask, there was no guarantee they would respond. Therefore, it was wiser to first build rapport and become acquainted before posing any inquiries. This was the most prudent course of action. In the next moment, all the villagers turned their attention to the items Lin Bei had placed on the ground. Both adults and children gazed in wonder at the assortment. The sheer quantity of items had formed a small heap. If distributed evenly, each person would receive a considerable share. Upon seeing this impressive collection, they were all taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "That bottle of black liquid seems to be a product exclusive to the town, and that sweet, dark food can only be found in the town. Wow, that is candy, something we can only enjoy during festivals. So many items are only available in the town." It was now virtually certain that he was indeed from the town. Yes, only someone from the town could possess such an abundance of fine provisions. Amidst this discussion, another piece of information was revealed, which Lin Bei immediately sensed. However, he stifled his reaction, maintaining a calm facade. Internally, though, he was far from composed. What? The town within the Dragon Valley also possesses such items. He began to doubt whether he had misheard. In such a remote place, could there really be luxuries like joyous water? What on earth was happening? Was there some mistake? A bolder child dashed forward, curiosity etched upon his face, and asked, "Brother, with so many delicious treats, are you from the town?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei promptly replied, "No, I come from a distant island far away." However, as soon as he uttered these words, the previously continuous murmurs abruptly ceased. The villagers once again fixed their gaze upon Lin Bei, each pair of eyes now filled with a peculiar expression. A few moments later, the child asked again, "Huh, are you joking with me? The world outside has been destroyed. How could you possibly be an outsider? There is no world outside." Chapter 394. He truly has a sense of humor. Instantly, Lin Bei fell silent, instinctively furrowing his brow and gazing seriously at the child. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. The child before him claimed that the outside world had been destroyed. Having lived in the outside world, Lin Bei could not possibly accept such a notion. He was acutely aware that the world outside was thriving. In fact, it was vastly superior to this isolated village, both in terms of development and vibrancy. Thus, He was perplexed, questioning whether he had been deceived, which was why he regarded the child with such seriousness. On the face of the child, however, there lingered an abundance of bewilderment, devoid of any signs of deceit, as if the outrageous statements made moments ago were immutable truths. In the next instant, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards the other villagers. Their expressions mirrored astonishment and confusion, evidently sharing the same belief as the child, that there existed no world beyond their confines. Recognizing the peculiarity of the situation, Lin Bei exerted a portion of his mental energy, enveloping the child before him and the entirety of the village within its grasp. He discerned no hint of abnormality from the residents. Thus, he was entirely convinced. These villagers were not deliberately deceiving themselves. They genuinely accepted this notion as a fact. In their perception, the outside world did not exist, despite the vastness of the universe. The only places they considered to be the world were merely a few nearby villages and that so-called town. A heavy sigh escaped Lin Bei as his breath grew labored, and his thoughts became tumultuous. He couldn't help but internally roar, "What nonsense is this? How could there possibly be no world outside? What in the world is this place?" Lin Bei began to doubt whether he was still trapped in the abyss of fallen gods. Was everything he saw and heard merely an illusion conjured by the abyss? Even the system's notification sounds, were they a fabrication of the abyss? Had he already fallen prey to its snares? However, as this absurd thought crossed his mind, he vigorously shook his head, resolutely rejecting it. Impossible, based on all prior signs. I have undoubtedly escaped the abyss of fallen gods. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. The host can rest assured. You have indeed left the abyss of fallen gods. All that you see and hear is veritable, so do not overthink it. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei chose not to dwell further and affirmed the reality of his perceptions. This indicated that the villagers truly believed there was no world beyond their own. Although he had confirmed this matter, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, the villagers' voices soon began to rise. This young man is truly humorous. Quite fond of jesting. If I hadn't known since childhood that there is no world outside, I would have certainly believed his words. He doesn't seem to be joking at all. I nearly believed him myself. Why insist on claiming he comes from the outside world when he could simply say he hails from the town? I find this rather perplexing. Oh, how wonderful it would be if he truly came from outside, as it would mean we are not alone. Listening to their discussions, Lin Bei remained silently contemplative. After about 10 seconds, he made a decision. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's face instantly donned a serious smile. He gently patted the child's head and, with a light chuckle, said, "You're quite clever. I was indeed teasing you just now. In light of your excellent performance, how about I gift you a bottle of happiness water?" He chose to first integrate himself within their ranks. In such circumstances, persistently asserting that he came from the outside would only invite endless trouble, and it was uncertain whether it would yield good or ill, given the situation. If he could indeed prove himself as someone from the outside world, it would inevitably incite a tremendous uproar. The established perceptions of many would be shattered. Thus, it was wiser to blend in and gradually unravel the truth. All right. The child, after all, was still a child. Upon hearing of the prospect of more delectable treats, he promptly forgot many concerns. Observing this, the villagers resumed their chatter. Look, he was indeed teasing the child. Ha, how humorous. Truly, he is worthy of being from the town. Moments later, Lin Bei casually retrieved a bottle of happiness water and extended it to the child. While handing the water to the child, he kept his gaze fixed upon him, committing the child's appearance to memory, preparing to make his move with this little one. Want more? Chapter 395, Something amiss, a great oddity. Yes, exclaimed the child, this happiness water is far more delicious than the soup my mother makes. But happiness water is so expensive, I can hardly buy much with my entire year's allowance. Living in such remote regions, the child had not been influenced by contemporary society and retained a rare innocence, never hesitating to express his desires openly. This was precisely the outcome Lin Bei sought. A second later, he produced another bottle of happiness water, extending it to the child once more, while cheerfully saying, "Do you want more? If you do, you must answer your brother's question." As he spoke, Lin Bei controlled his mental energy to assess the villagers' states. The villagers, witnessing Lin Bei's actions and hearing his words, exhibited no signs of discomfort. They merely observed with keen interest the interaction between him and the child, commenting, "This young man is quite impressive. He engages so well with the children, devoid of the arrogance typical of town residents. Moreover, he is generous, offering such an expensive item so freely. I wonder what question he will pose. Can that little one answer it? He must answer. Then he can receive a reward." Clearly, the villagers' thoughts were also quite innocent, lacking any ulterior motives. The primary reason for this was their perception of Lin Bei as someone from the town. Lin Bei let out a quiet sigh of relief. The more normal the villagers behaved, the less he worried. This plan could proceed smoothly. Everything was going exceptionally well. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the child instantly grew excited, eagerly exclaiming, "Brother, ask me anything. I can definitely answer." The child was brimming with enthusiasm, his small fists clenched tightly in excitement, showcasing the profound allure of the happiness water. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "All right, then let me test you. Now tell me, why do we say there is no world outside, little one? Do you know the reason?" As he posed this question, he deliberately adopted an exaggerated tone, feigning a playful demeanor to amuse the child. The villagers quickly reacted to this. I never anticipated that he would pose such a question, one that is universally acknowledged. Is there truly any distinction between asking this question and offering free refreshments? It appears he is here to bestow gifts upon us. This approach is quite commendable. The young lad will surely awaken with a smile in his dreams today. In an instant, they all grasped the unspoken answer, a silent understanding blossoming within them. And this was precisely Lin Bei's design. He intentionally crafted the illusion that he was merely inquiring about a well-known fact, ostensibly to provide a boon. Yet, in truth, he was utterly oblivious. The question he posed was, in fact, of significant importance. Only, no one realized it. At that moment, the child became animated. Though he could not comprehend Lin Bei's motives for asking this question, he was confident in how to respond. "I know. From the moment I began to understand, I was aware of how things were. Therefore, I can answer effortlessly." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's pupils slightly constricted, and his brow furrowed momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure and resumed waiting. Soon, the child began to articulate his response. "There is no world beyond. This is a well-known fact." The exploration teams in the town, after numerous investigations, ultimately concluded this. In these repeated inquiries, they found no evidence of an external world. Many have ventured to explore beyond, yet none have discovered anything. One individual journeyed for an entire month, traversing an extraordinary distance, only to arrive at a village on the opposite side of a valley. He had been walking in a straight line all along. Thus, the townsfolk determined that the world is round and affirmed that there is no world beyond. Everyone agrees with this information, as we have lived here since time immemorial and have never heard of anything concerning the outside world. What do you think, brother? Am I right? In an instant, Lin Bei frowned. Although the statement seemed mundane, he suddenly became aware of a crucial issue. Something was amiss. If they believed there was no world outside, how could such items as refreshments and instant noodles appear in this region? These products have only emerged in recent decades. Chapter 396, Initial Mastery, Integrating into the Village. The villagers remained unaware of this, yet Lin Bei understood all too well, whether it be refreshments or other items. They bore no connection to the past. These items are merely the products of modern advancements, popular and convenient. However, the presence of such things in this village was nothing short of astonishing. It was far more ludicrous than the appearance of cats and dogs here. At this moment, Lin Bei's mind was engulfed in profound confusion, an overwhelming and intense perplexity. Why do items that should not exist manifest here? Moreover, the locals have readily accepted all of this, incorporating it seamlessly into their lives. Even a fool could discern that something was amiss. Despite the myriad questions swirling within him, Lin Bei did not allow his intrigue to surface overtly. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor, then smiled and nodded. "Very well, that was a correct answer. I am quite pleased." As he spoke, Lin Bei produced a bottle of refreshments and handed it to the child. To him, a single bottle held little value. The child, beaming with excitement, clutched the bottle tightly to his chest, radiating a palpable thrill, evidently elated by the gesture. "Thank you, brother. You are so kind." Not only he, but the other villagers echoed similar sentiments. Goodness, he really gave it. This was no ordinary generosity. That little fellow is truly fortunate. It seems he is no ordinary person in the town, casually distributing refreshments. I toil for an entire year, only allowing myself such luxuries during the festive season. Yet he gives them away so freely. I cannot compete with that. If only I were as affluent as he, I would surely distribute refreshments and other luxuries to everyone during the holidays. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. The young man is commendable, keeping his promises without fail. I welcome him with open arms. Clearly, they were all astonished by Lin Bei's actions, equally satisfied with his generosity. And this was precisely the outcome Lin Bei sought. His inquiry to the child was not solely for the purpose of gathering intelligence, but also to cultivate a favorable impression in the hearts of the villagers. Such goodwill would prove invaluable for his subsequent endeavors. Until he fully comprehended the specifics of the Dragon Valley, Lin Bei was reluctant to act indiscriminately, as that would entail significant risk. Though his time here had been brief, he was acutely aware that this region known as Dragon Valley was far from ordinary. After winning over the child with a bottle of refreshments, Lin Bei shifted his focus entirely to the other villagers, making eye contact with them. He adopted an innocuous and unassuming demeanor, a guise that suited his youthful appearance. The villagers, upon observing this, harbored no ulterior thoughts. Moments later, Lin Bei spoke with a smile. "Dear villagers, may I stay here for a few days? Rest assured, it will only be for a short while, and I shall not be a bother. Due to certain circumstances, I am unable to return to the town at present. Of course, I shall not stay without recompense. If you permit me to stay here, everything I have will belong to you, and I shall provide you with additional items. Refreshments will not be lacking." He intended to first integrate into the village. Currently, the most prudent course of action to investigate the situation was to immerse himself within the community and gradually gather information. Integration into the village was the first step. Directly venturing into the town nestled within the valley was not a wise choice. Upon hearing his words, the villagers began to whisper among themselves. Soon, they reached a consensus. Let him stay, let him stay. We have vacant rooms in our village, and all we need to do is inform the village chief. As for refreshments, it matters little. We simply don't want to see you wandering. Is it because your family is pressuring you to marry, leading to a quarrel, that you sought refuge here? Sister, have you been reading too many novels? Such things cannot possibly happen in reality. By the way, when can I read your novels? They can be quite expensive. Though the ensuing conversation took a different turn, Lin Bei successfully became a temporary resident of the village. Before long, the villagers, having divided their possessions, escorted Lin Bei to a rather unremarkable residence. The dwelling was immaculate, and a dog could be seen lounging at the entrance, exuding a lively ambience that suggested it was frequently inhabited. "Young man, you shall stay here for the time being," they declared. "This is a designated guest room, occasionally occupied by visitors. The neighboring houses are similar." Chapter 397. The Promotional Fair. The Neighbor. Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback to discover that this village boasted dedicated guest accommodations. He had never anticipated that in such a remote locale, with virtually no transient population, there would exist a space specifically intended for hosting guests. Designated guest room. Occasionally occupied? How intriguing, he mused. The individuals who come to reside here must be local residents. What about those from other villages or towns? What could possibly draw them to this village? Although his current knowledge was limited, Lin Bei had already made several observations. He understood that the distances between villages and towns were relatively considerable. Moreover, the transportation in this area was evidently quite inconvenient. Given these circumstances, the notion of people traveling to this village for residence was indeed thought-provoking. Who would willingly journey such a great distance to reside in an environment that is not particularly favorable? Staying in familiar surroundings is undoubtedly the most sensible choice. Despite his curiosity, Lin Bei chose not to dwell on it too much. Instead, he remained in his room, gazing out the window at the world beyond. As he observed his surroundings, he continued to ponder. In just a brief period, he had gathered a wealth of valuable information. However, the sheer volume of information left him momentarily bewildered. The guest room was not situated in a secluded area. He could frequently see villagers passing by from outside. At that moment, the villagers had returned to their routines, bustling about once again. Some were washing clothes, others were preparing meals, and some were tending to children. Everything seemed remarkably harmonious, resembling a veritable paradise. Simultaneously, the town situated in the Dragon Valley, as mentioned by the villagers, was buzzing with activity. At least several hundred individuals were queuing at a stall, with many more arriving continuously. The line comprised people from various villages as well as residents from the town. Regardless of their origins, both villagers and townsfolk wore expressions of excitement, engaging in lively conversations with one another. At long last, the promotional fair was about to commence. Today, one could purchase delightful beverages and various goods at astonishingly low prices, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Although these were products nearing their expiration dates, acquiring them was certainly preferable to being unable to afford them. "I've brought half my belongings, and today I must succeed," one exclaimed. "I've saved money for several months in anticipation of this day." This was undoubtedly a promotional fair. At the forefront of the line stood a stall displaying an array of food items and supplies, joyful beverages, canned fruits, and self-heating hot pots, among others. However, these items bore no original labels or packaging. It was evident that they had undergone secondary processing, with certain details deliberately obscured. Once Lin Bei had somewhat clarified his thoughts, he opened the door to the guest room and stepped into the small courtyard to relish the fresh air. Just as he stepped outside, a voice emerged from the adjacent courtyard. "Hey, where are you from? Are you from another village or the town? Are you here to relax for a few days?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei turned to see a man reclining in a similar guest room, basking in the sunlight. Beside him sat a small table adorned with a selection of food, some rather peculiar items. A large bottle of sugar-free joyful beverage, a bag of roasted seeds, a box of chocolate biscuits, a substantial pack of ham sausages, and an assortment of candies. The joyful beverage and chocolate biscuits were similarly devoid of their original packaging, instead wrapped in an alternative style. In the outside world, Lin Bei might not have paid much attention to these items, as their combined cost was under 100 yuan. However, in this context, he could not afford to overlook them. Given the villagers' reactions, Lin Bei was acutely aware of the high value of these joyful beverages and other items, which had become luxury goods. Thus, he immediately concluded that the man who spoke was no ordinary individual, certainly not one of the village's residents, but rather someone from the town. Ordinary villagers would not indulge in such luxuries. No, the villagers could not possibly possess such extravagant items. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Bei's mind, but he quickly regained his composure and responded with a casual smile. I come from the town. His reference to the town was not about the settlement within the valley, but hinted at something else entirely. Yet the man enjoying life next door did not ponder too deeply, merely assuming, based on his subjective perceptions, that Lin Bei was indeed from the town. You're also from the town. How come I've never seen you before? Chapter 398, Another World? Yu Zihao regarded Lin Bei with astonishment. His eyes filled with surprise. Clearly, he was taken aback. His voice continued to resonate. By all accounts, that shouldn't be the case. There are only a handful of people from the town, and I frequently deliver goods to various homes, so I shouldn't be unfamiliar with you. Could it be that you are one of those who never ventures out? Yu Zihao did not even entertain the thought that Lin Bei might be lying. For as long as he could remember, no one had dared utter even a single lie concerning such matters. Altering one's identity and speech was strictly prohibited in this region, a universally acknowledged truth. Hence, he believed Lin Bei was genuinely from the town, albeit someone he simply did not know. While Yu Zihao sensed that this possibility was slim, he did not dare to dismiss it. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze turned somewhat frigid as he regarded Yu Zihao. The current situation was rather unexpected. Lin Bei had never envisioned that after successfully integrating into this village, he would encounter a neighbor from the town. Even more vexing was the fact that this neighbor was rather bothersome. In this moment, Lin Bei even entertained malicious thoughts of forcibly abducting Yu Zihao to extract sufficient information through certain unconventional means. However, he restrained himself, for if he were to act on such impulses, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Having just settled into his room, Lin Bei was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of his neighbor, whose identity was far from ordinary. This unsettling occurrence was bound to attract attention from the townsfolk, potentially leading to troublesome complications. At present, his knowledge of the Dragon Valley was woefully inadequate for such matters. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing mind, Lin Bei gently nodded at Yu Zihao and remarked, "You are correct. I typically confine myself to the comforts of home, engrossed in books. So it is only natural that you do not recognize me." He was acutely aware that his best course of action was to deftly navigate this situation for the time being, postponing any further considerations for later. In the next moment, as if struck by an epiphany, Yu Zihao sprang up from his reclined position and exclaimed, "I remember now. There are indeed a few individuals. I've heard that upon their exposure to items from another world, they underwent drastic transformations. Some who were once vivacious became reclusive, while others, once robust, began to wither away after encountering those peculiar artifacts. It is true that the treasures from this other realm are splendid. The joy-inducing beverages are delightful. The chocolate is exquisite. And other items are remarkably enchanting. But such obsession is hardly a viable path. Thankfully, only the residents of our town are privy to the mysteries of this other world. Otherwise, the situation would surely worsen, and it is likely that some villagers would succumb to similar fates." He shook his head in resignation, clearly disheartened by these circumstances. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, gleaning an important revelation from this discourse. The otherworldly items, including the euphoric drinks, all originated from an alternate realm. How intriguing. The outside world had manifested here as the other world. Moreover, this knowledge was confined solely to the townsfolk. Regardless of how one contemplated, the entire situation felt deeply abnormal. Chapter 399, Standing Before the Valley, Listening to the Roar of Dragons. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Lin Bei astutely chose not to betray his thoughts. Instead, responding to the current circumstances, "You are right. This situation is indeed troubling. It is detrimental to the development of our youth." The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to that of the outside world, with actions and dialogues echoing an uncanny familiarity, though only partially. There remained a multitude of differences. At that moment, Yu Zihao seemed to tire of his reflections, reaching for a nearby bottle of joy-inducing beverage and gulping down half of it in one go. Lin Bei's gaze was drawn to the uniquely packaged drink, which he had never encountered before. It bore no production date, manufacturer information, or even an ingredient list. The only inscription read "Joy Drink." The packaging was exceedingly rudimentary, bordering on deceptive, clearly a product of secondary packaging, evidently concealing some secret. Moments later, Yuzaheo spoke once more. Great minds think alike. Once my vacation concludes, I shall propose to the town mayor that he refrain from bringing back novels, comics, and the like, as they significantly hinder the development of our youth. Would you accompany me? He fixed his gaze on Lin Bei, his eyes brimming with unmasked anticipation, evidently eager for Lin Bei to join him in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow again and nodded slightly. Very well, let us go together. Although uncertain whether he would ultimately partake in this venture, he deemed it prudent to agree for the time being. After all, engaging with the town's mayor was an opportunity not to be missed. Given the peculiarities of this town and the series of extraordinary events, it was clear that the mayor was no ordinary individual. Thus, meeting him was undoubtedly essential. If he later wished to abstain, he could easily concoct an excuse. Subsequently, Yuzaheo shifted the conversation to other topics, most of which revolved around the so-called otherworld, discussing food, beverages, and leisure activities. All of these were familiar to Lin Bei, as they comprised elements of his daily life, readily available yet not extravagant. He merely offered vague responses, having already concluded that this so-called otherworld was merely a veiled version of the external realm, fabricated to obscure the truth. Not only were the villagers unaware, but even many townsfolk remained oblivious, kept in the dark. With this realization, Lin Bei's curiosity intensified. He yearned to uncover the mysteries of this peculiar place. What lay behind such outrageous fabrications? How was contact with this so-called otherworld established? There were countless inquiries swirling in his mind. After conversing with Yuzaheo for over 10 minutes, Lin Bei retreated to his temporary abode. Upon entering, he deliberately unleashed a torrent of potent mental energy, enveloping his quarters in an aura of protection. Any uninvited intruder would face severe repercussions. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei summoned the Void Reincarnation Dragon, and together they entered the Void. Mounted upon the dragon's back, he stealthily departed from the guest house. Axu to the Dragon Valley. No matter the circumstances, do not leave the Void. The Void Reincarnation Dragon emitted a resonant roar and swiftly surged forward. Traversing through the Void, they encountered no obstacles, allowing for smooth progress. Before long, Lin Bei and the dragon arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Valley. At this threshold stood a sign bearing an ominous warning. Ahead lies the Dragon Valley. Exercise utmost caution upon entry. Dragons reside within. Both lesser and true dragons abound. Encountering a lesser dragon poses minimal risk. One may attempt to tame or slay it, or even defeat it, harvest its scales, and release it to return later for the scales. However, should you encounter a true dragon, do not provoke it. True dragons are exceedingly perilous. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dragon Valley, Lin Bei did not linger to read the sign. Instead, he stood amidst the void, gazing into the seemingly endless expanse of the valley. As he peered into its depths, a chorus of dragon roars echoed from within. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each roar crescendoed in intensity, separated by distinct intervals, growing increasingly ferocious. It was evident that true dragons indeed dwelled within the Dragon Valley. Chapter 400. A warm welcome from the dragons. The dragons. It seems that I, along with the Sioux, have been warmly welcomed. After spending considerable time among various dragons, Lin Bei has gained a certain understanding of the dragon's roar. Although he cannot fully comprehend all the meanings conveyed by this dragon's roar, he is capable of making a general inference, which is why he articulates such thoughts. Buzzing. The Void Reincarnation Dragon emitted a roar in agreement. As a dragon, it naturally understands the dragon's roar with ease. The dragons in the Evil Dragon Valley are genuinely expressing their welcome. Lin Bei finds this situation quite surprising, despite the fact that both he and a Sioux have emerged from the void and currently reside within it. The malevolent dragons of the Evil Dragon Valley nonetheless release their welcoming roars. It remains uncertain whether the dragons within have seen the arrival of a Sioux and himself, or if they are merely sensing a Sioux's aura. If it is merely sensing the aura, that is acceptable and not particularly perilous. However, if they have seen them, then the matter becomes rather complex. He is well aware. Those capable of perceiving the void possess either formidable power or extraordinary abilities. Either scenario is not to be trifled with. Lin Bei did not dwell on this matter excessively. He understood that until he entered the Evil Dragon Valley and interacted with its dragons, he would never truly grasp the situation. Let them call out as they please. After all, we will meet sooner or later. Having said that, Lin Bei stood quietly at the entrance of the Evil Dragon Valley, gazing into it through the void. The void reincarnation dragon silently accompanied him, equally fixated on the evil dragon valley. In those unique dragon eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a fierce battle spirit blazed within. It seemed as if it yearned to engage in combat with the dragons of the valley. Suddenly, Lin Bei sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the other dragons. This wave of energy was present in each of their respective spaces. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise and exclaim, "These fellows, they all wish to emerge? If that is the case, then I shall release you." Indeed, the reason for this unusual fluctuation was that the six-winged wind thunder dragon and others sought to enter the void. In the next moment, Lin Bei activated his dragon affinity talent, summoning all the dragons he could into the void. The blazing flame rock armor dragon, six-winged wind thunder dragon, sky-devouring demon slayer dragon, time's sovereign nether dragon, toxic steel dragon, desert spirit dragon, and so forth. All these dragons, upon appearing, performed the same action as the void reincarnation dragon, gazing intently into the depths of the evil dragon valley. Although not a single dragon was visible, they appeared as though they were making eye contact with numerous dragons. In each dragon's gaze, there burned the same fierce battle spirit as in the eyes of the void reincarnation dragon. In light of this, Lin Bei felt a sense of urgency. He shared an extraordinarily close bond with these dragons and could distinctly sense the battle spirit emanating from them. These fellows, do they wish to fight the dragons within the evil dragon valley? How peculiar. He had never witnessed them behave in such a manner before. Buzzing, buzzing. The dragon roars within the evil dragon valley became even more resounding at this moment. Not only did they reach the ears of Lin Bei and the void reincarnation dragon, but they also permeated the towns and villages. In an instant, whether among the ordinary villagers busy with their daily tasks or the residents queuing in the towns, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the evil dragon valley. Their expressions morphed into ones of bewilderment. Clearly, they were taken aback by this situation. Chapter 401. One man, many dragons, entering the valley. Before long, regardless of whether they were villagers in their homes or residents in the town, they subconsciously paused their activities, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the evil dragon valley. Unable to restrain themselves from discussing, "This is the dragon's roar. Why are the evil dragons in the evil dragon valley suddenly howling like mad?" In the past, there would occasionally be one dragon calling out, at most two, but now there must be at least dozens roaring together. I cannot fathom what could have caused so many dragons to cry out in unison. They are dragons, not lesser dragons. They have inhabited this land for countless years, yet they have never encountered such a situation. Not to mention a true chorus of dragons. Even a chorus of lesser dragons has never occurred. It is essential to note that lesser dragons are significantly weaker than true dragons. The mayor, who was at home inventorying lesser dragon scales, also paused his counting, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the evil dragon valley. A look of vigilance manifesting in his eyes. What has transpired? Why are those fellows incessantly howling? Moreover, it seems that within these howls lies a welcoming ceremony for their kind. At this point, he could not help but halt, a bold thought surging within him. Mere seconds later, the mayor continued. Could it be that outsiders have brought dragons with them? Unlike the villagers and residents of the town, the mayor understood that there exists a world beyond their own. He was also aware that the so-called other world, as recounted by the townsfolk, was indeed the external realm. However, just as the mayor uttered this thought, he quickly negated it. No, it is impossible for anyone to come. This is not an ordinary place. We cannot leave, nor can others enter. An unseen force is severing our connection to the outside world. As he spoke, he vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. Even though the mayor could only conceive of this possibility, he dared not solidify it, for he was acutely aware. It is an endeavor far more arduous than ascending to the heavens for outsiders to come here. In fact, those from the outside world remain oblivious to the existence of the evil Dragon Valley. Similarly, leaving is also an exceedingly challenging task. Although it is impossible for outsiders to bring dragons here, some extraordinary situation must have arisen. It is necessary to send someone to investigate. With this thought, the mayor exited his chamber and entered a grand hall. Within the hall, many individuals were present. Each possessed a robust physique and an intimidating appearance, clearly not to be trifled with. At this moment, they too were gazing towards the direction of the evil Dragon Valley, listening to the incessant dragon roars. Observing this, the mayor immediately spoke. You all have noticed the anomalies in the evil Dragon Valley. Now, go investigate. In the next moment, all those within the hall departed, making their way towards the evil Dragon Valley. Meanwhile, Yu Zihua, who had been enjoying a delightful holiday, now forgot about continuing to relish his vacation. He rose from his reclining chair, the drink in his hand spilling onto the ground beside him. So frightening. Why have these dragons suddenly gone mad? Are they all calling towards this village, perhaps intending to attack it? Yu Zhiho felt a sense of unease, fearing the occurrence of some unfortunate event. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the guest room where Lin Bei resided. A good neighbor. Are you not curious to come out and take a look? Such a rare situation. Yet, regardless of what Yu Zhiho uttered, there was no response from the neighboring courtyard, as if it were entirely uninhabited. Faced with the silence from next door, he ultimately had no choice but to abandon his hopes. What could they possibly be doing? Why not come out to witness this? Are they once again engrossed in the wonders of another world? Yu Zhiho pondered briefly before redirecting his thoughts back to the events unfolding in the Valley of the Evil Dragons. He instinctively assumed that Lin Bei had succumbed to his old habits yet again. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, accompanied by a multitude of dragons hovering in the void, reached a significant conclusion after a moment of contemplation. Inhale. He took a deep breath, then spoke to himself. Let me venture in. After all, I am surrounded by dragons and possess unique abilities. In the event of danger, I can easily withdraw. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei stepped forward without hesitation, treading upon the emptiness ahead, thereby firmly entering the domain of the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Behind him, a legion of dragons followed suit. Chapter 402. Entering the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Buzz, buzz. As Lin Bei took his first step into the Valley of the Evil Dragons, the resonating dragon roars that emanated from the valley intensified, their frequency multiplying several times over. The intertwining roars of dragons resounded like a cacophony of thunderclaps in the sky. Clearly, the dragon's welcome for him and his entourage was fervent beyond measure. However, this enthusiastic roar lasted merely 3 seconds. Within that brief span, Lin Bei stood suspended in the void, absorbing the resonances of the dragon roars. Once the 3 seconds elapsed and the roar subsided, he once again advanced. In the next instant, Lin Bei sensed an extraordinary sensation surrounding him. It felt akin to stepping into the lair of some terrifying entity. Even though he was amidst the void, this sensation remained potent, seemingly unaffected by the emptiness. How peculiar. It felt as though something was fixating upon him. This was a sensation Lin Bei had never encountered before, entirely distinct from his experiences in the abyss of fallen gods. Nonetheless, his strides through the void remained undeterred. The dragons soaring behind him, such as the fiery rock-armored dragon and the six-winged thunderstorm dragon, also discerned this unusual feeling. Instantly, the fierce battle spirit in their eyes diminished significantly, replaced by a palpable gravity. Buzz, buzz. Several dragon roars reverberated through the void, all reaching Lin Bei's ears. These roars conveyed a wealth of information. In that first second of hearing them, he grasped their significance. Immediately, Lin Bei pivoted, casting his gaze towards the entrance of the Valley of the Evil Dragons, not far behind him, and spoke with gravity. Indeed, even from behind, there are dragons watching? This was a detail he had initially overlooked, only noticing it after hearing the roars from his own dragons. The seemingly innocuous valley entrance, devoid of any apparent anomalies, harbored the presence of dragons. Yet, they remained invisible to him. How strange. Although the aura of dragons lingered there, he could see nothing at all. Could it be an invisible dragon? With no immediate understanding of this perplexing situation, Lin Bei gradually withdrew his gaze from the entrance. Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of mental energy, directing it to encompass the entrance of the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Yet, it proved futile. Within the realm of his mental energy, he could not detect even a fragment of a dragon's presence. Nonetheless, the sensation of being observed by dragons was undeniably tangible at that location. It seemed to exist, yet also to elude existence. This conundrum left Lin Bei utterly bewildered. However, he did not dwell on it for long, swiftly turning away and stepping into the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Lin Bei chose this course of action because, despite the presence of dragons watching him, he felt no malice directed his way. It was as if they were merely observing out of curiosity. The six-winged thunderstorm dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, and the sky-eating demon slayer dragon resumed their advance, vigilant of any potential dangers while remaining alert to their surroundings. Meanwhile, with the cessation of the dragon roars, the once boisterous town returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, the hearts of the residents had yet to find peace, their thoughts still entangled with the echoes of those roars. Various murmurs persisted, echoing through the air. What on earth has occurred? Those dragons have never behaved like this before. Could they be going mad? What if they come to attack us? Our subjugated subdragons stand no chance against true dragons, even with their numbers. They are utterly ineffective against the real deal. At this moment, the prevailing sentiment in the town was one of panic. Not only in the town, but the villages surrounding the Valley of the Evil Dragons shared the same fate. After a brief interval, the promotional event staff, first to recover from their shock, called out to the assembled crowd, "Everyone, Let us set aside thoughts of dragons for now. Focusing on purchasing our goods is paramount. The mayor will surely dispatch someone to investigate the happenings in the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Following this, other staff members echoed the sentiment, urging calm. Gradually, the residents returned to normalcy, redirecting their attention and resuming their usual activities. Simultaneously, Lin Bei pressed onward through the void, covering several hundred meters in a matter of moments. Yet, the further he ventured, the more solemn his expression became, his heart weighed down with trepidation. Huff! Even my breathing has quickened. What is happening behind me? The sense of being watched intensifies with every step I take forward. Yet, there is nothing out of the ordinary behind me. My mental energy has detected nothing. Chapter 403, Encountering Subdragons. Lin Bei was acutely aware of the strength of his mental energy. With his current capacity, he could effortlessly dominate Sea Emperor Ao Ding. Not to mention, within that mental energy resided an array of extraordinary powers. Yet now, this formidable and unique mental energy could not discern any abnormalities. Still, there was undeniably something lurking behind him. Faced with this bizarre predicament, Lin Bei could only surmise one explanation. Though there exists something behind me, it remains unseen, unheard, and unfelt. This scenario can only indicate that the entity lurking behind me possesses a strength that surpasses my own mental prowess. It is powerful enough to obscure my psychic perception. He could conceive of no other possibility beyond this one. At least, this is the case for now. After all, the intelligence at my disposal is severely limited, and my understanding of the Valley of the Evil Dragons is quite insufficient. Fortunately, the sensation of being watched, although present behind me, does not emit any signals of danger, allowing Lin Bei's plan to proceed unimpeded as he ventures deeper into the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Meanwhile, the dragons trailing behind him occasionally glance back at the empty valley, their instincts heightened by the presence of a dragon's gaze. Buzz, buzz. The resonant roars of dragons fill the air, conversing about the scrutiny emanating from behind. However, the six-winged storm dragon and its kin can sense the gaze of a dragon, yet they perceive no other abnormalities. Each dragon is filled with perplexity, unable to comprehend this situation. As Lin Bei strides forward, he addresses the dragons following him. Although this scrutiny does not appear to pose a threat at present, we must remain vigilant regarding what lies behind us. Our knowledge of this place is far too limited. He is unwilling to let carelessness endanger himself and his dragons. Buzz, buzz. The dragons respond in unison, affirming their commitment to caution. Even without Lin Bei's admonition, they would exercise great care. Only dragons understand the peril posed by their own kind. In the town, the initial bustling atmosphere has returned. The long lines of participants are continuously changing. The goods displayed at the stalls are gradually diminishing. The team dispatched by the town mayor has also departed, entering the Valley of the Evil Dragons to investigate the situation. At this moment, Lin Bei, who has wandered through the void for quite some time, finally encounters something new. A creature he has never seen before, yet intuitively recognizes. Its overall appearance bears some resemblance to a dragon, yet in many respects, it pales in comparison. The number of dragon scales on its back is notably sparse, comprising only half of a typical dragon's body. Such a meager quantity of scales cannot connect, lacking luster, and a few even bear cracks. Its claws are inferior to those of a true dragon. Each leg possesses merely 2 claws. The horns are similarly subpar, protruding slightly from its head like 2 large bumps. Its whiskers, fur, and eyes, when compared to a genuine dragon, exhibit significant differences. The whiskers and fur are short and coarse, appearing somewhat inferior. Its eyes lack the glimmer of a true dragon's majesty. Yet these disparities are merely superficial. The more significant disparity lies in their power. The strength of a subdragon is not to be trifled with when compared to a true dragon of equivalent rank. After all, it is but a subdragon. Is this what the villagers refer to as a subdragon? Observing the few subdragons ahead, flapping their wings and engaging in combat, Lin Bei expresses his astonishment. Upon entering the Valley of the Evil Dragons, he anticipated encountering subdragons. However, witnessing them in reality still leaves him in awe. The appearance of the subdragons differs somewhat from his expectations. Suspended in the void, Lin Bei gazes intently at the subdragons before him for a few seconds. Then curiously inquires of the system. System, can I tame these subdragons? He is uncertain about this matter. Does the dragon affinity talent apply to subdragons? Although subdragons share a connection with dragons, they cannot be classified as true dragons. In the next moment, the system's prompt resonates in his mind. Host. The dragon affinity talent cannot tame subdragons. Because subdragons are not true dragons and cannot become true dragons, they do not qualify for your taming. Only genuine dragons are eligible to be tamed by you. If the host wishes to control these subdragons, there is no need to tame them personally. Simply allow your beloved dragons to do so. True dragons can easily tame subdragons. Upon receiving the system's definitive response, Lin Bei abandons the notion of taming subdragons. Since they lack the qualifications for his taming, he sees no reason to force the issue. After all, the Valley of the Evil Dragons seems to be replete with true dragons. Chapter 404, The Commencement of Action. It seems that I have no fate with these subdragons. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at their failure to meet the criteria for taming. Lin Bei's desire to tame subdragons was never particularly fervent. His inquiry to the system was merely to confirm a point. His true objective remains those authentic dragons within the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Given the presence of true dragons, attempting to tame subdragons, which are inferior in every aspect, would be a foolish endeavor. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalls something and hastily addresses the system. By the way, did you not mention that the little tree would gain a brand new power upon arriving in the Valley of the Evil Dragons? It has now entered the valley. Yet there is no sign of any transformation. As he speaks, he glances at the nearby desert spirit dragon, which remains unchanged. The current situation seems somewhat inconsistent with what was previously stated. The system's prompt swiftly follows in Lin Bei's mind. The host and the desert spirit dragon are currently in the void, which does not count as truly entering the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Only by leaving the void and being within the boundaries of the Valley of the Evil Dragons will it be considered a true entry. At that time, the desert spirit dragon will gain that portion of power. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei comprehends the situation. However, he currently has no intention of releasing the desert spirit dragon from the void. This is clearly not a wise choice. The timing is inappropriate, and the location equally unsuitable. Releasing the desert spirit dragon entails significant risk. Never mind. It would be better to wait for the commotion to subside before allowing the little tree to acquire that power. He is not foolish. He understands that the collective roar of these dragons will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Both the villagers and townsfolk will certainly take notice. In such circumstances, taking action could very well invite trouble upon himself. Subsequently, Lin Bei remains suspended in the void, continuing to observe the subdragons engaged in combat ahead. Though they are all subdragons, there exists a discernible disparity among them. Their appearances, the colors of their scales, and the powers they possess are not identical. The subdragons currently battling exhibit entirely different strengths. One subdragon, in particular, is associated with flames, its maw erupting with violent fire. The strength of another drake is intrinsically linked to the tempestuous winds. With a gentle flutter of its wings, it conjures a fierce gale. There exists yet another drake, rather extraordinary in its own right. Externally, it displays no remarkable powers, yet its claws, with each sweeping motion, effortlessly disperse flames and gales, wielding an absolute force that shatters all forms of sorcery. Although drakes may not rival true dragons in might, they are nonetheless formidable. Furthermore, the population of drakes far exceeds that of their more illustrious counterparts. After a moment of spontaneous reflection, Lin Bei paused briefly before resuming. Now, a question arises. Given the considerable prowess of these drakes, by what means do the villagers tame them? Even the children within the village seem capable of subduing the drakes of the Valley of the Wicked Dragons with their own strength. He recalled the tales he had previously heard about a neighboring child taming a drake. Upon reflection, it seemed utterly astonishing. The notion that powerful drakes could be tamed by mere children is certainly extraordinary. It appears imperative that I engage in deeper discourse with the villagers. The clash between the drakes did not endure for long. Mere minutes later, it reached its conclusion. Ultimately, victory was claimed by the drake devoid of elemental powers. With the end of this battle, the two drakes imbued with elemental strength met their demise. Their necks were severed by the victorious drake, and drake blood stained the ground. This was no mere combat. It was a brutal slaughter. After vanquishing its kin, the victorious drake began to feast upon their flesh, its appetite insatiable, as if it had starved for ages. Within mere minutes, it had devoured both drakes entirely, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lin Bei hastily followed in the wake of this drake. Upon reaching a relatively secluded area, he commanded the void reincarnation dragon, Aksu, bring it in. Following this, he addressed the other dragons, prepare for battle. Although it may not be suitable to act openly, we can certainly maneuver within the void. Chapter 405, The Plight of the Drake Buzz. All the dragons residing in the void raised their heads in unison and emitted a low hum, signifying their understanding of the forthcoming plan of action. They were acutely aware of the situation's gravity and held no dismissive attitudes. A second later, Lin Bei nodded at the void reincarnation dragon. Instantly, it comprehended the command and summoned the power within. Crack, crack. In the next moment, the void surrounding the drake shattered violently, revealing a vast chasm. A ferocious pull erupted from the chasm, drawing the drake into the void, where it materialized. Even after entering the void, the recently sated drake was oblivious to its predicament, continuing to stride forward as if nothing were amiss. It took over 10 seconds before it sensed something amiss and abruptly halted its advance. The drake began to survey its surroundings with a look of bewilderment in its enormous eyes, filled with confusion. Buzz. Simultaneously, it emitted a low, puzzled hum. This sound closely resembled a dragon's roar, indistinguishable unless listened to with keen attention. Lin Bei, situated within the void, naturally heard this sound as well. The call was reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The sound, the appearance, and the power were all akin. No wonder they were referred to as drakes. After muttering a few thoughts, he turned his gaze to the void reincarnation dragon and spoke in a calm tone. Bring it over. As his words fell, the void reincarnation dragon moved once more, manipulating the nearby void. The other dragons also sprang into action, instinctively forming a large circle, clearing a vast open area. Whoosh, whoosh. After several distortions of the void reincarnation dragon, previously positioned at a distance, suddenly appeared within that empty space, effectively encircled by the group of dragons. Naturally, the drake was now aware of the dragons surrounding it. For a moment, it was utterly stunned. Everywhere it looked, there were dragons. True dragons, not mere drakes. Instantly, a profound sense of terror surged within the drake, intensifying at an alarming rate. Within a second, its once mighty form began to tremble uncontrollably. The tremors came swiftly, akin to a person dressed for summer suddenly thrust into the depths of winter. The drake's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at the dragons surrounding it. It was utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the situation before it. Just moments ago, it had successfully hunted, and now it found itself encircled by a cadre of dragons. The expressions on those dragons were anything but welcoming, as if they intended to devour it whole. Buzz, buzz. Overwhelmed by fear, the drake instinctively emitted a plaintive cry. Terror and unease became its sole remaining emotions. Eventually, the drake trembled and crouched on the ground, its massive head lowered, pressing closely against the surface as it stared at the ground. Clearly, it was engulfed in fear. Just a glance at the surrounding dragons had reduced it to this state, akin to confronting a childhood nightmare. Witnessing the drake's reaction, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He had previously understood that dragons held a uniquely significant place in the eyes of drakes. However, he never anticipated that a powerful drake would succumb to such a state upon encountering true dragons. It was humbled to the dust. It became apparent that, in the eyes of drakes, dragons were formidable beings. Not only could they not engage in battle with dragons, but they also could not even bear to meet their gaze. At this moment, Lin Bei's thoughts were somewhat convoluted. Firstly, it was evident that his prior preparations were in vain. Drakes were not the danger he had anticipated. Secondly, he harbored a sense of perplexity. This perplexity stemmed from the drakes themselves. He questioned the survival strategies of drakes in the Valley of the Wicked Dragons. They not only needed to contend with one another, but they also faced the threat of true dragons and the taming and capture by nearby humans. Surviving in this environment was evidently a daunting challenge for drakes. Yet, paradoxically, their numbers remained considerable. This simply did not add up. In a brief span of time, Lin Bei grasped the gravity of the situation. It was essential to engage in meaningful dialogue with this drake. If all went well, he should be able to extract a wealth of valuable information from it. Not only had he recognized the issue, but the void reincarnation dragon and the other dragons had as well. They had gleaned an understanding of the drake's predicament from its reactions and demeanor. After swiftly organizing his thoughts, Lin Bei addressed the prostrate dragon, the young dragon, in a gentle tone, saying, "Do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to ask you a few questions." It was a necessity for him to do so, given the state of the young dragon's fear. Chapter 406, The Actions of All Parties. Buzz, buzz. It was not only Lin Bei who spoke. His dragons cautiously emitted their draconic roars, fearful that a louder sound might frighten the young dragon further. Their message was simple. They wished to convey to the young dragon that there was nothing to fear, that they meant no harm, only to inquire about certain matters. Yet, it proved futile. The young dragon remained trembling on the ground, too terrified to even lift its head. This clearly illustrated the depth of its fear. Even with the surrounding dragons offering reassurances, the dread within it did not dissipate in the slightest. Evidently, fear had triumphed over reason, overwhelming its thoughts. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei gained a clearer understanding of the young dragon's terror. Its fear of true dragons far surpassed Lin Bei's own apprehension. It was likely that this could not merely be described as a natural enemy. The term nightmare seemed far more fitting. At this moment, Lin Bei found himself at a loss on how to approach the young dragon. It was indeed quite challenging. Despite all efforts from EE and the others to express their benign intentions, the young dragon remained in its fearful state. Just how terrified of dragons was it? For a moment, he could not conceive a solution. Forcing a young dragon to overcome the fear ingrained in its very soul was a task infinitely more challenging than slaying one. Accomplishing such a feat required more than mere strength. Buzz, buzz, the six-winged wind thunder dragon, the sky-swallowing demon slaying dragon, and the time-sovereign nether dragon continued to vocalize their draconic songs, reiterating to the young dragon that they only wished to pose a few questions. Yet the situation remained unchanged. After a prolonged duration, the multitude of dragons finally ceased their efforts. Their gazes towards the young dragon grew increasingly displeased. However, this unintentional action only served to heighten the young dragon's fear. The frequency of its trembling accelerated, burying its head deeper into the ground. Lin Bei was at a loss for words. The dragons shared his sentiment. They had encountered cowardice before, but such extreme timidity was unprecedented. Lin Bei could not help but question if this was indeed the same young dragon that had recently devoured two of its kin. It hardly seemed plausible. After a considerable time of contemplation, he devised a plan. He would withdraw most of the dragons present into the system space and his exclusive domain, leaving only the recently acquired juvenile ice crystal dragon. You give it a try? Let us see how it behaves when it's just you. This was the only approach Lin Bei could conceive. The ice crystal dragon, being the weakest and still in its juvenile phase among his dragons, seemed a more suitable companion for an exceedingly fearful young dragon. Yet it proved ineffective. Even with only the ice crystal dragon present, the young dragon's demeanor remained unchanged. Reluctantly, Lin Bei withdrew the ice crystal dragon as well, choosing to confront the young dragon alone. At the moment the ice crystal dragon vanished, the young dragon, which had been trembling before, finally began to slowly lift its head. However, its gaze towards Lin Bei was filled with apprehension. Meanwhile, those sent by the town's mayor exited the town, venturing into the desolate valley. Ahead lay a barren expanse, with nothing but yellow earth as far as the eye could see. Behind them, a bustling town with numerous buildings thrived. The contrast between the prosperous town and the desolate valley was stark, and no one would associate the two. Once outside the town's confines, the expressions of the group turned serious as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Old habits die hard. We must remain vigilant. We are no longer within the safety of the town. The young dragons and true dragons may perceive us as prey. Remember, our purpose in this venture is solely to investigate the situation. The young dragons are of little concern. We must avoid conflict with the true dragons. Not only the townsfolk took action, the malevolent dragons within the Dragon Valley were also on the move. As the space was left with only Lin Bei and the young dragon, the dragons from the valley began to approach Lin Bei's location. No one knew their intentions. Chapter 407, The Replicated Dragon. Though the young dragon no longer exhibited the same level of fear as before, it remained hesitant to act recklessly, standing cautiously on the ground while scrutinizing Lin Bei. Despite its state still being far from normal, it was a marked improvement compared to its previous encounter with the throng of dragons. At the very least, the young dragon had raised its head, its body no longer trembling, and its internal fear had significantly abated. Observing the relatively normal state of the young dragon, Lin Bei pondered for a few seconds before gently inquiring, "Are you now able to answer a few questions?" His initial intent in capturing the young dragon was to extract some crucial intelligence from it. Buzz, the young dragon emitted a soft cry, indicating its understanding of Lin Bei's intent. Likewise, Lin Bei could discern the young dragon's willingness to cooperate. It expressed that it would comply with any questions it could answer, recognizing it had no other choice. If it failed to cooperate, how could the dragons possibly let it off the hook? With a sigh of relief, Lin Bei realized that the young dragon's willingness to cooperate was the most significant gain from this endeavor. He quickly pressed on. "All right, here comes my first question." As he spoke, he activated his affinity with dragons, preparing to enable his dragonkin to hear the young dragoness responses and relay them to him. There was no other way. Lin Bei could only grasp a portion of the young dragon's meaning. To fully comprehend its words, he needed the assistance of other dragons. "Buzz," the young dragon softly called out, signaling Lin Bei to proceed with his inquiries. "Speak freely, without reservation." In the next moment, Lin Bei began to ask, "You all," but just as he uttered those two words, a colossal figure descended nearby. Thud! The immense sound echoed, akin to a small mountain crashing down. Accompanying this tremendous noise was a dragon, entirely adorned in earthy yellow. A true dragon. Its horns were fully formed. Scales covered its body, claws were intact, and its whiskers were impressively long. In comparison, the young dragon before it resembled a poorly developed inferior specimen. Buzz. The moment this malevolent dragon landed, it tilted its head back and let out a powerful roar. Subsequently, it fixated its gaze upon the void where Lin Bei resided, its fierce dragon eyes brimming with profound bewilderment, seemingly perplexed by an unseen entity. Simultaneously, the subdragon, which had just regained its composure and was prepared to respond to Lin Bei's inquiries, began to tremble once more, its head once again drooping. A resonant, fear-laden dragon's roar echoed through the air. Clearly, it had succumbed to fear once again. 2 seconds later, the subdragon prostrated itself on the ground, forcefully burying its head, pressing it firmly against the void's surface, reverting to its previous state of submission before the dragon horde. In that moment, Lin Bei was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. All of his recent efforts had been rendered futile. The malevolent dragons residing in Dragon Valley had audaciously approached him, disrupting the opportunity he was endeavoring to seize. Struggling to suppress his inner discontent, Lin Bei turned his attention towards the dragon that had materialized from the void. What on earth is happening? Why would the dragons from the valley suddenly appear here? After enduring an initial shock, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. The purpose of the malevolent dragon's arrival was undoubtedly linked to his own dragons. Faced with such circumstances, Lin Bei abandoned any thoughts of questioning the subdragon. With other dragons present, even if he wished to inquire, he would find it impossible to elicit any responses. The subdragon's state was not conducive to such dialogue. Forget it. I shall refrain from questioning it for now. It is imperative to bring it back to the village for further inquiry. Resolving to return with the subdragon, Lin Bei recognized the necessity of this decision. Once back, he would not only have ample time for questioning, but would also solidify his identity. Just imagine, summoning a subdragon in front of others. Would anyone still doubt Lin Bei's origins? He was acutely aware that within Dragon Valley, not all believed that the outside world was devoid of existence. A select few were privy to the truth. Having made this decision, he no longer paid heed to the subdragon and instead focused on the dragon outside. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, one dragon after another surged in from various directions. Any dragon that arrived at this location immediately fixated its gaze upon the void where Lin Bei stood. Unbeknownst to him, a circle of dragons began to form around him. Within this encirclement, Lin Bei naturally observed the dragons that had hastened from all quarters. At this juncture, his heart swelled with astonishment. The situation diverged significantly from his expectations. These dragons seemed to belong to the same kind. Their appearances, abilities, and everything about them appeared as though they had been copied and pasted. Chapter 408. Dragons encircling the air. Indeed, the dragons currently manifesting bore striking similarities. Their appearances were virtually identical, with only minor details varying. Dragon whiskers, horns, scales, and claws all followed this pattern. The disparity in size was negligible, with the difference between the largest and smallest being almost imperceptible. To assert they were siblings would not be an exaggeration. What transpired before him surpassed Lin Bei's initial anticipations. He had never imagined that the dragons arriving in this place would all be of the same kind. Initially, when he heard the multitude of dragon roars, he had never considered this possibility. He instinctively believed that this valley, known as Dragon Valley, housed a plethora of unique dragon species. Yet, the reality was starkly different. While there were indeed many dragons, they all belonged to a singular kind. Taking a deep breath and swiftly accepting the situation, Lin Bei spoke again. How intriguing. Within Dragon Valley, aside from the varied powers of the subdragons, all the others possess identical capabilities as true dragons. This situation truly exceeds expectations. Compared to the existence of diverse dragons, the presence of a singular kind is far more astonishing. His thoughts grew increasingly convoluted. The circumstances of Dragon Valley were indeed perplexing. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalled something, and his eyes widened slightly. He quickly turned his head, peering through the void behind him. If the dragons in Dragon Valley were all identical, then the unusual sensation he had detected from behind must also pertain to this kind of dragon. Lin Bei distinctly remembered the strange feeling that had emanated from that direction. Although no dragons were visible within his line of sight, and his mental perception detected nothing, there was undoubtedly a dragon's gaze upon him. In light of the current circumstances, the situation became even more incomprehensible. Duplicated dragons and an invisible gaze. What connection could possibly exist between them? It was at this moment that Lin Bei truly grasped the terror of Dragon Valley. The questions he wished to unravel multiplied exponentially. The mysteries of Dragon Valley were no less daunting than those of the City of Mists. Buzz, buzz. The resonant dragon roars continued to fill the air, echoing into the void. As he listened to these successive roars, Lin Bei abruptly regained his composure, forcibly suppressing his chaotic thoughts. He understood the meaning behind these dragon roars, which conveyed a similar message. They were inviting the dragons present to emerge and meet, urging them not to remain hidden within the void. Their tone was amiable, devoid of any coercive intent. So that is how it is. These dragons simply sensed the presence of another dragon here, but since they could not perceive the void, they were unable to see his dragon. In other words, while these dragons could sense the void, they were incapable of entering it. With this realization, Lin Bei felt a measure of relief. As long as he did not voluntarily leave the void, those dragons posed no threat. Afterward, Lin Bei remained in the void, observing the true dragons while contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, the individuals dispatched by the town mayor were advancing towards the source of the dragon roars. Without hesitation, they summoned their subdragons, finding themselves encircled by a protective group of allied subdragons. The number of subdragons was no less than 20. Thus, they encountered no danger along the way. Other subdragons, initially hostile, abandoned their intentions to attack upon witnessing the formidable subdragons, allowing these individuals to depart unimpeded. Furthermore, since the majority of true dragons had congregated in the vicinity of Lin Bei, they did not encounter any of the true dragons. Without the presence of true dragons, the subdragons naturally felt no fear. When the true dragons were absent, the subdragons dared to assert their dominance. Before long, under the protection of the subdragon group, Shun Fei and the others, having departed from the town, arrived approximately a kilometer away from where the dragon roars resounded. Upon reaching this distance, the once normal subdragons abruptly halted their progress simultaneously. A few of the weaker subdragons could not help but retreat. Taking a deep breath, Shin Fei addressed those beside him. "Retract the Azure Dragon, and let us proceed. The malevolent dragons in the valley are now roaring ahead. As long as we maintain a low profile and do not exhibit any hostility, those dragons will not assail us." After uttering these words, he was the first to retract his Azure Dragon. The others followed suit, hastily recalling their own. Before long, they resumed their journey. A distance of 1,000 meters is quite brief. Although the path is mountainous, for seasoned travelers like Shun Fei and his companions, it is a distance easily traversed. In just a few minutes, they crossed the kilometer and ascended to a higher vantage point, where they beheld the scene before them. To Shun Fei and the others, the dragon horde appeared to be fixated on an empty space. Chapter 409, Making a Choice. Indeed, to Shun Fei and his companions, those dragons that looked strikingly similar were merely staring at thin air. After all, they could not perceive the void nor sense anything within it. Thus oblivious to the fact that within that space encircled by dragons lay Lin Bei, the Azure Dragon, and a multitude of genuine dragons. They were perplexed, unable to comprehend the current situation. After stealthily observing the dragon horde for a while, Shin Fei could not contain himself and whispered, "Can you make sense of what is happening? Why are those malevolent dragons surrounding a mere void? And why do they continue to roar incessantly?" Following his inquiry, the others quickly chimed in. "We have no idea. It simply defies understanding. It seems as if they are attempting to outsmart the air. This situation is utterly bizarre. Not only have these dragons congregated, but they are also engaged in such strange behavior. Indeed, under normal circumstances, these dragons would never act in unison. They prefer to remain within their territories, bullying the Azure dragons that dwell therein. I almost suspect I am dreaming." Not only Shin Fei, but everyone present was equally baffled. While they could not grasp the situation, they were well acquainted with the dragon's nature, knowing that they primarily acted solo. Even when they occasionally banded together, it was usually only 2 or 3 dragons at most. Yet the more they understood these dragons, the more the situation eluded them. What could possibly compel so many dragons to gather in one place? Moreover, since their arrival, the dragons had been coexisting harmoniously, not only avoiding conflict, but also engaged in the same activity. No matter how one contemplated it, it was abnormal. There must be some hidden truth. After a prolonged silence, during which he scrutinized the dragon horde, Shun Fei gradually withdrew his gaze and addressed his companions. "Take out that peculiar artifact and document this situation. Then present it to the town chief. Perhaps he will discern something." In the next moment, a slight man retrieved an antiquated camera from his bag and snapped several photos of the dragon horde. "Documentation complete. Fortunately, we brought this artifact along, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Regrettably, the town chief did not provide us with another artifact. Otherwise, we could have recorded this situation." In their discourse, this old camera had become what they referred to as a peculiar artifact. Soon, Shun Fei spoke again. "Since we have accomplished our objective, let us prepare to return. We must report our findings to the town chief so he can determine the next course of action." He distinctly remembered their mission was merely to investigate the situation. A few seconds later, Shun Fei turned and resolutely departed from the area. The others, seeing this, followed closely behind him. As they swiftly retreated, they engaged in hushed discussions. "I am so curious about what is truly happening. Are those dragons insane, surrounding a mere void? I hope they engage in combat. One less malevolent dragon would reduce our threat. Only when all the dragons vanish can we safely survive. The town chief has been saying we need to eliminate these dragons. Yet no action has been taken. I have no idea what his intentions are. Is he deceiving us? As they conversed, they ventured further away, soon returning to the town. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained oblivious to Shun Fei and the others' arrival and departure, focusing all his attention on the dragons outside the void. Buzz, buzz. The sound of dragon roars continued to resonate. Naturally, Lin Bei absorbed every note of those roars. In that moment, he found himself at a crossroads. How should he engage with the dragons outside the void? Although he sensed no malevolence from these dragons, he was reluctant to venture out carelessly. After all, there are dragons outside, and they are malevolent dragons. Since he was in the Valley of Malevolent Dragons, it was not unwarranted to label them as such. Thus, Lin Bei hesitated to step outside. One misstep could summon significant trouble. The dragon's intentions remained unclear. They merely continued to call for him to emerge. It was uncertain whether this was a good or bad sign. He recognized he had two choices. One was to leave this place and, after gaining sufficient understanding of the Valley of Malevolent Dragons, return to interact with those dragons. The second was to engage with the dragons immediately, regardless of the choice made. Each bore its advantages and disadvantages. Lin Bei pondered deeply, weighing which decision to make. His choice was crucial. Approximately 1 minute later, Lin Bei made his decision. Since he had come this far, he could not remain inactive. With this resolution, he summoned the Void Reincarnation Dragon using his affinity with the Dragonkin. Chapter 410, Sending a Representative to Negotiate. Clearly, Lin Bei's choice was to engage with the dragons outside. However, the manner in which he chose to connect was not by stepping out into the void, but rather through another method. This was indeed the most prudent approach. Presently, it was the only course of action available. Buzz, as a dragon roar echoed. The Void Reincarnation Dragon once again emerged into the void. In the first second of its appearance, it fixated its gaze on the dragon horde outside, its eyes brimming with curiosity. From the seemingly identical dragons outside, the Void Reincarnation Dragon sensed no malice. On the contrary, it felt a profound sense of goodwill. Moreover, this was no ordinary goodwill. It seemed to convey a request. Perplexed by this situation, the Void Reincarnation Dragon swiftly turned to its master, conveying its observations. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in surprise, as he had not experienced such sensations moments prior. What is happening? Are they expressing goodwill? Do they seek our assistance? Lin Bei speculated about why he had not sensed this goodwill himself. Firstly, one must acknowledge that being ensconced in the void inevitably influences one's perceptions. Secondly, it is a simple truth that I, being human, cannot fully comprehend the intentions of dragons. Thirdly, these dragons do not belong to me, and it is entirely natural to be oblivious to certain matters. After a brief moment, Lin Bei inhaled deeply and addressed the Void Reincarnation Dragon with authority. Asu, convey to them that I am open to dialogue, but I shall only converse with one of their kind, and that dragon must come into the void. The external circumstances are unfavorable for us. This is the choice I have made. Should they seek assistance? Certainly, they may enter for a discussion. The rationale behind this approach stems from Lin Bei's inherent mistrust of these dragons, a sentiment exacerbated by the strange sensation of being watched previously. What if they are feigning goodwill now, only to turn hostile once I step outside? One must remain vigilant against the treachery of dragons. The Void Reincarnation Dragon nodded emphatically and then raised its head, emitting a resounding dragon-s roar. The essence of this roar encapsulated Lin Bei's intended message. In but a second, the reverberating roar pierced through the void, reaching the ears of the malevolent dragons. Instantly, the malevolent dragons fell silent, attentively listening to the resonant call. As the echo of the Void Reincarnation Dragon's roar faded, the malevolent dragons commenced a hushed discussion. A series of low dragon roars ensued. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and the Void Reincarnation Dragon remained ensconced in the void, observing the unfolding events outside, all the while aware that they too were under scrutiny. The sensation of being watched intensified, and both Lin Bei and the Void Reincarnation Dragon acutely felt it. This awareness was not confined to just the rear. It permeated from the front, left, right, above, and below. What is happening? This eerie sense of being observed is proliferating. Even the front and sides bore the same uncanny vigilance. Following the dragon's discussion, this sensation began to manifest from other directions. Although Lin Bei could not ascertain the cause, he recognized that the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. It felt as though invisible dragons surrounded him, gazing intently, yet he could perceive nothing, and his mental faculties yielded no insights. Everything felt like an illusion. The Void Reincarnation Dragon too sensed the disquiet, emitting a faint, anxious growl. Meanwhile, not far from their position, Shun Fei and the others abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the congregation of dragons. Their eyes reflected a deep confusion, clearly perplexed by the current circumstances. Strange, Why have the dragons suddenly fallen silent? It seems we left too early. Should we return to investigate? They had not anticipated the sudden cessation of the dragon roars. Their earlier decision to depart, prompted by a sense of danger, now felt erroneous. Intuition urged them to return and see what they might miss. Xin Fei furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a few moments, he finally spoke. Let us go take a look. There may be unexpected gains. Minutes passed, and after considerable deliberation, the assembly of malevolent dragons outside finally reached a decision. A larger dragon, adorned with several scars, boldly emerged from the throng, striding forward to gaze into the emptiness of the void. After a few seconds of scrutiny, it raised its head and let out a mighty roar. The meaning conveyed by this roar was straightforward. It was the chosen representative willing to enter the void for negotiations. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei turned to the void reincarnation dragon, which immediately signaled and summoned the power of the void. With a resounding crack, a rift appeared in the void. Chapter 411. What? A union. The moment the rift manifested, the malevolent dragons outside all fixed their gazes upon it. Initially, the rift was but the size of a single individual, yet it rapidly expanded. Within moments, it grew to a size sufficient for a dragon to pass through. At which point it halted. The selected dragon did not move immediately but stared at the rift, its large eyes filled with astonishment. Not just it, but the surrounding dragons also gazed in wonder at the rift, their eyes reflecting a dawning realization. They comprehended the situation entirely. Before long, a few dragons reacted and raised their heads, emitting soft roars, merely urging the chosen dragon to enter and investigate without delay. In the next heartbeat, the selected dragon boldly stepped forward, crossing into the rift. Upon contact, a tremendous gravitational force erupted, consuming it instantly. The rift, along with the dragon, vanished, leaving the surrounding dragons in a state of stunned silence. Soon, they regained their composure, and a chorus of dragon roars erupted. They were engaged in fervent conversation, expressing sentiments such as, will it succeed? We hope the dragon on the other side is amicable. This is an opportunity we have long awaited. After so many years, we finally have the chance to leave this dreary valley with our progeny. Oh, may it be a success. A second later, the dragon traversed the void, successfully entering the realm beyond. It began to curiously survey its surroundings, observing the void with the wide-eyed wonder of a child visiting a grand city for the first time. It was almost on the verge of exclaiming in awe. This reaction was entirely understandable, as entering the void is indeed an extraordinary experience, attainable only by a select few endowed with special powers. Most of these rare beings can only facilitate their own passage and are incapable of aiding others. The chosen dragon was well aware of this fact. As Lin Bei observed the dragon crossing through the rift, he summoned all his powers, prepared to strike down any act of hostility with swift and lethal force. The odds of victory in the void were minimal. Upon seeing that the dragon simply remained curious and did not display any unfriendly behavior, Lin Bei exhaled in relief, the weight of apprehension lifting slightly. Beside him, the void reincarnation dragon remained vigilant, closely monitoring the dragon for any unforeseen developments. In contrast to Lin Bei, its intrinsic nature as a dragon afforded it a deeper understanding of this malevolent creature. The formidable strength of this malevolent dragon is indeed remarkable. It stands out among its kin. With a resonant hum, the void reincarnation dragon conveyed this information to Lin Bei. As the dragon's song resonated, the selected malevolent dragon regained its composure, turning its gaze towards Lin Bei and the void reincarnation dragon. Upon seeing Lin Bei, it momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by the presence of a human in the void. However, it swiftly regained its composure and redirected its attention to the void reincarnation dragon. With another resonant hum, the void reincarnation dragon emitted a dragon's roar, transmitting its meaning to Lin Bei. Oh, it claims that they harbor no ill intentions. They merely wish to discuss a matter of great significance that would be mutually beneficial. How intriguing. Lin Bei was filled with curiosity about the nature of this negotiation, one that could potentially serve both parties' interests. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. What could possibly be advantageous for two parties that were previously unfamiliar with each other? In the next moment, Lin Bei inquired, what matter? The void reincarnation dragon promptly relayed this inquiry. Observing the situation, the malevolent dragon cast a penetrating glance at Lin Bei, seemingly grasping the context. It continued to vocalize its query, asking Lin Bei if he could summon other dragons for a meeting. Lin Bei, accommodating, gathered some information through their exchange and subsequently summoned his dragons. With a series of dragon roars echoing through the void, one dragon after another materialized, all gravitating towards Lin Bei's side. Upon witnessing the assembly of dragons, the malevolent dragon's eyes gleamed with excitement, its claws clenching in fervor. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, reverberating across the vast expanse of the void. Upon discerning the meaning behind this roar, Lin Bei's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. What? An alliance through marriage? Indeed, the essence of the dragon's roar conveyed a desire for matrimonial union. Chapter 412. Allowing offspring to leave the mountains. Stunned, Lin Bei found himself momentarily speechless. The purpose of the malevolent dragon's arrival was something he had never envisioned. Prior to this, Lin Bei had speculated about the intentions of these malevolent dragons, perhaps seeking trouble, stealing something, inquiring about certain matters, or possibly challenging his dragons. It could also be mere curiosity that drew them near. After all, the sudden appearance of a multitude of dragons might easily attract the attention of these malevolent beings. However, their intention was neither to cause trouble nor to pose inquiries, nor to challenge his dragons. It was a proposal for marriage. The notion of inter-dragon unions was utterly absurd. At that moment, Lin Bei was at a loss for how to respond, simply staring wide-eyed at the malevolent dragon before him. He was not alone. The Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Flame Rock Armored Dragon, the Six-Winged Thunderstorm Dragon, the Mischievous One, the Crescent Moon Dragon, the Ice Crystal Dragon, and others summoned to the Void were equally taken aback by this revelation. They too had not anticipated that the strange dragon's purpose was a proposal for marriage. After a moment of stunned silence, the dragons began to exchange bewildered glances, their astonishment manifesting in a cacophony of surprised calls. They engaged in discussion, expressing their incredulity. The general sentiment was, surely this is a jest. This dragon seeks to unite with us. All the dragons from outside appear quite similar. This proposal seems rather peculiar. Our dragons are distinct in appearance and abilities, while theirs seem almost identical. What would such a union entail? Personally, I have no objection to the idea of marriage, but it ultimately depends on our master's wishes. If he consents, I shall proceed with the union. If he does not, then I shall refrain. Yes, it all hinges on our master's preferences. If he desires it, I, as a male dragon, could even consider uniting with another male dragon. I am in agreement. Let our master decide. It was quite astonishing for the dragons. They had just arrived in this realm, yet they were already confronted with a marriage proposal from another dragon. Lin Bei was, of course, aware of their thoughts, having heard their roars. It seemed that even they, as dragons, were taken aback by this unexpected development. Meanwhile, the malevolent dragon waiting ahead had also grasped the essence of the dragon's discourse. It was utterly astonished. Instinctively, it turned its gaze towards Lin Bei. The conversation among the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the others had made it clear that the decision regarding the marriage lay with this human. It was truly remarkable to see a mere human wielding such influence over numerous dragons. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Dragons, proud creatures by nature, retain their own thoughts and opinions, even when tamed. Yet the current scenario was evidently different. Thus, the malevolent dragon continued to scrutinize Lin Bei, searching for any peculiar attributes that might explain this anomaly. However, after examining him thoroughly, it found nothing unusual. The human, regarded as the cornerstone by the multitude of dragons, stood there with a serene expression, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, the malevolent dragons outside the void, upon hearing the tumultuous dragon roars, grew increasingly anxious. Their massive eyes fixated on the void, unblinking, clearly concerned about the outcome of this unprecedented event. They were keenly eager for a resolution. Within the void, the dragons debated, while outside, the dragons remained silent. The stark contrast between the inner and outer realms was palpable. After a considerable duration, Lin Bei finally reached a decision. He waved his hand casually, signaling for his dragons to quieten. In an instant, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Flame Rock Armored Dragon, and the others ceased their discussions, all eyes turning towards their master. They understood that a resolution had been reached. A second later, Lin Bei's voice resonated softly. Inquire about the purpose of this marriage proposal. They cannot possibly seek a union without a valid reason. As he spoke, a dragon's roar sounded, with the sky-swallowing dragon being the first to voice the question. The malevolent dragon promptly responded with a series of roars. Naturally, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the others took it upon themselves to translate. Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Bei learned the underlying purpose of this matrimonial proposal, one that had not crossed his mind. Lin Bei furrowed his brow tightly, gazing at the malevolent dragon ahead, murmuring in astonishment, "What is going on? Their intention in seeking a union with my dragons is to allow their offspring to venture out of this valley? What on earth is happening?" Indeed, this is the very purpose of the alliance sought by the evil dragons, to ensure their descendants can venture out of the mountains. At this moment, Lin Bei's thoughts were in disarray, an overwhelming torrent of information swirling in his mind, nearly causing it to explode. Chapter 413, Unable to Depart. The objective of the evil dragons seeking this union was to enable their progeny to escape the mountain, a notion that far exceeded Lin Bei's expectations. Despite the chaos in his mind, he began to discern a crucial question. No, they are dragons. Not only are they immensely powerful in combat, but they also possess the ability to soar through the skies. Leaving the Valley of Evil Dragons should be a trivial matter for them. Under such circumstances, they could easily depart from the Valley of Evil Dragons themselves, allowing their descendants to survive in the outside world without needing to resort to such means. Could it be that these evil dragons are somehow unable to leave the Valley of Evil Dragons for some reason? If that were the case, everything would make sense. This was the only possibility Lin Bei could conceive. Apart from this, he could not imagine any other explanations. In that moment of realization, Lin Bei suddenly recalled the intelligence gleaned from that child earlier, using the joyful water as a means of investigation. It was well known among the villagers and townsfolk in the vicinity of the Valley of Evil Dragons that there was indeed a problem. According to the child, someone had once spent an extensive amount of time attempting to explore the outside world, only to find themselves returning from an entirely different direction back to the Valley of Evil Dragons, having seen nothing of the outside realm along the way. Naturally, they could not escape this area. It felt as though they were ensconced within a peculiar little world. The beings and dragons that exist here seem to be confined to this place. As he reached this conclusion, his eyes widened, as if he grasped something profound. In the next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Inquire of them. Are they unable to leave the valley? Or rather, are they unable to exit this region? As long as he received a definitive answer, he could validate his hypothesis. The Void Reincarnation Dragon, along with the Emperor of Time's Dark Dragon and the other dragons, were not foolish. They sensed the seriousness in Lin Bei's words. They immediately ceased their discussions and almost simultaneously posed the same inquiry. A resonant hum of dragon roars filled the air. Upon hearing the harmonious chorus of dragon roars, the evil dragon opposite them showed no hesitation and vigorously nodded its head in affirmation. Although it did not emit a dragon roar, it effectively corroborated Lin Bei's conjecture. A second later, the dragon's roar finally emerged, conveying information pertinent to the matter at hand. Both Lin Bei and the assembly of dragons listened intently. After a considerable time, the dragon's voice ceased, having conveyed all it could, and it continued to gaze at Lin Bei and the other dragons. Wasting not a moment, Lin Bei directly inquired, "What did it say?" Subsequently, several dragons relayed the message. The meaning expressed by the evil dragon was not complex and was easily comprehensible. This aligned perfectly with Lin Bei's earlier deductions based on the information he had gathered. Just as I suspected, the evil dragons within the Valley of Evil Dragons are utterly incapable of leaving this realm. Thus, they sought to forge alliances to allow their descendants to depart the valley. For those offspring, born of such unions, would possess an additional bloodline enabling them to leave the Valley of Evil Dragons. Through the translations provided by the sky-eating, demon-slaying dragon and others, he acquired a wealth of valuable information. The evil dragons cannot leave the Valley of Evil Dragons. The reason for their inability to depart lies in their unique bloodline, one that is exclusive to the Valley of Evil Dragons, permitting survival solely within its confines. This applies not only to dragons, but to humans as well. The bloodline of the inhabitants within the Valley of Evil Dragons is also a rather unique one. Though they are human, they share a connection with the subdragons. Otherwise, how could everyone possess the affinity for subdragons? Only by acquiring a different bloodline could they escape the Valley of Evil Dragons. This encapsulates all that the evil dragon divulged. However, it only knew these facts and was unaware of the reasons behind such circumstances. Chapter 414. Perhaps there will be 100,000 dragons. After uncovering the truth behind the evil dragon's request for marriage, Lin Bei remained silent, his brow furrowed as he stood some distance away, clearly deep in thought. His gaze shifted intermittently, at times resting on the evil dragon that had come into the void, and at other times on the anxious throng of evil dragons outside the void. After a while, he surveyed the surrounding empty valley. He was evidently observing something. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. After a prolonged period of this behavior, Lin Bei finally ceased, contemplating whether to agree to the union with the evil dragons. A union? Should I consent? If I agree to marry them, their descendants will be able to escape the Valley of Evil Dragons to explore the outside world, perhaps even engage in some undisclosed endeavors. This would be a significant advantage for the evil dragons. But what would I gain from this? A brood of dragons with unique bloodlines? At this juncture, he abruptly halted, beginning to ponder this matter. With their bloodline, I should be able to subjugate them with ease, right? At that moment, the system's prompt chimed in. The reality deviates somewhat from the host's assumptions. You need not tame those dragons at all. All offspring produced by the dragons in your possession will inherently submit to you, exhibiting the highest degree of loyalty. Whether they are the descendants of the dragons within the valley or those spawned from the radiant dragon, They will automatically become your dragons upon birth. You may confidently allow your dragons to unleash their potential. Having received the system's affirmation, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. This was even better than he had anticipated. The dragons spawned from the likes of the sky-eating, demon-slaying dragon would not require his taming. They would voluntarily submit. This implies that as the number of dragons birthed by the sky-eating, demon-slaying dragon increases, so too will the count of his own dragons. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4. 4 become 8, 8 becomes 16, 16 become 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048. Given ample time, possessing 10,000 dragons is not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, with each successive generation, these dragons' bloodlines would only grow increasingly unique. Should this trend continue, the prospect of possessing 100,000 dragons, or even 1,000,000, becomes a tangible reality. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Bei dispelled the increasingly intense thoughts swirling in his mind. He dared not delve any further into his thoughts, lest he become ensnared within them. In the next moment, Lin Bei cast a scrutinizing gaze toward the anxious dragon awaiting ahead. Forming an alliance with you is not out of the question, he mused. But what benefits can I possibly reap, beyond the mere advantages of nurturing the young dragons? Upon realizing that these dragons would unconditionally capitulate to him, he ceased to regard them as mere pawns in this potential union. After all, should he choose to ally with other dragons, he could attain similar benefits. Thus, there was no necessity to forge a bond with these malevolent creatures. If the advantages were substantial, then an alliance would be inconsequential. Yet, if the benefits were insufficient, then the union would be rendered unnecessary. After all, there exist other dragons in the world. Buzz, buzz. The six-winged storm thunder dragon and its kin immediately reacted, each inquiring of the malevolent dragon what benefits could be anticipated from such a union. They held no significant reservations regarding the prospect of an alliance. Whether or not it occurred was of little consequence. As long as their master was content, that sufficed. The chosen malevolent dragon, having ascended into the void, felt no displeasure upon hearing the chorus of dragon roars. Rather, it was filled with exhilaration. Not only it, but also the dragons beyond the void shared in this excitement. Their paramount desire was to unite with these dragons. Even if it required considerable sacrifice, they deemed it entirely acceptable. For this was the Valley of Malevolent Dragons, a place devoid of outsiders for centuries, even millennia. It was precisely due to this circumstance that these malevolent dragons sought alliances in ignorance of the implications. They had no alternative. Should they let this opportunity slip away, it was uncertain when another might arise, if ever. In the next moment, the malevolent dragons beyond the void eagerly voiced their dragon roars. Buzz, buzz. The sentiments conveyed in these roars implored the dragon in the void to offer as many benefits as possible. The paramount concern was for their progeny to venture forth. All else could be forfeited. Coincidentally, Shun Fei and his companions, having just departed, returned to the vicinity and naturally beheld the spectacle of the dragons in harmonious chorus. They were utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? One moment they roared loudly, the next they fell silent. Were these dragons truly insane? What were they up to?